The stage is set for the continuation of a brand new year of the organized play program for Flesh and Blood. This stop is all about Columbus. We are back in the United States after a quick stopover in Akihabara, Japan. My name is Bryce Platz, and with me, as ever, is the OG bird of the Flesh and Blood scene. Paulie Krenka thought they had something cool going on, but this one is the one that I care about. Elly Bird, what is up?
I'm good. It's really, really cold here in Columbus.
It is.
Woefully underprepared for how cold it was. For all you Celsius heads out there, it's like -7 feels like -12. I was not even in the realm of ready, but I'm feeling good. It's much warmer in the event hall with all the energy of all these people here, ready to compete, ready to fight for that title of calling champion, the last calling before Compendium, which is some pretty exciting stuff.
Exciting in more ways than one. Number one is that this meta that we've been, some would argue, locked in for about a year now, is finally coming to a close. We'll definitely get even bigger of a shakeup than the most recent BNR. But let's talk about what the format is going to be. It's Classic Constructed all day today, tomorrow, before we crown our next calling champion. It's 7 Swiss rounds today, 5 Swiss rounds tomorrow, including our top 8 cut, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. But folks, you're going to want to stick around because we've got spoiler cards to be revealed at the end of each day. I have it on good authority that they are brand new printings of cards that you might recognize. Elly.
I was about to tell you, Bryce, please don't lie to the good people at home. People tune in. They trust us to bring them a good quality stream where we don't lie to them for 8 hours. You can't lie to them. But
I'm going to try very hard not to.
Okay. Then I'll be straight with you. They're reprints. But if you thought CNC Shelter, that kind of realm of stuff was a banger, in my opinion, these are the most banger-y of the reprints we've had so far.
Sounds like you have insider knowledge that I don't have, Elly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
I'm
that's
actually
cool.
just relaying what Sam told me. I haven't seen them.
Besides that, folks, there's going to be a Super Slam box giveaway during the final. So stay active in chat. As long as you are posting in chat, you'll be entered into a giveaway for that juicy spoils. Okay, the pricing, though, is 20,000 whopping US dollars. First is going to get 5,000, second 2,400, third through fourth 1,200, fifth through eighth 750, but the pricing doesn't stop there. At these tier 3 events, you can get pricing all the way down to 32nd place. Sound easy? Elly, is it easy to place top 32 in a calling?
I feel like people kind of get a bit of a warped perspective on how easy it is to cash some of these big events. There's a little over 300 people in the room, so not only do you have to be within the top 10th percentile, but to give some perspective, I had a run recently where I min-cashed an event that went all the way down to top 64, which was Worlds, and my record at the end of the day was 10-5, meaning I won twice as many games as I lost, and I was like 63rd. It is not easy stuff, but, there are a lot of strong players in the room fighting for this cash. And if, put your sweat and blood, your flesh and blood into it, you might just go home with a little bit of that pile of cash we have here on offer this weekend.
Yes, indeed. There's gold foil legendaries, PTIs, and World Tour points abound. But really what people are after is one of these precious few full art Marvel quick dodge flexors in gold foil that have been awarded this year. I think we're on number 5, I want to say, 4 or 5 at this point in the world.
4 or 5 out there. I believe that sounds right. And man, these are such a level up for gold foils. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on.
Come on, Elly. Well, how about that glass calling trophy that signifies you as one of the precious few people in the entire world that have won a calling level event in the game of Flesh and Blood?
I like to say that we have one of those trophies in our house.
Hey, yo.
I just don't say anything about whose trophy it is, but I do say it's in my abode.
And you get to hold on to it and flash it to folks that walk through.
No, she doesn't let me touch it. I'm not allowed.
I don't believe that. Okay, well, we're talking about pretty high-level competitive Flesh and Blood, but there tiers that are available to all players, and one of my favorites, Elly, is the Road to National season.
Yep.
That and PQs, in my opinion, are where competitive Flesh and Blood players are made. That's where you get the bug, and that's where you become the player that can then travel their way to a tier 3 and take it down. Or heck, even go to the World Championships and get top 64 like yourself.
Oh yeah, baby. We min-cashed the heck out of that event. And something I want to touch on with these RTN events is I know a lot of new players that kind of get a little nervous. You get cold feet. You get a little scared. They're like, I don't really want to jump in. This is a competitive event. I've only been playing this game for 1 to 2 months. There is literally no better event to jump in. You get to see everyone in your local scene firing on all cylinders. The energy in the room is completely different from the armory, but everyone's still nice. People are there to learn. People are there to play because it's about getting those reps that you need to prepare for nationals. It's not just about being the most cutthroat individual in the room to make that top 4 cut, which in some RTNs is pretty brutal. Attendance has been bananas this season. We had, I believe, every single RTN we've had in our area this season so far has fully capped, just completely sold out ahead of time. Like, people are raring to go for some of these incredible prizes on offer at your Road to Nationals this season. Those gorgeous in the palm of your hands.
I know you are an avid Pleiades player of your own.
Big fan.
Have you already gotten your playset?
I do already have my playset. I do already have my set.
That's fantastic. So, folks, there are some things that look like an armory here. You get gem packs for participation, of course, but your RTNs get way more interesting once you get into that top 8. In terms of the spoils, we got those alternate art twin drives, the in the palm of your hand, like my co-caster mentioned, and of course the gorgeous Redux in terms of art print for New Horizon and the old guard of Call to the Grave. And of course, that gold foil for the winner. Top 4 are going to qualify for their respective nationals. That's another reason why I love this season. You don't have to win the event in order to maximize your spoils. Get on out to Road to Nationals. It's coming up on the end of the road. It's been a very long Road to Nationals season, which I absolutely love. I guess we're only kind of middle of the road through it now that I think about it.
This is week 2, dog.
Yeah, it's week 2. Wow, man,
this
it feels like an eon. I played 1 Road to Nationals, and I already feel like it's coming to a close.
This is week 3. I lied to you.
Wait, I thought we're not supposed to lie.
I know. We only got like 20 minutes in before I lied.
I love it, Elly. You're on your reviled arc just like I am. And who else might be on their reviled arc? It is the big bad of the meta right now. Florian Rotwood Harbinger is at 936, which means if he wins the calling today, he's not LL'd, but I can imagine a world where he's gone before the end of Road to National season.
So he's at 1x, right? So if he wins this calling, he'd be at 986,
right?
Yeah, that's not quite there. If he was at 1.5x, like those new modifiers have introduced, he would be gone. Speaking of somebody who is at 1.5x, second place, Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Heavy hitters just at that 2 years old threshold. Pretty exciting.
Definitely. A lot of pundits have been saying that Kayo is not quite the beast that everybody kind of assumes with every shakeup in the meta, but nevertheless, I could absolutely see a world where he takes this one down.
Yeah. Kayo kind of has this classic thing where his drawback is not the most obvious thing in the world, but you really do feel it. You're like, 4 card 16, 4 card 16, 4 card 16. Oh my God, none of these cards block. Help!
Whoopsie daisy, here comes a felling of the crown, and I got 2 pulpings and a wild ride. Devastating stuff. Hopefully not on the side of anyone that you care about. We've got more events for you, ladies and gentlemen. The OP season for Flesh and Blood is in full swing. Calling San Diego is going to be the first ever Silver Age calling, which is incredibly exciting. I will be in attendance, and so will these gorgeous new sheaths in all different flavors of Aria.
Yeah. I'm also trying to be there.
Are you really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm West Coast. It's West Coast.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's right there-ish. I thought that these were spoilers for a future set for some reason when these got revealed at the Compendium, show off with those booklets at Worlds. These are in Compendium, which is pretty exciting. That Elemental Strike card, my first thought was, man, this card's going to be sweet in those Earth Heroes, especially with Colors of Aria, which is essentially a strict upgrade to Autumn's Touch for those Earth Heroes, but they might not live to see it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Elly. We saw the living legend of Aurora a long time ago, it feels like now. And it seemed like the rest of Rosetta was not nearly on the same track. Nowadays, if you look at tier lists abound, pretty much every, what am I saying? Every single other Rosetta hero is up there in A or S tier. So we could definitely see maybe more of a, let's call it a slow release Mistveil effect, where all of these heroes kind of come into their own and then accelerate themselves into the hallowed halls of Living Legends. So besides Calling San Diego, where you can get these premium package promos, we've also got Calling Montreal. That's a little bit more closer to you in terms of latitude at the very least.
Yeah, it's also the first classic constructed calling of the Compendium of Wraith season. Pretty exciting. Really, really looking forward to that, actually. I will very much be there covering that event, which I'm super duper stoked about. Nothing makes me happier than a completely fresh CC metagame. I'm so stoked to be there at that event and see all the wacky, wild stuff that people have looked at this massive, like 400 card set and taken what they can from it to kind of, you know, take the metagame by storm on that weekend.
Well, Elly, you are definitely the person to shepherd the audience through that brand new turf. Besides that, world premiere in London. That's going to be a big one coming up February 6th to 8th. That's going to be the first time we actually get to see all of these cards from Compendium of Wraith. But don't worry, folks. If you are worried about putting together a Silver Age deck for that event in the constructed style, all of the commons and rares are going to be available to you come January 31st. And I think that you have a spicy card to show, or am I mistaken about that?
I am pretty excited about my spoiler
Okay,
card. I am
sick.
pretty excited. I won't say too much, but it's gorgeous, like extended art cold foil. I opened up that email and I was like, oh my god.
That's epic. So we've already covered Calling San Diego and Calling Montreal, but they're on this slide because they are going to be available for streaming. World premiere is going to be brought to you by the heavy hitters Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, and Scott Mines. Following that up is going to be myself, along with, God dang, those guys are looking dapper next to me, Majin Bay and Julian Pastry Time Carr. In Montreal, it is going to be Scott Mines and Elly Bird.
That's me.
That's you. Very exciting stuff on the horizon in terms of our upcoming streams. Bottom line, here at LSS, we want to bring you Flesh and Blood action, and we want to bring it to you all year round.
All year round, indeed. I mean, this is, you know, we had a lot of events last year. 2026 marks a very real and significant ramping up of how many events are. I mean, this is, just to be clear, 3 callings in the first 2 months of the year. That's bananas. Sorry, 4, because we are here at a calling here in Columbus. There's so many events going on in the first just quarter of this year alone that I forgot exactly how many were occurring.
And it's not just in North America where we were getting north of 30 calling level events this year. Flesh and Blood is also coming back to Brazil, which is something that is very near and dear to my heart because I got to cast the first calling in São Paulo, and oh my gosh, Elly, did they bring the house down. That is still to date one of my favorite shows of all time. And so as the OP experience expands in the game of Flesh and Blood, so do all of the international regions that we represent. It's an exciting time for Flesh and Blood, and not just because we have an incredible show for you today, but also because of our storied past. Let's take a look at the Calling Akihabara Top 8 and see what the story has been up until this point. We mentioned the new big bad of the meta being Florian Rotwood Harbinger, and case in point, Ryosuke Aras takes Florian Rotwood Harbinger to the win against Gaichi Yamada, who seemed so unstoppable, not just in this event, but on several streams before.
Gaichi is an incredibly nice individual. We played at Worlds in the Living Legend format. He was on new, so very obvious assassin fan
Makes
there.
sense.
He was very polite, gave me gifts before the game started,
What?
and then won the game on turn 0. By,
What?
I was playing a combo Aurora deck. I just feel like I need to get this story out there to kind of exonerate
All right,
his
buckle
name.
up for bad
or
beats,
not,
folks.
not exonerate, but elevate his name. He goes first. He puts Bonds of Agony on the table. I'm holding my Arc Lightning, and I think, you know, I really only get one opportunity to go for it. I just don't think he has it. Not only does he have it, I block 9. He plays Justinic to make the Bonds 9. So not only is he going to take, if he can get over, all the Arc Lightnings out of my deck, he also plays Intimate Inducement, checks the top 4 cards on my deck, and takes the one singular copy of Cash-In out of my deck. So in the very first turn of the game, he has taken all of my Arc Lightning combo pieces and the one Cash-In out of my deck off the top. And I kind of sit there and I think, and I kind of thumb like my next hand, and I think for a second, and I just shake his hand. I'm like, yeah, it's over. Like, I'm dead. You got
Honestly,
it.
after that, I think you had the word right. I think you do need to exonerate this individual for the war crimes he committed against you. But no, it sounds like he's a very sweet guy. It was a fairly diverse meta, save for the 3 Marionettes and the 2 Cindras, which might be surprising to a lot of folks, but Gordon Coco is definitely the man to get it done. 2 calling top 8s in, I believe, as many months, correct?
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff, especially after that banned and restricted announcement, showing that Cindra still absolutely has legs. But how does America feel about her? We're going to find out right now as we turn over to our metagame. No surprises in the top 3 slots here. Arachne Marionette, Gravy Bones, and Florian. Honestly, the amount of Gravy Bones, though, is a bit of a surprise to me. Even though he remains a very strong contender in this meta, I think a lot of players have been intimidated away from him after the constant oppression from the banned and restricted announcements.
I mean, you call it oppression. The first week of RTNs, he was the most winning hero by a pretty significant margin. Speaking of the banned and restricted announcements, something that most recent publication mentioned was that despite Marionette maybe not necessarily having the results or play count to prove it yet, there was kind of this assumption in-house that perhaps Marionette had already secretly snuck its way to the top as the best deck, and I think we're kind of seeing that public perception shift in that, in my opinion, correct direction, as Marionette is the most represented deck in the room, and we've already talked about Florian, so I'm going to skip over him just a little bit.
Fair enough.
But I think, speaking of the best deck, I think a little bit of the secret storyline this weekend is Mr. Oscilio, the Constella Intelligence, is maybe just secretly a little bit, as our world champion would say, broken.
You know I am excited about that. It might be a secret in the world, but I think it's going to be a secret no longer when the storm hits Columbus. As I believe you, myself, and Mr. Ethan Van Sant have predicted, we think it's Oscilio's weekend.
Yep. In our production meeting this weekend, we went around, we did a little round table. Everyone was asked, what hero do you think is going to win this calling? And 4 out of the 5 people on the show said Oscilio.
We're going to be coming back to this graphic here and there, folks, but I do want to point out Pleiades Superstar. You are a big fan of this hero, Elly, but I think she's showing up in a bit of a different form this weekend, by and large.
From what I understand, 7, maybe all 8 of those Pleiades in the room are on what I would call a Giga Fatigue deck, abusing Tough Smash Up to rig Clash effects. Things like Clash of Bravado, what's that other card called? Test of Iron Grip. That makes you discard cards. And so you also have this hard attrition angle in this deck where this deck plays 3 Remembrance and 3 copies of Call for backup to keep looping cards in your deck, which in conjunction with Up on a Pedestal gives you a functional, despite presenting 60 cards, you have a functional 102 freaking cards in your deck to block with until the opponent just runs out of gas.
Monstrous stuff. Pleiades might be putting on a reviled mantle herself, just like you and I, Elly. But we'll have to see as the games progress. For now, we have got to get down to the feature match area. Before we do that, though, I do want to hype up one more time that brand new looking spoiler that we have got coming at the end of the day. I didn't lie, I swear.
You got really close.
That's the way I like to do it, toe the line. And so are these players that we're about to see at our feature match area. You ready for some Flesh and Blood, Elly?
I'm always ready for some Flesh and Blood.
All right, well, let's get it started. It's a battle of the Michaels. One might look awfully familiar as our reigning world champion. That is Michael Jaszczur, or Jacuzzi, as a lot of his friends call him. And on the other side of the table, Michael Fetter, who is bringing a bit of a dark horse to this meta. It's Puffin Hightail, crowd favorite, I would have to imagine, into Florian. But the world champion is starting off with a big bad red Autumn's Touch for 7. Elly, who do you give the edge to in this?
I mean, in the matchup overall, I would say Florian, but what I will say is Jaszczur's opening hand here is a little bit subpar, pitching away a Swarming Gloomveil on top of that blue, so looking to just filter some extra cards out of the hand here. and get this Autumn's Touch into the bin. Matchup-wise, I will say, as somebody who has played a fair bit of Puffin, I am not the biggest fan of this matchup. I would actually call this matchup the reason I gave up on Puffin.
Really?
Yes.
The mid-range slanted Florian, or specifically Michael Jaszczur's like turbo CMH version?
This was a long time ago. Florian has definitely evolved and shifted, and it's very much possible that the increased amount of 2-box could get you in some trouble against Puffin. But, I mean, you want to talk about powerful equipment. That bark skin of the Millennium Tree over on Jaszczur's side of the table is, I mean, it's like 2 carrion husks for the price of 1.
And also that face purgatory, you got to be thinking about the entire time you're playing against it. Its power is, yes, in its on-defense effect, but also in the way that it influences your opponent throughout the game. Paulie Kranka turned faced up for Michael Fetter after leaving him face down during equipment presentation. So glad that we finally get to see our bird.
And beautiful, beautiful Marvel. I love the blues on that card. Michael taking some time to think here on what he's going to do. You know, we did miss him playing out 2 Cobra Cogs immediately, drawing a card, and I think we were kind of under the impression that this deck might be a little bit more of a mid-rangey, kind of play some pirate cards sort of situation, because all we saw was that Cogworks Dovetail and a Skywarden on turn 0, but we are now seeing a boost card hit the table.
Honestly,
is a pretty interesting kind of permutation of the deck.
And I definitely, I don't know, maybe it's just my own happenstance, but I do tend to see this as the variant more often than not. Honestly, I think I see Cog Dio a little bit more than I see the fully mid-range Pirate Puffin, but that's because Aiden Kwasniewski of 3 Floating is in my locals, and that's a deck that he champions. It's a Spitfire cracking in after the yellow zipper hit, blocked out immediately by a Channel Mount Heroic. And folks, if you haven't seen this new flavor of Florian in your RTN so far, this is the man who has championed it alongside several other really incredible players. Michael Jaszczur is probably going to be doing a little bit of Briar cosplay if you are a Flesh and Blood historian, where you just capitalize constantly on the persistent buffing by 3 effect of Channel Mount Heroic and also run a ton of Earth Blues in order to keep it around.
Something going on this turn, though, that is perhaps the most attractive quality of Channel Mount Heroic, despite it being this complete house. When it hits the table, it can also just block for 3 as an Earth card and go straight to your bin, getting decomposed away by your decomposed threats to get Florian online a little faster. It's some really, really smart deck building by the world champion.
And this decompose effect is exactly the one that you have to get first, because Rootbound Carapace is no longer there to allow you to get your first decompose on your opponent's turn, thereby fully powering your Plow Unders and your Fellings of the Crown. Cadaverous Tilling will get its buff no matter what, no matter how many Earth cards you have in your bin, as long as you're decomposing. Now it's back over to Michael Fetter, who resolves Cog in the Machine. 2 golden cogs slamming their way into the arena to accompany the 2 coppers already there. Does look like Cog in the Machine is going to be activated in its secondary effect here, which we don't often see. Copper Cog tapped in order to put Cog in the Machine on the bottom of the deck, which is a really interesting fatigue insulator if it's necessary. I don't think it's going to be too relevant here, Elly, but it can definitely carry the day for Puffin and for Dash.io if she's running that Cog slanted variant.
Oh, I absolutely think it's relevant.
You think so?
Yeah, I think even though Florian is built in a more aggressive way with Jaszczur's deck over here, Florian can still block the day away. That's kind of what I was hinting at earlier with that Barkskin shout out. He can block so well. Those 2 blocks can get you in trouble sometimes, but there's just so incredibly much block value. And when you are boosting, when, you know, this card's rate is incredible. This throttle that just hit the table, it's a 2 for 6 with Go Again, but that Go Again comes at a real cost. You burn cards out of your deck, and I think Michael Fetter is already considering how he's going to win this game with what's at the bottom of his deck, because Florian gets to attack you on 2 angles. He does a lot of damage with these CMHs, but he can also very much put you in a position where you are just at risk of running out of ways to win the game entirely.
And it does look like that could be the posture for our world champion. 2-3 blocks cover up that throttle readily.
Not interested in value trading here, just gonna block that up.
Now, in the hand for Michael Fetter is 2 copies of Cogworks. Oh, excuse me. It's a Cogworks Zeppelin and a Golden Skywarden. Golden Skywarden not super relevant on offense. It's more of a defensive card. But Cogworks Zeppelin in the yellow is going to look really fearsome here. Has a twice per turn instant where you tap a cog and it gains +1. Doesn't have go again on its face, but it's got a little bit of pseudo go again. If it connects, you have the opportunity to tap a cog you control, doesn't matter what color it is, in order to create a golden cog. When you do, you're obviously allowed to crank it, gain your action point back, and then crack in with the Spitfire from the Crow's Nest and snipe your opponent into oblivion. This is a high-value card, which is exactly why Michael Fetter is running it in all colors.
Just blocking 3, really difficult to kind of play around the 7 damage that this card can represent.
Because of the number of cogs that Michael has at his disposal, he is going to send likely all of them no matter what, because there's no downside to tapping all these cogs because he has one at the ready to tap when all is said and done. But I do like this posture from Michael Fetter here, only tapping 1 cog, daring Michael Jaszczur to send his defense reaction now rather than later, because if Michael's able to connect just on this 6, he will be able to send a fully powered Spitfire and still get his value in the end.
Yeah, and he also gets to force Jaszczur to take the initiative on playing that defense reaction and deny him essentially full value on it by going all the way to 7 without waiting for a response.
Does look like 3 damage comes across. Michael Jaszczur down to 36 now. Golden Cog tapped for Michael Fetter, which means another one appears right next to it.
Having that action point remaining, and then...
Yes, the choice is to crank that cog, get the... Oh, no, I'm so sorry. He already had 2 action points from the cog in the machine that came before. So Michael Fetter doesn't even need to crank that second cog that comes out from the on-hit of Cogworks Zeppelin, which means, more importantly, he's going to have one for next turn.
1 out of 5 sticking around. That's really the tragedy of this cog deck. You know, you build this empire, you build this army of all these gorgeous items on the board, and then they're so ephemeral, you know?
They really are. But they can do a little bit of blocking duty before they go away. That's what those Golden Skywardens are all about. Convert the golden cogs back into gold tokens. Unfortunately for Michael Fetter, 2 have already been seen.
Looks like this is the good old greeping play.
Greeping.
Yeah, grass creeping. Greeping.
All right, you got me, Elly. 1 rune chant generated for the activation of Grasp of the Arknight, and then a swing of the Reaping Blade equals Greeping. We're going to see this play many, many times this game, I would have to imagine. It's going to look a little bit more fearsome once Michael Jaszczur is able to put 8 Earth cards into his Banish Zone. At that point, Florian will actually have text on his hero ability, which will say he will generate an extra aura token every time he generates one. It's not just rune chants. Embodiments of Earth are going to come in +1s as well. That's why you talk about Barskin and the Millennium Tree being a double carrion husk.
This will fall off.
Speaking of aura tokens, do you remember those Spirit of Christmas promos that LSS gave out last Christmas season?
I don't actually.
They say both players make... Oh, I don't remember every token, but it's like 5 random tokens, and it was not immediately obvious
there it is.
whether this card would be classic constructed legal. Thankfully, it's not. But I remember there was a brief moment of community-wide panic when this card was spoiled as a promo, because it was like, oh my god, did Florian just become the best deck, bar none?
Polycranka out of the companion slot and into the arena. Polycranka be cranking, trying to get a card in the hand of Michael Fetter, who has just banished his first copy of Palantir Aeronaut. Sure, boost cards are highly efficient, but as you mentioned, Elly, they come at a real cost, especially in the long game. One of those 3 ultra power cards from Michael Fetter's deck is now in the Banish Zone. But there's a 0 to 60 with go again. And yes, Michael Jaszczur does have the defense reaction, was at the ready. Elects instead to cover up the on-hit of Cogworks Zeppelin on the previous turn cycle. Just wants to get full value here.
I also just want to point out that gorgeous first ed foil sink below. Very cool.
A-OK stuff there.
4 boosted.
In the hand of Michael Jaszczur is 2 blues plus 2 go again attacks. Swarming Gloomveil, Rune Rager Swarm, and 2, I believe, yes, Earth blues. Can have a nice little turn on his own, but instead it's a defensive
32.
stalwart posture for the world champion. perhaps indicating that he wants to take this game long if he can. And out of the hand of Michael Fetter now is Cogworks Dovetail. Probably my favorite Puffin Hightail card of all time.
Definitely the most powerful card in the deck. Sadly, doesn't have 3 cogs on the board to fully power this up because it has a thrice per turn instant ability to give it either +1 or go again. Can put your opponent in some pretty nasty blocking positions, especially without defense reactions available to them. And like we talked about earlier, we said that perhaps fatigue is a very real angle in this matchup. Rune Rager Swarm is worth 3 both on offense and defense, and we saw him choose to block with it here rather than pressuring his opponent's life total.
And here's the tricksy bit of Cogworks Dovetail. Yes, there are only 2 cogs on the battlefield, but Michael Fetter is able to activate the 2 that he has, get this Cogworks Dovetail up to 7. It's going to leak in for 1 damage. When it connects, all cogs that Michael Fetter controls will be untapped. At that point, in the damage step, Michael can then tap the golden cog and give it that last all-important mode of go again, and then convert the final cog that was untapped into a Spitfire Crack-Off.
Proceed to end.
Yeah, just, you know, even if you're pitching 1 card for this, very, very cool, very casual 2-card 9. Very, 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 very simple, straightforward stuff.
Very slick indeed. And Polycranka, at least for now, survives another day. Michael Jaszczur did keep, I think, a Swarming Gloomveil in the hand. Could elect to just send it straight into the bird. I'm sorry, no, it was a blue, which makes it more value to then do another Greeping play. This time, though, committing a crime against humanity and turning Polycranka into just a pile of feathers.
Hey, at least Polycranka got to hit the board before burning to ash.
Indeed so.
Some heroes, perhaps that secret best deck we talked about, are capable of sniping it straight off the crow's nest.
Polycranka does get to live for a turn cycle, which oftentimes is all they can afford. Golden Cog goes the way of the birds for Michael Fetter, and the last team counter on his Copper Cog coalesces into the air. Now, it's a full grip and an Arsenal. The Arsenal remains a red T-Bone, I believe from the first turn of the game for Michael Fetter, and it's a Cogworks Workshop coming out.
Makes a golden cog and lets him kind of replenish the counters on some of these. Not going to be a double crank, but because he gets to crank that and then keep 2 counters on both of them, it's a bit of a costless situation. Also allows him to, if he can find another way to crank, like with that boom grenade he just banished off that boost, to find another way to crank and get a few more cards in his hand on this turn cycle.
Boom Grenade, a little bit of a contentious card in Puffin Hightail, namely because you can't do the Dash IO thing and play it off the top. That's the combat tricky nature of it makes it really enticing for Dash IO, and so does the fact that you can generate extra action points with it. Where do you stand on Boom Grenade in Puffin?
I like it quite a bit. I would probably not play it in this matchup if I had the choice, unless Michael Fetter was just presenting the entire stock of cards available to him to avoid that fatigue angle, and I think that may very well just be the case, considering just how stinking tall his deck is, despite having boosted, what, like 8 times so far this game?
Cogworks Zeppelin in the yellow once again comes in for 5. Will be a total of 7 ultimately once all things are said and done. Ideally, though, for Michael Fetter, he would like it to be 6 once again because the on-hit requires you to have an untapped cog. And for Michael Jaszczur, who does have a defense reaction in the hand with Shelter from the Storm, can cover it up in its entirety.
And because he doesn't have 3 cogs on the board, different position from last time where he had, you know, just a ton of them on the board. And I talked about the tragedy of Puffin, where they do all fall off. It's very meaningful on turn cycles like this, where if he goes all the way to 7, he won't have 1 to tap to make a golden cog with the hit effect of this card. So not only is he in a bit of a tough situation thanks to that defense reaction, he's also in a tough position if Jaszczur just gives 2 defending cards.
I want to talk real quick, Elly, about the inherent power of heroes in this game that deal arcane damage, Runeblades and Wizards. In the foot slot for Michael Fetter is an Achilles Accelerator instead of a Unicycle, which is often the best in slot choice for Puffin Hightail. But Achilles Accelerator has that all-important keyword Arcane Barrier 1. Forcing your opponents to run non-ideal equipment pieces. In this case, it's not too bad. Ultimately, it's not like Michael had to bring in Null Rune boots instead of something that can be useful on offense, but that's just the power of Rune Blades.
It also puts him in an awkward position where if he uses this Achilles Accelerator to get that action point at any point in this game, he's making a very real gamble where he is now left defenseless to the colossal stock of rune chance that Florian the Rotwood Harbinger is capable of generating.
It's another Channel Mount Heroic in the hands of Michael Jaszczur, and he might have the space this time around to deploy it. But Michael Fetter has got a Cogwork Zeppelin in the hand now in its premier offensive color, but no resources really to deploy it properly.
Hanging on to a copy of Boost Gorilla as well.
That would be Fast and Furious in its brand new, beautiful printing.
Boost Gorilla.
Boost Gorilla coming in for 4 go again, thanks to the fact that Michael Fetter has cranked this turn. Did crank a copper cog, which does mean that he could have kept it as a resource card in the hand, instead goes straight to the deck well.
Also, like you said, he's a little bit strapped for resources here, but that is what that all-important Teklo Foundry hard equipment is going to represent in this matchup. He is holding another red in the form of that backspin thrust, a card we haven't yet seen this game, but I suspect it's going to find its way into the pitch zone to activate Teklo Foundry Heart and generate 2 resources for the price of 1 and 2 cards out of the deck, as long as they're both Mechanologist cards, to fire off this 9 of Powerhouse.
Cogwork Zeppelin comes in this time at base 6 because it's in the red, can get all the way up to 8. And now Michael Jaszczur has important decisions to make. In this case, the way to stuff it out is to just block a full 8. But you are ultimately giving up a lot more cards than you would rather. Michael Jaszczur happy to do so, though, here.
That is the thing about the Earth Heroes. Sometimes you ask them to block and say, haha, I know you don't like blocking. Nobody likes blocking. And they're like, man, I get to put 3 Earth
They're
cards
like,
in the graveyard.
I love blocking. Cogwork Zeppelin unable to convert here. Much like that red T-Bone that still is in the arsenal for Michael Fetter. Is there anything we can glean from the fact that he has left it there stranded for so long? Could there be a Max V in that deck?
I am actually not thinking it's Max V. I think what he wants to do with that T-Bone, the hint there is in his banished zone. You pointed out earlier that Palantir Aeronaut. With T-Bone, he can force multiple pieces of meaningful equipment onto the combat chain. You know, Jaszczur gets to put him in a tough spot if he puts just Aeronaut on the board. While it is forced to be defended with, he does force them to defend with 1 piece of equipment. If he just puts that well-grounded there, he can just destroy it in response to the ability that would destroy it instead and get that 2 block value. But with T-Bone, he can force him to put either Face Purgatory or perhaps Grasp of the Arknight on the table. And I think that's one of the only ways that Puffin can really, truly threaten Florian in a long game in this matchup is by removing that Grasp of the Arknight axis from the game.
Much like Jarl before her, but in a very different fashion. Puffin Hightail can dismantle the constant pressure of Rune Chance from Florian. 29 plays 28. And yes, it is a red T-Bone on the combat chain, but it's not the one from the arsenal. It's one from hand for Michael Fetter, who has cranked 2 copper cogs at the beginning of this turn and drew an all-important soup up. That one of those cards from Bright Lights that looks way better in Puffin than any other mechanologist.
We are going to see that T-Bone deployed here, perhaps settling. You know, he can't find that Aeronaut so quickly as he would like, but this is still going to bust up some meaningful armor block. In a relatively suboptimal position, he is going to force him to give up this Grasp of the Arknight, and getting through that fridge in ways that force the opponent to make decisions they really don't want to is how mechanologists overcome that downside of burning cards from their deck.
2 damage leaks through. Down to 26 goes our world champion. The follow-up here is Soup Up. 4 go again, and he's going to be able to do it twice this turn before cracking in with Spitfire 4-3. This is a nasty no-resource turn.
Soup time.
This one, unfortunately, only comes in for 2 in the blue after following up its red counterpart. So not maximum damage here, but Michael ships the damage straight into his life total. Down to 24 he goes to Michael Fetter's 29. And the coup de grace, Spitfire for 3.
Michael Jaszczur, to be clear, the world champion, not Michael Fetter on the other side of the table, actually hanging on to a few cards here, keeping 2 despite a fair bit of damage on offer. on that turn. Perhaps the T-Bones forced some awkward blocking decisions, or perhaps we're going to see a tree drop. No, just Fruits of the Forest. My bad.
Just a Fruits of the Forest. What do you think about the efficacy of this play instead of activating Grasp of the Arknight and swing Reaping Blade? Because that last card in Michael Jasczur's hand is a defense reaction destined for the arsenal.
I think mostly what it tells you is that he's pretty interested in fatiguing his opponent.
Fair point. Fair point.
He could have converted this card for 4, eat your heart out, Anathos. But he instead chose to discard it for 2. While it does fuel meaningful decomposes, he has plenty of Earth cards in the bin. We saw him block with 2 Everblooms and an Arcane Seeds just the turn prior. He does want to win this game by running Michael Fetter out of cards, and a pretty integral piece of that puzzle is in Jaszczur's hand right now, holding on to that all-powerful Felling of the Crown, hiding right behind this copy of Swarming Gloomveil right there, and a blue to power it. I suspect we're going to see the first tree logged down in this turn cycle, so it's up to Michael Fetter to really punish him. I think this is a really important play pattern in these matchups that goes a little bit untalked about. Especially with Rootbound gone, Felling is such a precious resource. You have to resolve this card to win a lot of your games, because not only does it now mean getting on line when you could, you can't without the help of that all-powerful Earth defense reaction, it is also meaningful disruption when it comes to the topic of fatiguing your opponent.
Soup Up was the first attack for Michael Fetter, but that wasn't the only action at the beginning of the turn. No, it was another cog in the machine, building the cog board back up and also being sent to the bottom of the deck after Michael Fetter tapped a copper cog in order to pay the additional cost. And Backspin Thrust now is going to do the opposite of most Puffin cards and untap a cog in order to get one of those 2 modes, +1 or go again. In this case, gaining +1. Michael Jasczur covers up the majority of that damage with a Fate Foreseen. Leaves the card on top. 1 should be leaking through here. Down to 24 he goes. And Michael Fetter still has an action point from that cog in the machine. And the gun comes cracking in once again for 3. I do think that the difference maker in a lot of these Puffin games are how many times you can crack off Spitfire.
Yeah, free damage has kind of become a little bit of a part of the mechanologist identity post Bright Lights. Maybe not before, but you do see a lot of these kind of constrictive via a different resource weapons where they are free to shoot off, like Symbiosis Shot and Spitfire, but they're constrictive on a different axis. You need cogs, you need steam counters, that sort of thing. And because that means it's a limited resource, we saw Jaszczur block with a 2-block Earth card, perhaps just to get a card out of his hand for this Felling of the Crown. Definitely meaningful, but it also means that he is trying to keep his life total high.
Felling of the Crown at this point in the meta, probably an honorary reviled card, I think. This has been ruining people's days for a long time now. And why, Elly? Well, because on Decompose, this card is going to force one of the cards out of the opponent's hand to the bottom of the deck. Oh, and then there's a small matter of cracking in for 8 besides.
Is a 2-card 11 good?
Yeah, here and there, and oftentimes it can be even more than that. Say if you're going up against a Cindra opponent who has to bottom a 0 for 4 or something like that, the numbers go bananas.
Not to mention, it helps you get online.
In this case, Michael Jasczur is online for Felling of the Crown, at least, and ever closer to accomplishing his quest of getting extra rune chance and other auras. Michael Fetter posturing with the block of Cogworks Tinkerwing. I always do the Tinkle Wings.
Tinkle Wings.
Cogworks Tinkle Wings is going to be blocking here, generating a golden cog for Michael Fetter. Can crank it if he so chooses. That's an effect that happens no matter when that cog comes in, but you can't gain action points on your opponent's turn, and even if you could, it would be pretty irrelevant.
Yes, but you could crank twice on your opponent's turn if you had another card like Pinion Sentry. That would allow you to draw a card on defense.
Pretty sick play line, but not one that Michael Fetter can take advantage of here. Out of the arsenal comes a copper cog. Puffin Hightail is on the affirmative again, and we are at perfect life parity. 23 plays 23. And honestly, that is exactly when Felling of the Crown is such a house of a card, when you are just walking your life totals down with your opponent, especially if you're like Verdance and have access to a 9-power combo just as a part of your deck suite.
I think some of the most powerful decks in the history of Flesh and Blood have always been able to ask their opponent a tough question, where they put something on the table and they say, if you wish to meaningfully answer this and not give me all the space in the world, you will be forced to take a boatload of damage, sometimes literally a boat, you know, in the form of Conqueror of the High Seas. You have Felling of the Crown. You know, a classic Haymaker was the Chi-activated manifestations of Miragai, and they all have one thing in common. They hit you hard, they potentially take cards away from you, and they say, if you want to answer this, you must take damage, which is how these heroes pull so meaningfully ahead.
You talked about boats, Ellie, and here is a sky boat. It's Palantir Aeronaut coming out of the hand of Michael Fetter with 3 cogs to boot. This one is exactly what pulls so many people into the Puffin Hightail camp. The defending hero must defend this with an equipment they control if able. Michael Jaszczur can, and he's blocking with one that is not exactly what Michael Fetter wanted to see. It's one that Michael Jaszczur can pop at instant speed in order to shore up a little bit more of that damage. The more important part of this card, though, is a thrice per turn instant. Tap a cog you control, it gets +1. If this is the 3rd time you've activated this ability, destroy a defending card. And yes, you would like to be hitting something like Grasp of the Arknight, but holy free holies, it could be something juicier in the form of a defense reaction. Michael Jaszczur, though, doesn't want to play into it at all. Right when Michael Fetter activates that 3rd time instant and goes up to 9, can destroy a card on the combat chain, he pops well-grounded and just shores up 2 of that damage. Fearsome stuff from the world champion.
Nasty answer to a card that is honestly pretty typically checkmate. This card is how Puffin closes games or wins them ahead of schedule by taking key pieces of equipment off the board.
But
Speaking
Michael
of,
Jaszczur, go ahead.
Aiden Kwasniewski, who you mentioned earlier, we were playing some games back in Kansas City, and he, 3 games in a row, managed to T-bone Palantir Aeronaut, my Mask of the Pouncing Links, off the board.
You know, he's got a sweet face, but he's a total punk when he's playing Flesh and Blood. I tell you what. Michael Jaszczur has a fantastic response on the offense. I do think that he would have loved to cover up the majority of that damage of Palantir Aeronaut based on his earlier posture, but the hand is a blue, a Cadaverous Tilling, and that house, that earth boat, shall we call it, is going straight into the arsenal. It's Felling of the Crown, ready for the next turn cycle.
Perhaps more importantly, this Cadaverous Tilling represents the changing of the seasons, the turning of the tides. It may be winter outside, but autumn has fall here. Florian, the Rotwood Harbinger, is now online with 8 Earth cards in the Banished Zone to power up that hero ability. He will now generate 1 extra aura token every time he would make one, making that Greeping play a 1-card 5, the bread and butter of how Florian grinds opponents to dust.
Yeah, Anothos, eat your heart out. This is a completely different style of value. Not only is it more damage than a quick pitch for something like a Titan's Fist or an Anothos, but also comes in and split damage.
Sorry, I just realized that Michael Fetter has the panoramic art from the gem packs to make Puffin on the back of all of his cards. So I presume, you know, we'll never see that Techo Foundry art flipped over, but I presume that is the full Puffin portrait on the back of his cards, which is insanely sick.
And you got to shout out the Polycranka as well, because if all of that did get destroyed and we had the panoramic art, he could also switch Polycranka over to the other side and complete the set.
Looks like we're going to crank a couple times on this turn and find a Boost Gorilla off the top holding a T-Bone in the hand. You know, this is the 3rd copy of T-Bone. If he lets this loose here, he's going to be in a tough spot, and he's not going to be able to force equipment off the board the way he would like with that Palantir Aeronaut. He needs that T-Bone to get at Jaszczur's most important pieces of his fridge. If he only plays one thing that forces him to block, he can give him a piece of equipment he would already like to block with.
Now, Michael Jaszczur is red locked for this next turn, but he has just played a Fate Foreseen and has a Sink Below in hand. So if he found a blue on top and Michael Fetter is not able to present a meaningful amount of damage here, Michael can absolutely cycle one of the cards in hand for the one on top and then send Felling of the Crown on his turn. The thing is, though, Ellie, there's only going to be a T-Bone here and then a follow-up of a Spitfire. So Michael Jaszczur will have to overblock a little bit in order to unlock Felling of the Crown ultimately.
He may, if the Sync Blow is going to filter a card out of the hand, he's going to cover this. You know, it's only 1 point of value wasted, and
one.
that point of value will be made up cleanly by this blue Canopy Shelter he's found off the top of his deck thanks to that Fate Foreseen, giving him a little bit of card selection in conjunction with Sync Below. 3 is just exactly what Jaszczur wants to block here, giving up that Arcane Seed so that he's not wasting any cards when the Logging Company cometh and drop a tree on his opponent's head. You know, the Earth Talent really is just kind of about dropping various geographical landmarks on your opponent. You've got to Channel the Millennium Tree, Channel Mount Heroic, Felling of the Crown. You're just dropping rocks and trees on them.
Or pulling you under said geographical landmarks with Plow Under.
Yeah, roots, trees.
Roots, trees.
Rocks.
Yeah, and previously that was something only about Brute class. I'm thinking of things like Smash with Big Tree.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they do it just a little bit better.
I don't know about better. I don't know if Florian's better at beating
Specifically
people
in regards to
death
trees.
with the tree.
He's good at getting them into this cycle of life and decay.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'd put my money on Kayo beating someone to death with a tree long before Florian.
How's he going to hold a tree with one arm?
You'd be surprised.
Stick it to the mandible
Have you
claw?
seen Unexpected Backhand? He can do a lot of things.
But he can't win a calling.
Ouch.
Got him.
Ouch.
Felling
Poor
of the Crown
Brutes.
coming in for 8 right here. And Michael Fetter is in yet another difficult decision blender. Must bottom one of these cards in hand. It is a reciprocal effect, but good Earth pilots can skirt it in all meaningful ways. So Michael Jaszczur doesn't have to put a card on the bottom of his hand because he simply doesn't have one in the first place.
Something I'm a little curious about here. We talked about the fatigue angle, so that is likely the reason. But he did block away that Arcane Seeds on a Spitfire, something that wouldn't have triggered that Boom Grenade. And that card is a veritable 1-card 5 had he resolved it on his turn. That would also give him a little bit of life back because he would have been below his opponent. A little bit curious about the thought process there. Maybe the answer is just run your opponent out of threats.
Yeah, and maybe he's just being careful, knows his angle of victory, namely because Michael Fetter, for the second time in a row, has taken the majority of the damage from Felling of the Crown. And Michael Jaszczur, who has, I'm sure, plenty of reps in Earth, knows that ultimately, if your opponent is just disrespecting Felling, you're going to win the damage race in the end.
Card is a house.
1 damage leaks through on this Sky Skimmer, which is given go again by tapping a Copper Cog. The follow-up, Zipper hit in the red, coming in for 5. 10 plays 14 after the first combat chain link is resolved. Pinion Sentry into the Banished Zone to pay for that boost.
Bit of a nasty kind of situation that Fetter finds himself in here where he would really like to set up a 5-card hand to get over his opponent, but not only is Felling taking cards away from him, he hasn't seen a single Plow Under played this game. There's a very real consideration of him attempting to set an arsenal with which to power over his opponent's power, defensive capabilities. We still have 2 blocks on that bark skin of the Millennium Tree to get past, with Fetter only at 10, but he's just in so much danger of having cards uninteractably taken away from him here. And something else on the topic of the damage race is that Fetter has shot Spitfire, I believe, every single turn of this game.
Just about.
Might have missed one on a big old tree turn or something, but he has been very consistent about shooting that Spitfire. You talked about these Puffin decks getting increasingly optimized, and we're really seeing that take shape with how many times the Spitfire has been fired, and it has. That free damage has kept the life totals relatively close between these two heroes, as long as you don't necessarily mention how much effective life total is waiting on the board in the form of that.
Yeah, let's not talk
Barkstone,
about that part.
Earth Carry and Husk 2.
Go again.
Let's talk instead about the resolution of a blue throttle out of the hand for Michael Fetter, who has found his final copy of Palantir Aeronaut, also has a Cogworks Zeppelin to pair with it. Nothing but air boats in the hand of Michael Fetter, but
I don't think
resource
Earth needs
deficient.
boats.
No, please, no more boats.
Please, no more boats.
Not
I'm
for
boated
Earth.
out. I'm boated out. Boats are made of trees.
Straight up. Some of them.
That's why Conqueror comes in for 8. It's made of trees.
Yeah, that's a gravy boat, though.
But it can be... Oh, interesting. He's pitching away the Aeronaut to activate that Tekla Foundry Heart.
And I do think at this point we are at a pitch stack for Michael Fetter because those Golden Sky Wardens are, we saw them pitched very early.
I assume
So it
he's
has been
setting up
churning and
for
burning.
a second cycle situation here, keeping that aeronaut in the deck, as both it and the Zeppelin are essentially the exact same card on the offense on this turn, with no cogs to speak of.
I'll grasp.
But also protecting the arsenal from an eventual plow under. And
Greeping.
Michael Jaszczur gets to do his greeping bread and butter play.
1 card 5.
Do you think Florian butters his bread with that reaping blade?
Take the
Ew.
arcane, go to
What?
the-
Ew.
That's made of someone's spine.
It is?
Yeah, read the lore.
That's downright brutal, man.
Yeah, read the lore.
Whose spine? Sutcliffe's?
I don't know.
Oh,
Might
okay.
be. Read the lore, though.
That's still
Read the lore, bro.
insane.
Yeah, that's why I like those Light and Shadow Box Con alt art reaping
Yeah.
blades. It looks way more like a spine.
I see.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
Really creepy stuff, ultimately.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Where
But
did
that's
he
the
get
way
this?
rune blades go.
This dude lives in the forest. Where'd he get this?
Yeah, I don't know. There are spines in the forest, right?
Deer spine,
Deer spine.
cow spine.
They have cows in the Rotwood?
I don't know. They might.
I'd go hang out there.
Squirrel spine. Really,
Oh, no.
really big squirrel.
That would take a lot of squirrels,
Small
Elly.
sword or big squirrel.
Maybe is the spine of Polycranka.
No!
We assassinated
No!
just this game. Down to 5 goes Michael Fetter after accepting the Polycranka spine. 5 plays 12, and there are only so many turn cycles left in this game now that Michael Jaszczur is able to butter his bread with the spines of his enemies.
Terrible stuff. Michael Fetter's deck looking real thin over there. His graveyard absolutely dwarfing it, as well as his banished zone. This cog in the machine, I believe, is the one we saw tucked
Yep.
into the deck on that, I believe, very first turn of this game. Making 2 cogs, getting an action point, drawing a card, or getting 2 action points in essence, drawing a card, and tapping one of them to put it back in the deck. We are fighting against the inexorable tide of fatigue, but I just don't believe there's enough gas left in the tank to get over 2 Barkskin blocks, face Purgatory, and a plethora of cards remaining in Jaszczur's deck. It's possible the writing is on the wall, but Fetter is fighting against the Fetters of Fate with this backspin thrust, untapping that cog that he tapped with this backspin thrust. This was pitched into a Tekla Foundry Heart earlier this game, so there was definitely some consideration about these 2 cards being in the same hand, which is very heads up, obviously a sign of an incredible Puffin
Yep.
pilot in our hands here in this feature match area.
Cog untapped here to give +1 to this backspin thrust, which means that it's going to sneak over by 1 after Michael Jaszczur blocks with a sink blow and draws himself up a canopy shelter after sinking away a blue cadaverous tilling. So looking for a 3-block, finds another 2-block, but this one is going to generate 4 value ultimately.
By making 2 Might tokens thanks to Florian's hero ability.
And now that Sky Skimmer in the blue is the follow-up, a 2-block is looking pretty dang good, especially one like Canopy Shelter that, yes, is generating a big bad 2 Might tokens.
You know what perhaps the funniest thing in Classic Constructed about Florian's hero ability is?
Tell me.
Trounce.
Tell me why.
If you win Trounce, you will make 2 of each token.
Adding insult to injury to a poor victor that thought, hey, I'm feeling frisky today. I'm going to bring a Guardian to this meta.
I think Victor's actually pretty good into Florian.
I think so, too.
You know, you visit Dad's home 3 times, remembrance those back, visit Dad's home 3 more times.
Nepotism can absolutely beat out the
Nepotism
Rotwood.
can win the day.
Nepotism can win in anything. Spitfire leaking through once again, turn cycle after turn cycle. And not only, Elly, is it free damage in terms of the resource cost, at least if you discount the fact that you have to have cogs in order to shoot it, but also pretty much every time it's fired, Michael Jaszczur doesn't block it, especially when it's only coming in for 2. But this is looking really nasty, isn't it?
Well, you know, famously, I hear that attacking with a free weapon is a lot like drawing cards.
Okay, I could see that.
Yeah, that was the explanation with High Octane.
I see.
Was that shooting Symbiosis shot multiple times was a lot like drawing cards.
In this case, Michael Jaszczur doesn't need to draw cards in order to do something nasty. Arcane Seed's Life generates 4 Rune Chant tokens. And those 2 mites that were generated by Canopy Shelter, well,
I
it's
was
not going to be
gonna
applied
say-
to a Greeping play. It's going to be an Autumn's Touch instead. 9 power in the physical, 4 on the Arcane.
He actually did need to draw cards to do this.
Oh,
He did sink into the canopy
All
shelter.
right. Actually,
pushes my glasses up. You can't see it, but I did just do that.
I actually did it for her because she got me so good.
Aw, don't touch my glasses. They're dirty enough.
I know, my hands are so sweaty anyway. I don't want to fog you up.
And that's 4
It's still
chance.
a question without a good answer for Michael Fetter.
13 damage is quite a lot when you are at 5, and perhaps more importantly than being at 5 with only like 8-ish cards left in your deck. It might be fewer than that. I'm not sure he has the ability to block this and still attempt to win the game.
1.
Here's a better view of that deck. Does look like no blocks on the rune chance is going to be the call here. Michael Fetter now down to 1, which is a scary proposition if you were to draw up something like an all-red hand. And Michael Jaszczur does the bread and butter spine play of Greeping. And it's a full block on that Autumn's Touch for Michael Fetter, who remains at just 1 measly life point.
He has accepted that this is his final turn, or something close to it. 4 is certainly not going to take more than 1 card out of Jaszczur's hand, if any.
Just go
Copper Cog out of the arsenal, cranked, of course, for Michael Fetter. Action point regained. And then it's just 0 to 60.
No boost.
4.
Oh, he's counting the deck. We may see a boost yet.
In deck.
That was 6 cards in deck called out by Michael Fetter. Does have to boost this one away. In order to swing Spitfire once again, 1 damage going to leak through. Michael Jaszczur has not resolved a single copy of Channel Mount Heroic. Instead, they're all devoted to blocking duty, tilling the soil for further decompositions.
Taking 2. Not really blocking that Spitfire very frequently, like you said. Willing to snap off this damage here, I believe, down to 6.
I'm in danger.
Spitfire ultimately the only thing that is making stuff look close, and Michael Fetter says, I am in danger, like Ralph Wiggum before him.
I'm in danger.
Oh, poor Ralph. Me fail English? That's impossible.
Oh, that's
Oh, and what a way to finish it. It's the last felling of the crown, beefed up by 2 rune chants in addition, adding insult to injury, and there is not a single blue in the hand for Michael Fetter. This is absolutely going to be curtains here.
I was going to say, speaking of Unpossible, Unpossible is dealing with this felling of the crown. Thankfully, those rune chants will trigger before felling takes a card away from him, but that makes the rest of his hand surviving this felling a mathematical impossibility without having 2 defense reactions, something we know dang well that Puffin can't play.
And we know dang well that Michael Jaszczur, our reigning world champion, takes down round 1, just like he did at Calling Seattle, seeing if he can become one of the fabled few to get a full art gold cold foil quick dodge flexors, the premium prize on offer for all Calling winners in 2026. What do you think about that game, Elly? Was that pretty much how you thought it would go down?
I said at the start of that game that Florian was the reason I would not play Puffin, and I think that that remained true. Life totals were close-ish. We had 6 to 1. But there's kind of this problem there, which is that Face Purgatory and Barkskin of the Millennium Tree went completely unblocked with. Barkskin can represent as much as 13, 14 value, depending on how many non-attacks you draw up with the hands on the turns you choose to block with it. And Face Purgatory forces cards out of your opponent's hand while replacing the cards you chose to block with. The numbers may have been close. Disaster for Michael Fetter at Calling Columbus.
But you know, Michael Fetter did spend a lot of time in the shooting range that round. He is definitely dialed in terms of headshots for the rest of the day. And if you would like to take a couple cracks with your Spitfire at some Florians, you can get yourself over to Pro Tour Yokohama, at least if he survives RTN season, which may not be the way things go. Anyway, Pro Tour Yokohama coming at you April 9th to the 12th, 2026. Gosh, just look at that beautiful smattering of cherry blossoms, Elly. Is there anywhere in the world quite like Japan?
You know, fun fact about this season, the timing of the Pro Tour, we'll actually mostly miss the blooms if you're coming in time. You know, some people are going ahead of time, which is great. But you will actually mostly miss the blooms this year, which is a little bit unfortunate. But what you won't miss is these incredible promos handed out to Pro Tour competitors and also available at side events, and with the incredible souvenir package on offer. Let me be honest with you, Bryce. I have been in this booth advertising souvenir packages many a time. This is the only one I have bought, and I bought it instantly.
Fantastic. And you can buy it just like Elly. The link is in the chat and we are live. So go ahead and grab your souvenir package and get all of these beautiful goodies on your screen at Pro Tour Yokohama. If you don't want the package, there is also a way to get these promos. All participants in the Pro Tour at Yokohama are going to go home not just with the alternate art Gravy Bones, not just with the alternate art Scar for a Scar, but also one of those amazing Fabled mats. This one, the Master Cog, that signify a Pro Tour competitor. Elly, do you have any Fabled playmats in your inventory?
I have a few. I missed out on the very first few, but my favorite one is the Pro Tour 3 Arknight Shard. That one means a lot to me, not only because it was my first Pro Tour, but because I adore Runeblade as a class.
You know, Michael Fetter might not at this point, but we couldn't blame him. Get out to Pro Tour Yokohama. Even if you are not qualified, there's going to be a lot of stuff for you to experience. Flesh and Blood is all about getting out and playing the game, no matter what level you're at. So get out and do it in a gorgeous place like Japan. Elly, we're going to go to a quick break, but there is so much more coming at you. We're going to have world champions abound. We're going to have cogs be cranking, spitfires be cracking, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. He huffed and he puffed. He cranked as hard as he absolutely could, but Michael Fetter unable to take down the other Michael on the side of the board. And who could blame him? Because that was a world champion. Bryce Platz back with a brand new face in the booth, but not if you've been paying attention to your streams. The person sitting next to me was a finalist in a little-known grassroots tournament called the World Championship in Osaka 2024. It's Mercy Bickell, of course. Mercy, thank you so much for joining us and making your debut. I'm very happy to be the person to have it.
Well, I'm very happy to be here with you, Bryce. Thank you so much for having me. We're going to have a great day of games.
Absolutely, we are. It started off incredibly well with a Dark Horse deck, and this one is going to be less of a Dark Horse, more of a bright storm, because we have the Wizard Master himself, Majin Bay, on Oscilio Constella Intelligence, which has been a talk of the town. Well, really just a talk of us in the booth, ultimately, during our production meeting. You were the one person who was touting a non-Oscilio victory.
Yes, well, you know, Oscilio is really powerful. I might have changed my tune a little bit after playing Oscilio in all the side events yesterday.
How did you enjoy it?
That is a fun deck. You
Yeah.
know, I've never played Wizard before, but, oh, Oscilio, I might be addicted.
Okay, now you're speaking to my own heart, and I am really excited to see an Oscilio victory if it coalesces. And shall we proceed down to the match floor and see if this first chapter of Oscilio goes his way?
Absolutely.
All right, let's hit that button. Calling Columbus, coming at you, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 is Majin Bay versus Ashley Briggs. Both of these players are 1-0. It's Oscilio versus Prism, one of the most technical matchups in the meta right now. Have you? Did you happen to run into a Prism yesterday, Mercy?
I did not. You know, I thought about this matchup a little bit. It's really interesting because of those burn bears that Oscilio can bring in. And the fact that both of these heroes start at lower life than 40.
36 plays 32, definitely in the favor of Oscilio. One of the few matchups where he actually gets to start at a higher life total, which is a boon to the Constella Intelligence, but more importantly, Oscilio has the ability to snipe angels out of the sky, either by targeting their owner or them themselves, which can rob Prism of action points and turn cycles ultimately. Just one of the really interesting pain points for Prism in this matchup. Majin Bay establishes a Sigil of Aether straight away on this turn 0. Definitely happy to be going first here. I would imagine that Majin won the die roll.
I would imagine so, yeah. Establishing this sigil is great for Oscilio because, you know, it's going to amp next turn if the arcane is dealt. And, of course, you know, it's still early, so I doubt Prism will have established anything by then. But if Prism did have an angel, it would be threatening that immediately. But it looks like Prism's just going to send a Herald of Protection here to start off the game, you know, threaten Oscilio's very low blocking hands.
You know, if Majin has been able to find himself, it's a burn bear in the hand already. A phantasmal popper, even though it is not technically an attack with 6 or more power. Majin can discard it at instant speed to destroy target card with Phantasm. Ashley Briggs, though, is able to pay 1 resource into Phantasmal Footsteps to buy the action point back.
Yes, and you know that burn bear, I think a lot of people forgot about that second line or that line of text on it. You know, long gone are the days of Verdance using it to send 6 at you.
Right.
Now we have Oscilio using it to actually pop the angels for Prism, which is super, super powerful in this matchup because, you know, Oscilio does not have a lot of blocks. You know, and the blocks that you do have, like Gone in a Flash, you really want to keep.
This second Herald does find home. Herald of Triumph connects with Majin Bay's life total, just sending him down to 30. Goes into the soul for Ashley Briggs, and now she has the opportunity to search the deck, find a card that says Figment on it, and put it into the arena. And of course, the chosen one is Figment of Erudition here. When it enters the arena, going to generate a Ponder token and refresh the arsenal for Ashley Briggs on this first turn of their game. But more importantly, will flip into Soraya, the Angel of Erudition, and give Ashley the all-powerful ability to swing it later on. If a card is banished from the soul, she will also draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's very powerful for Prism to establish this Figment early, get that Ponder token, get the card advantage rolling. But Ashley's going to have to be very careful about when she flips this because, as you mentioned, Oscilio does have a lot of ability to kind of interrupt or disrupt those angels by sending Arcane while they're attacking or at another inconvenient time.
At the beginning of Majin Bei's turn, Sigil of Aether attempts to leave the arena, but Majin Bei responds with a Channel Lightning Valley just in case Ashley Briggs lets that arcane damage through. Channel Lightning Valley critically says it's only the first time you deal damage each turn that you get to draw a card. So if Majin Bei had let that arcane damage connect and then played the Channel Lightning Valley, would have been too late to get the card.
Yeah, this is heads-up sequencing for sure. And Ashley's going to have a bit of a hard decision here. She does have that calming gesture. She can AB this, but she may not want to. You know, her hand, she's got that Angelic Wrath. She may just be looking to try to push through some heralds here, but it looks like she's going to pitch it and stop that draw.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. The combat tricks are a lot less necessary into a hero like Oscilio, who has difficulty blocking heralds in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't generally need the Angelic Wraths to push through, as you mentioned. And sometimes you can even get baited into playing them right before Oscilio discards that Burn Pair and pops you.
And it's a pretty inane follow-up for Majin Bei. Etchings of Arcana coming in just amped by 1 for Volzar, and also required to be pitched for by Electromagnetic Somersault. Majin then finally finds the Sigil off the top, a huge pull, because Sigil of Conductivity essentially is going to say, your Volzar is free until this is removed.
Yes, or, you know, at some point we may even see it stopping a damage from Ravages and giving an embodiment at a time where Oscilio needs it, but we'll see about that.
And Majin Bei has drawn up his first Gone in a Flash of the game. It can never come too soon against Prism, because even though this is a very intricate matchup and Oscilio has a lot of play into what Prism is trying to do, you still want to get that combo off. You still want to close the game as soon as humanly possible.
Yes, and it looks like he's got a pretty potent hand of instants there with it. He's also got the Sigil of Lightning to potentially start off with Go Again here on the Gone in a Flash. He doesn't necessarily have to go off right now. You know, he can pick his spot and wait until he's got a little bit more setup established. But you can sort of do these mini combo turns where you start with Go Again and then you use something like Current, Funnel, or Blink to keep going with that Gone in a Flash.
For now, Ashley Briggs is on the affirmative, still at her starting life total of 32. Wartune Herald in the yellow from the Arsenal comes in for 6 Go Again and gets a tank from Majin Bei, who at the moment cannot cover it up.
Yeah, you know, we may see an Oscilio activation here to try to look for that block since this is a 6. You know, Oscilio also has 3, well, really 4 one-block equipment that he can use to stop those 7 breakpoints. But since this one's just a 6, it's a little bit less taxing. You know, he has that Gone in Flash, but as I mentioned, he really doesn't want to be blocking with it here. He'd ideally like to save it and sort of start rolling, because Prism and Oscilio are both very interesting because they can both get rolling very quickly and kind of end up steamrolling the other, or they can end up in some very long, tricky, highly technical games.
3 block found after activating Oscilio for Majin Bei. It is a Comet Storm Shock after discarding away a Sigil of Lightning. So 3 block found. Majin Bei has the opportunity to shove that plus all of his equipment in front of this Wartune Herald, which may not necessarily be bad. The tricky bit with this hand is that his only sources of arcane damage are ones that cost a heck of a lot.
It looks like we are going to see the block with the Comet Storm Shock, potentially. And as you mentioned, we might be seeing the 3 block here. It looks like Majin is willing to perhaps just pull back that Sigil of Conductivity off the Flash of Brilliance and start that Gone in a Flash with Go Again.
And ultimately, that is kind of what unlocks this turn. So yes, the Null Shock goes away in favor of the Sigil of Conductivity, which bounces back into the hand for a very adorable-looking embodiment of Lightning token, I must say. I wonder if that is Majin Bei's kitty cat.
Perhaps Zen-inspired, even?
Fair enough. Don't remind me, please.
Who could forget?
So now the hand is looking pretty functional for Majin Bei, even though right now, at least unless it's in the arsenal, there's no source of arcane damage. You still want to get maximum value from Gone in a Flash, and the way to consistently do it is by establish these embodiment of lightning tokens over and over again. The follow-up for Ashley Briggs is yet another Herald, this one in the blue. Herald of Triumph, cracking in for 5, accepted readily by Majin Bei. And if you've never had success playing against Prism Awakener of Soul, I would first advise you to always block out that first Herald. What do you think about that advice, Mercy?
I think that is generally the heuristic you want to follow if you're trying to stay alive against Prism. Stopping that first Herald is particularly important because when Prism pitches that yellow, she's going to give her first Herald and Angel go again, which means if you let that first Herald hit and Prism finds an Angel and awakens it and swings with it, that's 4 extra value she's gotten. Compared to if you let the second Herald hit, it does not have go again, that Angel cannot swing at you that turn.
Figment of War is the chosen figment for Ashley Briggs. 29 plays 25 in the favor of Prism for now. And I tend to think that Ashley will be flipping this figment.
I think you're correct, almost certainly. This Ward 4 will likely come into play when those Gone in a Flashes come down, just to try to keep that life total up a little bit.
But the choice is no. I think Ashley accidentally put her Herald of Triumph into the graveyard rather into the Soul when that trigger happened. Because there should be 2 cards in Soul.
There should be, yes. She may notice here when she goes to Banish and realizes that she's only got the 1. We'll see about that. It looks like Majin, though, is ready to kind of start a mini combo. I'm not sure we're going to see the Lightning Greaves come out here. I'm not sure it's the best spot for it. But that Gone in a Flash is still going to present a lot of value over the course of the game if Majin keeps bouncing it.
Card drawn from Majin Bay is Sigil of Aether. Upon the connection of this Gone in a Flash. Life totals are at parity, 25 plays 25. We're still in the damage step, which means that Go Again from that Embodiment of Lightning is going to resolve even if Majin Bay plays out an instant speed card and fetches the Gone in a Flash from the arena back to the hand. It's an Oscilio activation.
Yeah, Sigil of Aether is not maybe the card you exactly want to see there. You know, it's not lightning, so it's not even going to buff Bulzar. He's maybe digging for a spell here to kind of end his turn with an amped Mind Warp or perhaps another Etchings. It doesn't look like he finds it. He finds a Sigil of Conductivity. So he's got plenty of options here for what he can bounce this Gone in a Flash with. We might see the Electrostatic come down just to buff Gone in a Flash again, and then maybe see it bounced again at the end of turn. He may even play both of them just because he doesn't have another source of Go Again here. He's likely not going to play Gone in a Flash more than once.
Majin Bay touched the old knocker for 1 second. He's thinking about going for it here.
You know, Prism is fairly low, 25. This is a big damage hand with these double Electrostatics and the Sigil of Conductivity. He can absolutely threaten to send Gone in a Flash 3, 4, maybe even 5 times.
And here we go. Lightning Greaves popped, paid for by the old knocker, taps Oscilio down, and because Go Again resolved there and also the Electrostatic Discharge has Go Again, it's 2 action points for Majin Bay before he throws down this Gone in a Flash the second. This one coming in for way more. It is 7 now, beefed up by the Electrostatic Discharge, and it's going to get nastier as this turn proceeds.
Yeah, sitting on the Prism side, you know, you've got to be a little bit worried about how much damage is coming down this turn. You can open up that Figment of War, flip it in order to get another Ward 4, but that's not really solving the fundamental problem of Oscilio going so wide against your 4-card hand.
In the hand of Ashley Briggs, though, is a card that doesn't block. Angelic Wrath could just be converted into a flip of Figment of War. Instead, though, Ashley Briggs activates Halo of Illumination. Going to try to stymie the bleeding here. Do you think it's a Figment of Triumph just to reduce power?
It's almost certainly a Figment of Triumph. You know, this is a very heads up. You know, it's going to save a lot of damage over the course of this turn, right? It's going to put -1 on every single Gone in a Flash, which is going to significantly reduce the damage and allow Ashley to more cleanly cover these cards. So, yeah, this is a great play from Ashley.
And, you know, Majin Bay's kind of waffling between going for the combo this turn or not worked out slightly in his favor because maybe Ashley would have deployed Figment of Triumph on the first Gone in a Flash instead.
Yeah, you know, he's not getting a little bit more value here maybe. I also think getting that Halo off the board can be quite valuable. You know, it's also got Spell Void too, which isn't really what Prism wants to be using it for, but can be awkward in spots where Majin wants to push through Arcane, maybe off an Etchings or a Mind Warp, and you want to make sure that that's getting its surge effect online. So getting that Halo off the board is kind of a necessary evil. You know, Oscilio can still do plenty of damage after spending the equipment. You know, that Gone in a Flash might stick around, might stay in Arsenal, and continue to be used throughout the rest of the game.
No blocks declared here. Ashley Briggs descends down to 19 after accepting 6 from this Gone in a Flash. And what do you know? It's another electrostatic discharge. That Volzar is getting very, very beefy, but I don't think there's a source of Arcane for Majin.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't believe his Arsenal card is an Arcane spell, which does make this significantly a little bit worse for Majin, but that's still going to be a big threat for Prism. Prism doesn't know that. Prism thinks, oh, maybe there is a big arcane spell coming here at the end. Maybe I have to save my Figment Flip for that.
Yeah. And I want to draw attention to the importance of watching your opponent, listening and observing, because I think if Ashley were able to see the way that Majin reached for the old knocker and then pulled it back, might understand, like, maybe there's not a big spell coming.
There is absolutely a component to this game of trying to read your opponent. However, a very savvy opponent can turn that against you as well by, kind of giving false signals. I don't think Majin is doing that here. I think he's being quite genuine in his hesitation. I don't know if it necessarily tells Ashley that there's no spell here, but I do think it tells her that maybe this isn't the most broken, most optimal spot.
You've never lied to anybody with your emotions, have you?
I would never.
I don't believe you, Mercy.
I would never.
There was some hesitation right there.
It's actually funny. I've been advised many a time during practice games to keep my emotions a little more under wraps, not let my opponent know when I think my hand is bad. But here's the thing. I think all my hands are bad. I'm never happy with them. So it works in my favor a lot of the time.
Fair enough. I have a teammate named John Zapata who is known for going, man, what am I going to do with this hand? And then he demolishes you with like a 30-40 power combo or something like that.
I think there's many, a Flesh and Blood player, Yuki Lee Bender included, that are just never quite happy with the damage their hand is spitting out, even if it's far above rate.
And that is it for the combo turn of Majin Bay. It just gets Ashley Briggs down to 16. Majin Bay also strands a Gone in a Flash in the hand. The Arsenal card, still unknown for Majin Bay. And Ashley gets to swing back with a haymaker of her own. Herald of Erudition coming in with Go again thanks to the yellow in the pitch. Ashley doesn't have any combat tricks here, but Majin Bay is going to have a really difficult time covering up 6 Dominate here.
Without that armor, it's going to have to be a popper, but it doesn't look like he has it. There's no Burn Bear, there's no 6 power, which I believe Oscilio is typically running a few poppers. But we're just, unless this Oscilio activation is going to buy us popper, which doesn't look like it has.
Either that or maybe the card in Arsenal is a defense reaction. Oscilio is known to run them, especially into Prism. There are usually 3 sync belows at the very least in the 80.
Absolutely. There could be a sync here in Arsenal, which would help cleanly cover this. Based on how much Majin is hesitating, he might just be thinking about which 3-block he wants to give up, because he does have some choices in this hand. Or he may be thinking, how can I just convert this hand even if I can't block it?
And he does also have a copy of Consigned to Cosmos Shock, one of those cards that can really make life difficult for Prism if she decides to send an angel to follow up this.
Yeah, Consigned to Cosmos has a very interesting left half. I think it's the right half that we primarily care about here. That 0-cost shock has really given Oscilio a significant buff, which you wouldn't think from such an unassuming card. We're going to see the Lightning Press pop here. That is a very interesting thing you can do, because Lightning Press just says target attack action card. It can turn an attack action into a popper. And it looks like Majin says, that is worth it here. I do not want Prism to draw 2 cards.
A really curious thing there, because Majin Bay had the opportunity to send one more Gone in a Flash for 3, use the Lightning Press just to buy it back.
Coming at me for 4?
Yeah, you can use the Lightning Press to buy Gone in a Flash back. It's not the only thing you want to be doing, because that Lightning Press is, you're not going to see the actual damage from that connecting, because you have to play it after damage in order to bounce the Gone in a Flash at the correct step.
And I think Majin Bay kept it there and accepted an essential IP penalty for that exact play. Herald of Erudition could have been a card to swing this matchup completely into Ashley Briggs' favor. A 2-card play that could have been so much more, but Majin Bay had the pseudo popper ready in the arsenal.
Absolutely. You know, as Oscilio, if you've already comboed at this point, you have to be kind of careful from here because 16 is fairly healthy for a Prism. You know, it's half her life total. But if she starts drawing those cards, flipping that Figment, drawing even more, and Oscilio really can't defend himself well, as we've seen. So he's got to rely on those poppers to stop her turns.
In the hand of Ashley Briggs is one of the most influential expansion slot cards for Prism. It is Angelic Attendant, which will flip a Figment at the cost of 1 card, and then also go straight into the soul to fuel further awakenings and extra effects from Angels. For now, it's still Majin on the front foot, though. Gone in a Flash plus Consigned to Cosmos Shock means 3 arcane damage leaking through. Ashley Briggs down to 9.
Yeah, it looks like he's not going to keep that Consign as a trick. You know, he'd rather just keep the Gone in a Flash, keep recurring that value. I think that makes a lot of sense because you can end up with these hands that are just all instants, no attacks. And Majin has seen a fair amount of attacks now. You know, we saw a Flittering Charge and a Current Funnel in the last turn. We haven't seen any Blast to Oblivions yet. I don't know how many he's running. But it looks like he's also drawn up a Blink this turn, which is going to be very helpful for sending more value with that Gone in a Flash. But Ashley flipping the Soraya.
Soraya and Victoria, both of these Angels are ready to do some blocking and also some offense. Now, we have to wait. Majin Bay can hold priority here before Ashley decides to banish the card from Soul. Does pass, however. Excuse me. The priority window forces Ashley to pay the cost first, then Majin Bay gets to hold priority just in case he'd like to send an instant speed shock and force Ashley to either AB or essentially lose their action point.
Right, absolutely. And you see at this point would probably be an ALS if she could cast it. You know, it's not easy to cast. You need 2 blues or 3 yellows because it costs 6. It doesn't look like she's found it here, but she's still going to be able to. Swing again here with a Herald and sorry, she's just swung with her Herald, but she's going to send a Herald of Protection as well.
And I love this play. After finding Figment of Protection, Spectral Shields and all the Angels that she's flipped at this point are going to make it so that Majin Bay is going to have a heck of a difficult time leaking any arcane damage through or doing any of those technical tricks that can just rob Prism of all of the tempo that she's gained. The draw variance is definitely coming up Ashley Briggs right now. 3 Herald of Eruditions found, only 2 resolved, but all you need is 1 to leak through.
Yeah, you know, proactively making these Spectral Shields, as you mentioned, is very important. It's something we see in the Marionette matchup as well for Prism, that making these Spectrals is very important to insulate you against disruptive effects that could be preventing you from getting that full Ward 4 value or preventing you from keeping that Soraya around. I suspect she's going to try to heavily protect the Soraya this turn, given that she has another Angel on board as well. But since Halo's off the board, Majin can elect to directly target Soraya and just kill it outright. If Halo is on board, it's much more difficult to do that because Ravages can come out off of Halo and ping Soraya and effectively end Majin's turn. Although with Oscilio having so many action point shenanigans, that's also not as much of a worry.
Majin Bay in the tank now has a spicy turn there. Gone in a Flash is in the arsenal. There's a Blink there and a Current Funnel too. Current Funnel is just one of those blue cards that seems so innocuous on its face, but it can unlock some absolutely disgusting things in Oscilio.
Absolutely. And, you know, we also see that Channel Lightning Valley in the hand. Majin's got to be thinking, gosh, what's my hand going to look like? You know, once I'm through filtering, once I'm through drawing. You know, we saw him, it was very interesting, discarding that Sigil of Brilliance earlier, trying to sculpt his hand to what he needs. Sigil of Brilliance is typically a very powerful card because it can draw you a card another turn, but it's less powerful once you've lost the hat. The hat normally or often can be used to discard a lightning card and then pull that Sigil of Brilliance back to draw a card and get another instant back into your hand on the Gone in a Flash combo turn. But since it's gone, Sigil of Brilliance is not quite as important. Instead, you know, we saw him discard that, and he's perhaps just looking for more ways to extend his hand, maybe do a little bit of cleanup on this board.
The trickiest bit in this hand for Majin Bay is when do I get to draw the card? off of Channel Lightning Valley. And also, because I am using a Gone in a Flash here, I have to be really careful about when I deploy it, because if you play out Channel Lightning Valley, it's going to bounce the Gone in a Flash before it is actually able to do damage. You can't, it's not like action points. You can't wait for the Gone in a Flash to connect, play out the Channel Lightning Valley, and then bounce it back and also get your card draw. In this case, though, Prism's ward board is kind of helping Majin out, because no matter what, this first Gone in a Flash not going to connect. So he can technically use Channel Lightning Valley to bounce it back. Will be required to use Blink, though, in order to get his action point back.
Yes, that is true. He doesn't have the free action point here, so he is going to use the Blink. Going to pump that Volzar up a little bit more, too. As you mentioned, because Prism has this ward, it's a lot easier to sort of guarantee that you're going to be able to bounce Gone in a Flash with the CLV. I think we may be seeing that on the next chain link. Because this current funnel is played after the Gone in a Flash, it's going to get Go Again. It's also going to give the next card played Go Again, which, as you mentioned, can really make these turns a lot grosser than they would be without it, because that Gone in a Flash is going to get Go Again. You can bounce it, and then you can end your turn either with a powerful spell or perhaps sending another attack. Either way, I think Majin here is likely just trying to go as wide as possible to try to get this board state under control a little bit. You know, if Prism continues building up this ward state with these angels, it's going to be very hard for Majin to get through.
And Majin may even just leave Channel Lightning Valley as a pitch card. The issue with Null Shock in the hand is that it costs 1. And as you can see on full display, most Oscilio turns want to go pitchless, if at all possible.
Yeah, they do want to go pitchless. It can make also, if you play the Channel Lightning Valley, you don't hit this turn, it's very difficult to keep it around, because Volzar is free. You can't pitch to channel into it very easily. You need a card that costs some amount in order to do that. We're going to see the Gone in a Flash come down here as well with the Go Again. It looks like he is going to play the Channel Lightning Valley to bounce that Gone in a Flash. He has not hit.
And Channel Lightning Valley does stipulate that you must make contact with a hero. The last target on the combat chain for Majin Bey was Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. So no card draw there, but Gone in a Flash bought back into the hand. I think he might just go ahead and play out this Null Shock by pitching Gone in a Flash. Gone in a Flash is a fantastic card for the arsenal still, but without an embodiment of Lightning token established, and with Lightning Greaves already having been used, it is far less enticing here. So it is much better to convert it into 7 points of arcane damage here, 6 from the Volzar and 1 from the Shock's face.
Yes, I think this is absolutely correct. It's very hard to give up that Volzar damage turn to turn, so even if it means giving up Gone in a Flash. I definitely I love this play from Majin, especially because he's going to draw off that CLV. He's going to get an Arson, or sorry, he's not going to draw off the CLV because that ward covered up much of the damage, but he does get to channel it.
Channel Lightning Valley flowed into the next turn for Majin Bey. Ashley Briggs pitching a Herald of Erudition to send Ravages instead. This one coming in for 6 Go Again. On connection, will deal 1 arcane damage to Majin Bey, which affords him another interesting line of play. Sigil of Conductivity will not allow that arcane damage to connect and will generate a embodiment of Lightning token for his troubles, but the hand is a little bit awkward. There are poppers aplenty, Burn Bear, and Command and Conquer ready, but no pitch cards to effect on offense.
Yeah, I think we may see a pop here with one of those cards, almost certainly, because as you mentioned, he doesn't really have the pitch. I think that's going to be good for Majin. He might be able to just let that Sigil of Conductivity sit. If he pops this, the Arcane won't get dealt. And then he can use Blast to Oblivion on his turn with that Electromagnetic Spectrum, Electromagnetic Somersault to pull the Sigil of Conductivity or the Channel Lightning Valley off the board and generate either an embodiment for the next turn, or just keep the CLV in order to play it again the next turn.
Looks like that is the chosen line of play for Majin Bey. 11 plays 9. Important to mention here that we had a world champion on our first round feature. The man sitting on the left side of your screen, though, was ever so close. At the World Champs in Philly, he did make top 8, got eliminated in quarterfinals, but that is still a fantastic accolade to put into Majin Bey's cap.
Absolutely. You know, he was piloting Verdance in that game, also against a Prism. Ian Zhang, I believe, a teammate of his. And now we see him on a different Wizard here. I think the guy just can't get enough of Wizards.
I think you're absolutely right, Mercy. Blast to Oblivion on the combat chain, ready to bounce one of these all-important auras.
Yes, you know, what is interesting here is Majin does not have an action point. Even if that Sigil of Conductivity leaves the board and leaves behind an embodiment, it's a little too late. It's too late to give go again on this turn. So if he somersaults this, he's going to end up with a blast back in hand as well. So I suspect what he might do is bounce that Sigil of Conductivity, not this Channel Lightning Valley. The Channel Lightning Valley can be a little bit awkward because you would have to try to replay it. And if you've already dealt damage, it's not going to do anything on that turn.
I will play
Figment flipped for Ashley Briggs just to cover up the 4 damage from Blast to Oblivion. Perhaps a little overly cautious about that draw on Channel Lightning Valley, because it just wasn't going to do much for Majin Bey on this turn, unless, of course, he was able to get something like a Sigil of Brilliance off the top. So it's yet another IP penalty for the Wizard Master. Sigil of Conductivity comes back down into the arena, and the card in the arsenal, I do believe, is the Burn Bear. No, Burn Bear is in the hand. Blast to Oblivion is in the arsenal. Excuse me.
And the Burn Bear comes at a good time as we see Herald of Triumph coming out. You know, this wouldn't be able to be popped in a traditional way with a 6-power popper because it does give that -1. But Burn Bear doesn't care about that. Burn Bear says, I'm going to destroy your card with Phantasm regardless.
Any card with Phantasm. And it was a silly thing for me to suggest that Burn Bear would be in the arsenal because, of course, you can't activate the instant ability that destroys Phantasmal cards if it is in the arsenal. So out of the hand it comes, and it doesn't quite end Ashley Briggs' turn. No, because Phantasmal Footsteps will buy back the action point the first time an Illusionist attack with Phantasm is destroyed on Ashley Briggs' turn, which means that this curve is perfect. A yellow pitch for the Herald in the first, and then a yellow pitch for the Phantasmal Footsteps activation and War Tune Herald to follow.
Yeah, we love the perfect pitch curves. Those are great. I also love that Ashley chose to kind of hide it. Oscilio doesn't know that another Herald might be coming here. You know, it puts him in a tough spot of trying to guess whether or not Prism is going to have another Herald to swing. And in this case, he may not have. He may not be able to do much about this War Tune Herald. You know, we have very close life totals. Both heroes are relatively low, but Majin's got a lot of setup here. So pressuring his hand on a turn like this could be key for Ashley.
7 damage taken by Majin Bey. Down to 4 he goes. He's got 2 copies of Gone in a Flash in the hand with a Consigned to Cosmos to pair with them. Not bad at all, ultimately.
Oh, and you know, we're going to see this Figment of Ravages come out from Ashley. Which is, you know, this is an opportune time for that because Majin's already got the embodiment.
And Figment of Ravages is going to deal 1 arcane damage to any target, which will eat up the Arcane Shelter clause of Sigil of Conductivity. Yes, it's going to create an embodiment of Lightning Token, but double go again means nothing ultimately.
Absolutely, and it looks like Ashley is going to awaken her Figment of Protection here. I'm not sure what happened with the arcane damage. It looks like Majin took it directly. They may have forgotten about that Arcane Shelter effect.
I think they may have, which is going to pay dividends ultimately for Majin Bey on this turn, because now Blast to Oblivion is going to be able to bounce a Sigil of Conductivity and give another embodiment of Lightning Token for down the line. A bit of a misstep here.
And you know that Sigil of Conductivity is also making Volzar free, so not having it on board could potentially change the course of this turn.
Because, you know, Majin did not have the opportunity to even AB that arcane damage because the only AB Oscilio usually runs is Lightning Greaves, and that has already been cashed in for a combo turn.
I will say...
And it looks like Majin has found another Gone in a Flash here as well, along with a shock, a Consigned to Cosmos shock. So that is the free shock. That's the one you want to see if you don't want to be pitching. And he can potentially use that to, as you mentioned, bounce the Sigil of Conductivity, make another embodiment, and then he's going to be able to play Gone in a Flash with Go Again if he wants to. He's got 2, so he's allowed to play one without having to bounce it. He may even elect to send both. We'll see.
And you can see exactly why the miss on that Arcane Shelter changes the context of this turn completely. Without the Sigil of Conductivity on the board, Majin would not have the opportunity to bounce it here, not only gain another embodiment of lightning and send both of these Gonana Flashes, but also wouldn't be able to bounce the Gonana Flash back to hand and arsenal it at the end of the turn.
Yeah, you know, I can totally understand missing it. I missed it a lot when I was playing Oscilio yesterday because that Sigil's just sort of sitting there off to the side. It feels like it's just a part of your board state. You don't think about it as ever being threatened unless you're playing against a hero that does Arcane, and Prism, for the most part, doesn't. This is one of the few places that she would. So I can totally understand making that mistake from both of the players' parts. We are going to see a Soul Shield from Ashley, which is going to be great to end up in Soul. You know, start fueling her soul a little more. It's running a little on empty. We are going to see Majin play this Gonana Flash as well.
Gonana Flash with Go again, thanks to the Sigil of Conductivity that left the arena to the triggered ability of Blast to Oblivion. Phantasmal Footsteps blocks here. Ashley Briggs forced to pay 1 resource in order to give Phantasmal Footsteps 1 block value. Sigil of Conductivity bounces Gonana Flash back to the hand. Does not break the chain here, because if it did, Ashley Briggs would have the opportunity to block with Phantasmal Footsteps again and would not have to pay the resource in order to keep it at 1 block value.
That's the funny thing about Oscilio. Unless you're casting a spell like Etchings of Arcana or Mind Warp, very rarely are you breaking the chain. You're playing mostly a lot of instants. So as you mentioned, she's not going to get that extra value off the Footsteps. I love that Majin's he's proactively spending these Gonana Flashes. He's still got another one he can keep in Arsenal, so there's no need to be greedy here. He's already spent the Volzar as well to pump that shock because he doesn't have another spell following this up. You know, we haven't seen a lot of spells this game. We've mostly seen the shocks. I don't believe we saw an Etchings of Arcana come out early, but we haven't seen a Mind Warp. I do wonder if he's cut them in this matchup to make room for those poppers and those D-Reacts because Prism has so much ward.
It's possible. And yes, sideboarding is one of those things. You can't just be an additive equation. You do have to subtract things in order to make your deck still hum the way it's supposed to.
What do you mean I can't just play 71 cards and everything works out perfectly, Bryce?
Maybe against Huntsman, that's the way to approach it. Gonana Flash still yet to be answered by Ashley Briggs, who does have blocking cards in the hand, but it's not a great turn.
Yeah, we say that all you got. You know, it's a yellow D-React, so Prism feels better playing them than red D-Reacts, of course, because she can pitch them and get that go again. But, you know, its mode is only active if it's defending an attack with 2 or less power, where you can draw a card when the combat chain closes. It looks like she's just going to pitch it here to swing with Seckham.
Seckham coming in, and doesn't look like Ashley is banishing a card from Soul, oh wait, maybe it was the Soul Shield from last turn?
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah,
good,
so
good.
We'll see if they see the Sigil of Conductivity this time around. You know, this is threatening to arcane damage. So it really should be popping that Sigil of Conductivity. The key part, though, is it would be it might even be advantageous because Majin's got, it looks like he's got some Go Again in his hand naturally, so he may not need the embodiment, but you never say no to free action points.
No, indeed. And Majin has also found a Lightning Press, but you can't pop Angels, Mercy. That's not how the game works.
No, you cannot pop the Angel. And with Majin sitting at 3 here, he has to put a card down. If he doesn't see that the Sigil of Conductivity is blocking 1 Arcane as well, he's scared. He's thinking, I'm going to 1. I have to fully cover this. That means giving 2 cards.
Right now, still 2 Arcane damage to be answered by Majin Bey. The man who wants to be throwing arcane damage more than anything.
Oh, yeah. That makes
And I think he's considering Oscilioing and discarding this Lightning Press here, which is exactly what he ends up doing. Because, as mentioned, if he sees the Sigil of Conductivity giving an embodiment of lightning, he doesn't really need the Lightning Press for Go Again on the Flittering Charge. And plus, he's kind of just desperate for blocks. He'd really like to understand what his hand's going to look like to present the most damage possible to try to threaten this Prism that's at 2. And you can see it, you can hear him even thinking out loud about, okay, here's how I'm going to kill the Angel, here's how I'm going to do that. It is important as well. He can, potentially try to threaten this Angel with the shock on the Comet Storm, but it's very expensive. I don't think that you want to be pitching 2 cards into that right now. He can just pitch the Blink as well. But I don't know if he's going to be doing that with Prism having other options to ward damage.
And by pitching the Blink, I don't know how he gets that shock up to 4 damage anyway.
No, you can't. I don't think you could get it that high. You know, it doesn't need to be at 4 necessarily. It'll still pop the ward.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it does need to get pumped so that Prism can't simply cover it with Calming Gesture or Rapture.
I don't believe there are any left in the pitch, though. So does just need 1 arcane damage in order to snipe this Angel out of the sky.
You know, it may be worth it here just because he has that blue. Just get that Angel out of here because otherwise he's giving up 2 cards minimum.
If I do one of the ways,
sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
Do you have the double shock? Am I just getting
I have
totally
one shot.
juiced?
I'll tell you right now, I have 1 shot. I do not have double shot.
Shock for 6?
I do love watching Majin Bay play because he is so genial with his opponents. And Ashley Briggs is responding in kind. These are 2 players that love the game of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely. You know, Majin, he sometimes can wear his heart on his sleeve in these games, and it makes it so fun to play, you know, because you're not sitting there against like a poker face opponent, which of course the poker face can be really important in these games. But when Majin is kind of just working out a line, he's not afraid to talk about it. You know, sometimes it can help you work out your lines just to talk about it. I do that too. And very rarely is it going to actually give an advantage to your opponent unless they've got a response. But of course he knows Ashley here has nothing left in the hand.
I'll take 1 arcane, I'll go to 2.
Wait,
Majin Bay takes 1 arcane after Arcane Shelter.
you have this. Yeah. Okay, 6.
Cool. Okay, Arcane Shelter going to cover up 1 of that 2 arcane damage, generating an embodiment of Lightning token a little bit later than it should have, but nevertheless, it is still making it happen. The kitty is back on the board, and then it does look like it's going to be a full cover-up for Majin Bay. He's posturing both Etchings of Arcana and Flittering Charge here.
You know, I think he may be looking to just... He's possibly just sending the Comet Storm.
Yep.
You know, 5 Arcane is very threatening to Prism. She does still have that ward 4, though.
Gone in a Flash is targeting Second, Archangel of Ravages.
You got it?
So Majin doesn't think that he's going to close the game out here, or at least he's hedging just in case he doesn't. And it's Comet Storm coming in for 6 arcane after being amped by Volzar. The fist bump is extended. It's a crack of lightning and a meteor coming down into the feature match area as Majin Bay takes down his 2nd round here at Calling Columbus. It's 2-0 for both members of the stream team that have made it to the top 8 of the World Championships in Philadelphia. And who can blame them? Very skilled Flesh and Blood players in their own right.
Absolutely. You know, that was a very interesting game. As you mentioned, highly, highly technical. You have to be prepared on both sides for whatever tricks may come down, especially with pumping those Angels.
Even if those tricks come just out of, like, ignorance because you are so in the tank, missing that arcane shelter could have really changed the context of that game. But that is why we love to play the game of Flesh and Blood in person, isn't it?
It is, you know, there's really nothing quite like it, you know, and sometimes it does involve these mistakes.
Yes.
And, you know, neither player caught it. That's okay. Sometimes that's the way the game goes.
Yeah, we don't have governing bodies of 1s and 0s like electronic card games. It is reliant on the players to keep it all in check. And like you said, sometimes it goes in your favor, sometimes not so much. Bottom line, it is another game of amazing Flesh and Blood in the books here at Calling Columbus. And ladies and gentlemen, where can you get even more amazing games? Some that might look a little bit different? Oh, it's the new format of Flesh and Blood, touted as the great equalizer, both in economy and also skill level, complicated play lines, that kind of thing. This Silver Age format is the one that is going to get so many fresh faces into our game, and it's coming at an amazing time when we've already got a tidal wave of RTNs to back us up.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen even 3, 4, 5 new players just coming into our local game stores just to play Silver Age.
That's so
even if
cool.
we're not having it at our armory, you know, they're coming in, they're sitting down, they're playing Silver Age. It's so exciting to see new players coming into the game because it is that $20 ticket to the $2 million prize pool. I myself have played a little bit of Silver Age, Briar. I'm loving it. I love revisiting these heroes that are no longer legal in CC.
And speaking of which, Mercy, I have a little bit of story myself. Over the course of Thanksgiving break, I taught my nieces and nephew how to play the game, and one of them was the hero that you kind of sent into the sun, Aurora, and they had an absolute blast with it. It was an Aurora Kayo back and forth, and they really latched onto the identities of the hero, and it's all thanks to the fact that the restrictions make the game just a little bit more simple. It's only commons, rares, and basics that are available in the Silver Age format, which is what makes the barrier to entry so low, and what allowed me to share the love of this game with a 9-year-old who was able to goldfish Azalea by the time I was done with her.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes, it's a little bit more of this classic Flesh and Blood, the kind you might have experienced in the early days where you're playing this turn-to-turn good math, and it gives you a really good opportunity to learn the game. As you mentioned, it's very accessible to those of all ages, really. And
chapters 1 and 2, those pre-mentioned $20 tickets to the competitive world of Flesh and Blood are going to be available in stores February 13th, 2026, after, of course, the world premiere in London. Mercy, which of these heroes are you picking up first?
It might have to be Icelander. I've been very scared of Wizard for a long time, but after Oscilio, I think my heart is ready. Especially, on the Valentine's Day weekend. I'm ready, Valentine's Day gift, anyone?
Yeah, very, very subtle nudge to Mercy's significant other. You better have an Icelander deck at the ready for Valentine's Day.
I think he's going to expect one.
Yes, I think he will as well. It's Silver Age Early Access is going on right now, folks. We've got Silver Age events going on right behind us in the venue, and all up until the release of Compendium of Wraith. And that's not the way the devs wanted it to happen, but there was just so much hunger after the mystique of Project Blue hit our Discords. And we've been playing it and having a lot of fun. The world premiere in London will be following shortly after, and then it's exactly as Brian Gottlieb and team intended. Then we get to see Silver Age in its final form, but certainly not its last, I don't think.
No, and people really have been ravenous in this early access stage. They've been asking, what cards are coming? What can we see in Compendium of Wraith?
That'll be January 31st. All commons and rares will be revealed, so you can make all of the constructed decisions that you need to in order to confidently prepare for the world premiere in London. Silver Age is going to be coming at you from now until, well, the ends of Wraith, shall we say. And it is the great equalizer format. Can't wait to see exactly how it shakes up our world and brings new, fresh faces into the game. Mercy, that was just one of the many amazing games of Flesh and Blood that you're going to see all this weekend. Are you ready for more?
Absolutely.
All right, 100%. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back, of course, with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, me. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. For me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hit list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits.
Oscilio's be blasting and me and Mercy be casting as we go into round 3 of Calling Columbus. It's going pretty darn quick here, Mercy. It just, games are flying across the table.
When you start with less than 40 life, that tends to happen.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially in the form of Awakener of Soul. Never a good thing to be starting below the life total of an Oscilio that can be blasted. But folks, it's not just Oscilio, Prism, Florian, and Puffin here. No, indeed, we've got a whole smattering of a metagame that continues to develop after the wake of a really stellar banned and restricted announcement. Arachne Marionette, Gravy Bones, and Florian are the top dogs here, but right behind is Oscilio, and Kassai of the Golden Sand. Whole smattering of other heroes as well. Mercy, what draws your eye?
You know, I do see that this, the Verdant's representation has fallen quite a bit. You know, Verdant's hadn't quite responded to the bans as much as we might have thought at some of the previous events, but she's dropped a lot lower in representation here. I'm also noticing that Florian has risen to top 3 most represented.
Cindra, even though a lot of people think she is way, way down, we're going to see her in our next feature match going up against who I think is converting herself from revered to reviled with a very fatigued, slanted build. It's Pleiades Superstar, ladies and gentlemen. And this Cindra is going to look a little bit different as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Cindra's going to play now that she's lost those brand with Cinder Claws. I believe the builds are leaning more blue heavy and perhaps even running a Kodachi.
Okay, now that could be very, very interesting. We're going to have to see how it all shakes out because it's going to be a stalwart defense for this Pleiades Superstar. Let's go ahead and hit the button, get back on down to the feature match area where the action continues at Calling Columbus. It's Emery Powell versus Lucas Ung. American versus Canadian. And one of the things that is so nice about the northern, more United States callings that we get the Canadian invasion. Your Michael Yazgers, your Yuki Lee Benders, and in this case, your Lucas Ongs coming down and trying to steal the crown.
Absolutely. You know, there tends to be a bit of a rivalry between the Canadians and the Americans, but it really is a privilege to have them here. They're all such lovely people. Lucas, also a Canadian finalist in the national championships last year.
Okay, and it does look like a very defensive slanted Pleiades. Rampart of the Ram's Head in the shield slot and a Miller's Grindstone to pair with it. This is not your auras of suspense Pleiades. No, indeed, there is going to be a lot of defending as the game progresses. The first right here, Rampart of the Ram's Head blocks out Kunai of Retribution. There's a Righteous Cleansing in the pitch. And then Harmonized Kodachi follows up, a very different looking dagger.
Absolutely. You know, and if you're sitting down against this Pleiades, you have to be thinking, oh gosh, what have I gotten myself into? There is a Miller's Grindstone. There is a Rampart of the Ram's Head. I've got to set up some big turns to push past this defense because I am clearly on the way to being fatigued. And
you know, you're very lucky if you are in the seat of Cindra, especially with a Harmonized Kodachi, because it is so easy for you to sneak damage through with things like Flick Knives activations. And also, if you are constantly forcing your opponent to give you cards like this Ripple Away that Emery Powell blocked with, because on a Harmonized Kodachi, then you might be winning this fatigue race.
Yes, though, this Pleiades deck is likely running a lot of these cards that recur these large attacks from Banish in order to manipulate the top, or sorry, not from Banish, from Graveyard, in order to manipulate the top of their deck and win clashes very effectively. Although I doubt that will be much of an issue against Cindra's.
A little bit more damage, finds home against Emery Powell. Lucas Ong finishes that turn with a Lava Burst for 5. Pleiades now down to 36 to Cindra's 34. Emery just drawn up and passing back, and it's 2 Oasis Respites in the hand, which is actually a really nice pairing with a blue, thanks to the fact that Rampart of the Ram's Head is there.
Yes, that pitches very cleanly. The Cindra also, that was a pretty bread and butter turn for them last turn, ending with the Lava Burst. You love having a finisher, but no Arsenal setup thus far. Perhaps the Cindra is thinking, I can grind them out very effectively with my daggers. Maybe I don't need to set up these bigger turns. I can just sort of put them on the back foot from the start and bide my time. Perhaps even pitch stack if the game goes that long.
And it's not a blue in the pitch for Emery Powell. Instead, just a tough smash up, which might be very heads up based on the fact that he may only deploy one of these Oasis Respites.
He may only play one. He may not want to play another one. This Thunderquake is blocking, though, and we see the Ancestral draw. It looks like Oasis is coming down, though. Just stop some value, stop that mask from being online.
And even though, yes, this Cindra looks a lot different than your father's, Mask of Momentum is still in the head slot and constantly threatening the draw of a card. But this one, Rowdy Locals, is probably one of my favorite cards of all time. If it's defended by an action card, it gets +2 power. When this hits a hero, they discard a card. If you do, they discard a card in kind. This is one that looks even scarier in another ninja named Phi, which you might know something about.
Well, I do love Phi. We see the Boots to the board come out and block. Unfortunately, didn't have the pitch for that Oasis, which also would have been a pretty clean answer, but instead we're going to see the Boots. The interesting thing about Boots to the board is that when you block with it, you can choose to pay to create toughness, which is going to increase your blocking efficacy on the following turn. In this case, however, Emery does not have the pitch, so he does not pay.
34 plays 34 after Lucas clears out his entire hand on the last turn. He was very blue flooded, which could spell doom later on in the game. For now, it's Ignite coming in for 2, blocked out with a tough smash up. Won very easily by Emery Powell, revealing a cranial crush to Lucas Ong's Exposed.
Exposed. Without those brands, Cindra is a lot more reliant on fealty. Marking your opponent is one of the ways you can generate fealty. And you're allowed to run blues now, so Exposed makes a lot of sense as a deck choice.
Fyendal Spring Tunic cashed in for a block of the Rampart of the Ram's Head instead of the Oasis Respite that is in the arsenal for Emery Powell. The follow-up for Lucas is Pain in the backside. Clash of Bravado is going to trigger here, but Emery wins it outright, and there are no auras to destroy on Lucas's side of the board. So it's just a Flick Knives activation to round out this combat chain link. Emery Powell gets down to 33 here. It's just chip, chip, chip for Lucas. As long as he can keep this up, he's got a chance in this match. The coup de grace of this turn is Lava Burst. Leaks through by 2 over the top of Ripple Away, leaving Emery with 1 card in hand and a toughness token going into his turn.
Cindra is chipping in here, but I think Cindra has to be a little bit careful because Emery has these ways to get his life total back up, such as playing the Sigil of Solace, and he can quickly grind through Cindra's deck if we see that Miller's Grindstone start getting swung. I like that Emery has kept the Oasis in Arsenal here, though, until a turn where it's perhaps a little cleaner or covers up more than Emery would be able to cover with his hand.
Back over to Lucas. Toughness token has popped for Emery Powell, which will give him the first time he defends with an action card, a cheeky little +1 defense value. Very nice for addressing some gnarly breakpoints that ninjas are known to present. In the hand for Lucas, though, is Mounting Anger, Dual Threat, Exposed, and Tempest Palm Gustwave. Talk to me about Dual Threat.
Dual Threat is such a cool card in this matchup. To activate both modes on Dual Threat, you have to have attacked with an attack action, and you have to have swung with a weapon. And then following that, it's going to buff your next attack action and another weapon by +3 apiece. So it represents a 0 for 6 if you can get both of those modes online. which is quite easy for Cindra to do, given that she has this Kodachi or this kunai now. So she can simply, swing one of her go again, head jabs, swing a Kodachi or kunai, and then follow it up with that dual threat. It does, however, involve breaking the chain, which is not a trivial cost when you are wanting to be drawing off of this Mask of Momentum.
And also preventing your opponent from getting maximum value on Rampart of the Ram's Head, which can get really nasty if combat chains are broken willy-nilly.
Yes, and it looks like Lucas is just going to elect to pitch it here, maybe saying, I might see this again later on, but right now it's not really doing what I want to do for this turn, especially with that Tempest Palm Gust Wave in the hand. That needs to be played on Chainlink 3 or higher in order to get go again.
For now, it's Harmonized Kodachi, the follow-up to Kunai of Retribution. Should be 0 pitch left for Lucas after paying 2, keeping the Exposed in hand as a potential combat trick. Tempest Palm Gust Wave is the follow-up. 3 go again here. No combo trigger as Surging Strike is not on this combat chain. So it's just a head jab cosplay in the palm of your hand, blocked with here, covering up all of that damage, but not the flick knives, which does find home. Down to 32 goes Emery Powell. Mounting Anger, the follow-up here. Am I confused about the pitch here? Oh, Blood Splattered Vest was activated, wasn't it?
Yes, there's an extra resource here, and Lucas is going to mark to try to generate that fealty on hit here, because getting that fealty down can be quite important for unlocking those turns and unlocking the Cindra ability to recur the kunai. If you start running out of... if you start not being able to swing that kunai, you might be in trouble against a deck that's trying to fatigue you.
And it is a draw off of Mask of Momentum, which is bigger here than normal because Mounting Anger does have an on-hit. Lucas is able to banish a card with cost less than the number of Draconic Chain Links he controls. Happens to be a Rising Resentment, which will get an additional +1. There is a small matter of the Oasis Respite in Emery's arsenal, though, which does full cleanup duty, even though Mounting Anger was able to connect.
Yes. Emery able to very cleanly cover up that turn from saving that Oasis until he was able to make it curve cleanly with the Rampart.
And we did say we wouldn't expect to see a lot of suspense auras, and we don't. But there is one on the arena for Emery Powell. It is Hungry for More, which once ticked down, will do a little Sigil of Solace cosplay and allow Emery to gain 3 life. So if there was any question about his intent for this game, I think it is all crystal clear now.
Yes, being able to gain that life does mean that Lucas might think, oh, I'm chipping in, I can get through with what's in deck. But then he ends up in a state where he's just kind of running out of cards. But we haven't seen a Grindstone come out yet, but I think we will eventually see that if Cindra starts taking some lower damage turns in order to set up bigger ones. Often the play pattern that you take as a Draconic Ninja is you take an on turn and an off turn. Of course, your off turns are typically still quite good.
Ronin Renegade, the follow-up to Kunai of Retribution, blocked out readily by an Overcrowded, which does block for 3 now that Lucas has generated a fealty token.
That is a neat little interaction on Overcrowded there. That fealty lives off to the side. Sometimes you don't quite realize it's giving your opponent a little bit of an advantage. Of course, Pleiades can also sometimes generate tokens of her own with those toughnesses, occasionally maybe a confidence. And that can make that Overcrowded quite a great blocking card.
Blaze Headlong now for 4 go again. There is definitely a red card that came before it, so it will get that bonus action point generating keyword, and Emery blocking with 2 cards here, one of which, though, is Call for Backup, which further indicates the game plan for Emery Powell. Going to be able to choose 2 attacks. Lucas Ong is forced to put 1 on top and 1 in the banish zone. Looks like Thunderquake makes its way to the top of the deck instead of Cranial Crush. Flick Knives is going to get a Kunai of Retribution into the eyeball of Pleiades. 1 damage converted there, and yet another Mounting Anger to follow. Lucas is doing a fantastic job of threatening Mask of Momentum triggers with meaningful on-hits like Mounting Anger. Obviously, it's not relevant here because the Ronin Renegade was blocked out by Overcrowded. Flick Knives not used until the Chain Link after, but still, you can see the sequencing potential of this newfangled Cindra list.
Yes, Mounting Anger is normally a card that you haven't really seen in Cindra before. You see it in Phi. It's a beautiful starter card. But now that Cindra runs blues, it's just as powerful in her deck. And we also see an Art of Dragon Fire to follow this up with the Fealty on it, which is going to do 2 damage over the top. Now, a card like this is very important for getting past these fatigue decks. Emery has got nothing left, so it's all going to go face.
All face, and that is the place for Lucas Ong. 34 plays 23, as Emery on his turn just going to tick up Tunic, gain 3 life from Hungry for More as that Suspense Aura pops up to 26, and pass back over to Lucas.
And one thing that was kind of important about last turn, we saw that Gauntlets of Iron Will block come out. You know, that is a very powerful blocking card because it can also subtract power from the card that it's blocking. So seeing it come out on a Mounting Anger is great. You want to start chipping away at Pleiades' armor so that when you do send these on hits later, Pleiades does not have the flexible armor to cover up the 4 breakpoints.
And man, this is a clean turn from Lucas. He starts off with Ignite, can follow up with Demonstrate Devotion for free thanks to the discount clause on Ignite. Why is that big, Mercy? Because there is an Art of the Dragon Fire and an Art of the Dragon Scale in hand. So Demonstrate Devotion is going to create that fealty token, leave Lucas open to flick a kunai, gain a resource from the Blood Splattered Vest, and do a little bit more true damage.
We are going to see the block come out from Emery, of course. We see Rampart coming out. But as you mentioned, this Art of the Dragon Scale that's in hand is potentially a little bit scary for Emery. You know, he's likely going to play around it, be able to always block it. But I'd like to see if Lucas is going to save it for a turn where he can potentially go very wide, strip out Emery's cards, and then threaten it at the end to break a piece of armor.
Looks like Lucas is holding on to the activation of Blade. Never mind. I was just getting a little bit ahead of myself. It is the second resource generated for that chess piece, that very assassin ninja flavored Fiendal Spring Tunic, I like to call it. Fealty token generated and cashed in immediately for Art of the Dragon Fire. 2 damage accepted immediately by Emery Powell, descending down to 23 and blocking out that all-powerful attack. And I think Lucas making a very heads-up play by saving Scale for a little bit later.
Just trying to make sure we play in time.
Kunai of Retribution. Fetched from the graveyard telepathically by Cindra, as is her right. And some good-natured play from Emery Powell because Lucas technically put his cards into the graveyard, thereby making it so that he can't get the discount effect of Cindra. But he says you're good because Lucas knows that we're trying to play quickly here and make it so that this game doesn't go to time, because that ultimately doesn't favor either player.
No, and we see in Emery's hand, he's finally found a D-React. You know, we haven't seen a lot of those played so far. The interesting thing about this Pleiades deck is that it does tend to run these big, tough smash-up cards that rely on the clash effects in order to generate toughness tokens and get more blocking value out of their cards. So running D-Reacts means you could potentially be flipping whiffs. And maybe you just want to be running large attacks instead and buffing those with the toughness tokens to kind of create your own pseudo D-Reacts. You know, Cindra doesn't have a lot of attack reactions, so there's not a lot of need to hold on to those D-Reacts for threatening effects, other than perhaps an Ancestral here and there.
Kunai of Retribution followed up by Hot on Their Heels, give and go again by the Draconic Chainlink that came before. Flick Knives activated here after Command and Conquer blocks out the on-hit of Hot on Their Heels. 34 plays 21 now. Lucas still with 2 cards in hand, and there, it's Dual Threat coming out of the hand, giving +3 first to this Harmonized Kodachi, now coming in for 4 go again, and surely +3 to an attack action card to follow.
I love these decks that run these generic yellows that have different modes to buff. It reminds me a little bit of Prismatic Leyline in Gravy Bones. I love when decks find a way to take advantage of these above-rate cards that have conditions. Cindra's a beautiful candidate for this, and it's going to be backbreaking. Well, Emery doesn't really have an arsenal here, but normally a CNC for 9, it's brutal.
Test of Iron Grip out of the hand of Emery Powell. He's the only player that has something to lose here because Lucas doesn't have a card in hand. Test of Iron Grip is going to force these players to clash. The losing player will discard a card. So Emery has only stuff to lose here. Does find a Righteous Cleansing, however, so he is A-okay. 34 plays 18. Lucas has got to be happy with the way that this game has been progressing so far. To be continued in the pitch zone for Emery Powell. Miller's Grindstone on the combat chain, and Lucas respects it. Doesn't want to lose any cards from deck. Probably understanding that this game could go to the absolute dregs of his 80, of his 60.
Yeah, Miller's Grindstone, though, can be quite scary to send. As Pleiades, you generally have a very good chance that you're going to hit a higher attack on top. There's always the chance that you hit one of your D-Reacts or hit another card that's just too low.
Ooh, tough smash up reveals an 8-power attack for Emery Powell, which is going to be even juicier because it's yet another Test of Iron Grip in the hand. So Emery knows that he's going to be A-okay to deploy it here. Lucas is going to lose that last card, which is a pain in the backside. Tried to save it for later, but just isn't able to with that all-powerful Clash card from Mastery Pack Guardian.
Yes, I love seeing that tough smash up come out, test the waters a little bit so that you can get that Iron Grip through.
And we've seen Emery block with a call for backup earlier in this game. That's another one of those cards that I think he is utilizing just to fix these clashes. No, Victor Goldmane is not the only one that can cheat when it comes to the deathmatch arena. Looks like Pleiades can do it pretty well on her own.
We are going to see it pitched here, though, to pay for Rampart, perhaps trying to save it for a second cycle. Although, with the life totals that we're at right now, Pleiades, it has leaked quite a bit. I wonder if Lucas is thinking, there's a good chance I can just chip Pleiades down to death for the rest of the game unless Pleiades starts sending big attacks my way. So we'll see. Perhaps Emery will find the rare turn that sends some punishing attack that Lucas is forced to block. I don't believe... It looks like in his hand, he saved a D-React in his arsenal, it looks like. So he may still just be trying to stay on the defensive, as we've seen for most of this game.
For Emery, unfortunately, the pitch is not super cooperating. Does have the opportunity to, of course, pitch out the hand and send Miller's Grindstone. Also, could have pitched the yellow and the Pulverize in order to send Hostile Encroachment, but that would have given a card to Lucas Ong. Granted, the crush effect would have taken it away pretty much immediately, but I think Emery is showing that he really just wants to stay on the defensive as much as possible. Ignite coming out of the hand of Lucas Ong. The dividends it will pay will depend on the hand. At its absolute floor, it'll pay for a Kunai of Retribution, but there's yet another Demonstrate Devotion in the hand.
These are beautiful to combo together. Lucas has 0 fealty right now, so refreshing that fealty has got to feel pretty good right now. It looks like he's also got a Concealed Blade in the hand. I believe Cindra is often running another kunai in the sideboard and is able to potentially pull that out if they want to. Another way to recur the kunai. And you can end up in these very interesting loops where you've got one kunai engrave and one on the board, and you're able to just sort of cycle them.
No sync for Emery Powell after blocking out completely the Demonstrate Devotion. Flick Knives does find home. Down to 15 goes Emery Powell. The follow-up is Display Loyalty. Yet another fealty token going to be generated, and thereby insulating Lucas from something like a Clash of Bravado down the line. Concealed Blade does come out of the hand. To be continued responds there.
To be continued. I love the art on this card. It's great. It's going to cover up that one, as you mentioned. And we also have a Lava Burst coming at the end of the chain. This is quite a powerful turn for Lucas. We don't see Concealed Blade grabbing anything from inventory, so it's possible that it's just there as a blue +1.
Now, Mercy, at this point, fatigue decks have been around in the game of Flesh and Blood forever. The biggest bad was probably Oldham back in the day, who had really useful hero text and also armor capability in order to make fatigue happen. Why do you think Emery has chosen Pleiades as his shell for this deck that is pretty much just trying to do the same thing as a lot of other heroes could do?
Well, there's two very important pieces of text on Pleiades, Bryce. That is Revered, and it is Guardian. Guardian has a lot of very potent cards that are very high value. And then in Super Slam, we saw a lot of Revered cards that present just high value. We've got these high blocking cards. We've got these tough smash ups. Obviously, the Pleiades text isn't super important in this matchup. You may occasionally create a confidence in order to try to close out a game if you've been grinding your opponent into dust. And you can manipulate those suspense counters, which can keep the to be continued around. You can use that hungry for more. You can take the counter from that, put it on to be continued, and that represents even more to be blocked.
Tough matchup this time for Emery, revealing a loss. It is Heart of Fiendal on the top of the deck. Nevertheless, he keeps it there, even though he has the non-reciprocal opportunity to put it at the bottom of the deck. Emery could be thinking, I just want to start my value engine with Heart of Fiendal, because one of the ways I take this game is by getting north of 10 value on that Fable. Boots to the boards, blocks again here on this Blaze Headlong, in addition to Ripple Away. 2 toughness tokens generated for Emery's Troubles, which means that the first action card he blocks next turn is going to be blocking for a big bet, likely 5.
Boost to the board is a great way to use that remaining pitch to try to eke out more value for the next turn as well. Into Cindra, the toughness can be a little bit awkward because Cindra can send these smaller head jab-like attacks and the kunais. And if you block those early with a card, it's going to use up that toughness.
Command & Conquer blocks this Ronin Renegade to start. Blocks 5 here, which does eat the toughness away. So no extra value really gained for Emery. I don't think he was expecting to get it into a ninja, though. Head jabs are kind of their bread and butter. Tough smash up to follow. Won handsomely by Emery Powell. Toughness token generated there. Card kept on top.
Interestingly, I've also now just noticed the Midas Touch that's in Graveyard here. That's a card that destroys an ally outright, if I'm not mistaken, and creates gold for the owner of that ally. It's very interesting to see Pleiades playing this. It's possible she's just playing as many cards as possible, as many cards in deck as possible, just to try to fatigue the Cindra here.
Command & Conquer blocks the Rising Resentment on Chainlink 3. Lucas keeps a card in hand, just tries to go next. And it's over to Emery Powell, who does have to convert cards on offense, but he's A-okay to do that because of that Heart of Fiendal we saw from a tough smash-up. So this is a 5 value play on just the pitch of 1 card. Miller's Grindstone now comes in for 4, will threaten to destroy the top card of Lucas Ong's deck if he doesn't block it out.
And this is where you see the power of Pleiades being a guardian, right? She's able to run this Miller's Grindstone. This is a very potent fatigue weapon that we've seen Victors play before. We haven't seen it a lot in Pleiades before now. It's kind of a new proposition at this tournament. But it is just going to be coming in consistently and threatening to chip away at Lucas's deck and asking him to give 4 block or start losing deck.
And talking about the efficacy of Pleiades as a fatigue deck, we did actually see an activation of Pleiades Superstar, and it was to keep this to be continued around for a turn longer. To be continued, of course, going to prevent prevent 1 damage essentially each turn that would be dealt to Pleiades. But because a Hungry for More, another Suspense Aura, was out in the arena, Emery at the end of Lucas's previous turn was able to activate Pleiades, reduce the suspense counter on Hungry for More, gain the 3 life that he was going to anyway at the beginning of the turn, and then pass the suspense counter over to be continued, which is now ultimately going to get 3 value before it goes away.
It's very potent for to be continued to stick around because it can threaten to stop either a breakpoint for 4 or the Flick Knives damage. And the Flick Knives damage is important for keeping Cindra's Mask of Momentum chain links alive to threaten the draws. I don't believe that Cindra's gotten, maybe 1 draw off of Mask this game. This isn't a matchup where you're giving your opponent a lot of opportunity to get value out of that headpiece.
And even though Emery is at 14 and we are 11 turns elapsed here, only about 30 minutes into this game, we are going to keep going, ladies and gentlemen. This is not going to end anytime soon if I were to bet on it.
The interesting part about playing Cindra into fatigue, especially a deck like Pleiades that has very powerful attacks, is that you have to keep pressuring their hand even if they're happy to be blocking, you don't know if this is the hand that they're going to be able to threaten a lot out of you and take tempo back as well. You have to keep threatening, and you also have to be heads up about fatigue damage, of course, and you have to try to be setting up. So it's a delicate balance to try to send enough damage to prevent them from really threatening you and to keep your own cards.
Toughness token generated for Lucas after winning that tough smash up, something that is going to happen pretty rarely, but still happen readily because Emery Powell does reveal a Sigil of Solace, one of 3 that I think are in the deck. I do want to take a quick moment to highlight our players here. Neither of them are strangers to the feature match area. Emery Powell, I think, is one of the players to watch in this game, namely because I have come across him personally at a few events. He's also got only one real win to speak of, and that would be a 19th placement at the Calling Baltimore. Nevertheless, he has been grinding very hard, and he was one of the champions of that Dash.io deck that cosplayed as Kano at the World Championships in Philadelphia in Living Legend, and he played it to maximum effect. I really think that Emery is a fan of these off-kilter builds, and therefore somebody who is going to be making waves very soon.
Yeah, I really admire the players that are willing to try a relatively unknown deck that doesn't have as much data, doesn't have as much guarantee behind it, in order to try to get that advantage against players who don't know what they're up against. It's very powerful. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But the important part is to keep pushing the frontiers of Flesh and Blood, I think, and keep trying these decks. I know my fellow co-caster, Elly Bird, she loves Pleiades. I don't think her flavor of Pleiades is quite this version of it.
No, indeed.
But regardless, I love to see a deck like this brought because it brings Pleiades to the forefront of everybody's minds, and it brings it into the spotlight a little more and gives people a chance to think about the deck and build a little bit more on top of it.
Okay, we've seen another suspense aura come out that probably insulates Emery from fatiguing himself by throwing too many cards on defense, and that is up on a pedestal. If you've ever played against Pleiades, you might have had this card cycling over and over again, something like a Standing Ovation, that then keeps both up on a pedestal around and the attack in its own right. So Pleiades, in addition to all of the other things that make her a suitable fatigue deck, can also just recur attacks and doesn't have to rely on the hyper-efficient weapon of Miller's Grindstone, can even be sending something more threatening.
Yes, up in a pedestal does 2 important things for this deck as well, because it's rigging those clash effects, right? It's guaranteeing the effects when you can put that attack right on top. You know, interestingly, also on the last turn, Lucas was able to use that toughness to fully block out a Miller's Grindstone with 1 card. So we do see the consequence of missing those clashes can be significant.
We've talked about Emery Powell, who is a player to watch. Lucas Ong is just somebody who's dang good at the game of Flesh and Blood. Mercy got a little north of $6,000 USD in total earnings, 2 gold foils, 4 total top 8s, and 2 battle-hardened top 8s. Pretty impressive stuff from Lucas, and I think he is not going to be the one to be caught off guard by this off-kilter Pleiades deck. And who is caught a little more off guard is Emery after revealing a lose on the clash of Miller's Grindstone. Unfortunately, now only going to be cracking in for 3 each time it's deployed.
Yeah, so now as we've seen, the consequences of losing those clashes is significant. That Grindstone is only going to be swinging in for 3 the rest of the game, which means Lucas can very cleanly block it with 1 3-block card.
Rampart of the Ram's Head blocks this Kunai of Retribution, much like the ones that came before. Emery Powell now down to 16 to Lucas's 22. 2 resources in the pitch, and yet another blue, pretty innocuous one for Lucas in the hand. Ronin Renegade to follow. 3 go again here.
Yes, we see Lucas has pitched the blue snatch here. He's got a Warmongers in hand as well. Warmongers isn't going to be a super potent card in a matchup where your opponent's pretty much just blocking, and especially not against Pleiades, who's mostly playing instants and attacks. So it's likely just a main board card for Lucas, who is just using it as a blue to turn on that Kodachi. It's the 3-block. It's totally fine. It is interesting, though, to pitch the Snatch here, I think, because Blue Snatch, one of the very nice things about that card is you can buff it with dual threat, and it can turn into a proposition of, you have to block 5 or I'm going to draw a card. And here we see the dual threat come down, and it's so powerful in doing so on this Blaze Headlong.
And maybe this is why Lucas left Warmongers in hand, knowing that there are more tests of Iron Grip. Perhaps Lucas is just saying, I would rather keep either a resource card in hand ready for my real fatigue strategy, which is just send daggers over and over again, or if there is a test of Iron Grip, ultimately I'm discarding a pretty innocuous card out of my deck.
That's a very heads-up play from Lucas, as you mentioned, to keep the damage in deck, as opposed to Warmongers, which does nothing. The decks are getting pretty thin here on both sides.
We can see it in the hand cam of Lucas Ong. There's just not much left gas left in the tank. But, of course, it's the daggers that matter most here. Can Emery continuously block out these one-power attacks without giving up too much in the deck and can still close out this game? Honestly, at this point, Emery is looking much more like Swiss cheese than a human being, as Flick Knives has connected nearly every turn.
As we love to say, Kodachi for one. These Kodachis are very scary. In traditional red line Cindra before the bans, you could often end up fatiguing a Cindra if you were able to catch them out and prevent them from recurring these daggers. But Kodachi's never going to leave. You always have that one guaranteed every turn. It's very awkward for Emery to block because he has to give up a whole card of value just to stop the one damage. So you can end up just chipping away at these decks that are trying to keep their life totals high.
Nevertheless, Emery's deck is looking definitely healthier than his Ninja counterpart. Arcanite Skullcap blocks out this Harmonized Kodachi for 1. It's going to be the last block of that mainstay headpiece from the very beginning of the game. Mercy, I assume you were playing back when Arcanite Skullcap was the de facto best headpiece.
I believe I was. It wasn't for a super long time after I started playing, but I love to see it coming back. You know, it was one of those cards where everyone was complaining about how expensive it was, and look at it now. You can get it for a steal.
Very true. Very true. And hopefully, I don't know, one of my hopes for Compendium of Wraith is to see yet another Arcanite, either arm piece or foot piece to pair with it. I was so stoked when I first saw Arcanite Fortress. Giving more efficacy to the early pieces of the game are always something that's really cool. And it makes it feel like I did something right by buying my Arcanite Skullcap so early.
Arcanite Fortress is a very cool card. I agree with you. I'd love to see another piece come out. We see the Sigil of Solace played on the Emery side. That's really important because it kind of represents 3 Kodachi swings, right? You can take 3 more Kodachi swing before you have to start putting cards in front of it, which can be very important for making sure that you don't end up in this endgame situation where Lucas starts swinging kunai, Kodachi, and you have to start giving 2-3 blocks each time. You don't want that to happen because then he's going to be sending those bigger attacks after.
Sigil of Solace, ironically enough, the best 3 block in the game because it blocks, yes, Kodachi's Flick Knives ultimately and arcane damage, and it doesn't have any defense value on its face.
That is one detriment of the card. You know, it can't stop the mask momentum, unfortunately. But at this point in the game, I don't know that Emery is terribly worried about the mask triggers. He still does have to be careful, but he's generally not having a problem blocking out enough chain links in order to stop that from triggering.
Both of these players incredibly good at the game of Flesh and Blood. Lucas really taking the first opportunity that we've seen to really tank on the hand. And it's a pretty solid one.
Yeah, you know, there's 3 reds in the hand, so you love to see that, especially when your deck's getting that thin. You can end up with these very clunky kind of blue heavy hands, but he's still got gas left in the tank. He's hoping to hit with one of these kunais. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but we might see the Flick Knives connect.
There don't seem to be any prevention effects in the hand for Emery Powell. Could have another cheeky to be continued in the arsenal. Do want to shout that card back out because there were 2 Pleiades activations in order to keep it around. That card eventually got 4 value before it left.
It did. You know, Lucas also, if he's worried about this flick connecting, he can choose to target himself.
Did, however, activate Flick Knives. Maybe he did target himself and we just missed the connection there. Because it does seem like Emery Powell did block out the entirety of cut.
Yes, he had the toughness on the with the 3 blocks. So he blocked out the 4 on the cut through. It looks like, though, regardless of who the target of Flick Knives was, it did connect. I suspect because Lucas's life total has not gone down, it was targeting Emery.
Fair enough.
And
We know the top cards. I'll make another one.
here we see the dual threat Kodachi again. You know, we saw these dual threats get pitched kind of early. We saw one get pitched early in the game, and here we see it getting the full 6 value this turn.
Exactly what Lucas needs to do if he's got any hope in this game. Fire Tenant Strike first, now coming in for 6. After both of the buff clauses of dual threat are eaten up now. No damage converts, though. Emery Powell covers it up with Macho Grande, plus a sink below out of the arsenal, but he's got no cards to deal with this Art of the Dragon Scale, which now cracks in for 6. Buffed up by the Fire Tenant Strike first, made Draconic by the Fealty Token. One of those all-important equipment pieces is going away, and I think it's Fiendal's Spring Tunic, Mercy.
Can the Art of the Dragon Scale not destroy the Rampart of the Ram's Head here?
It could indeed. Maybe that's the better choice.
I think that might be, you know, Tunic presents a lot of value over the course of the game, being able to pay for Rampart. So it's true, if he destroys the Tunic, then Rampart gets a whole lot more awkward to use because you have to start pitching cards into it every single time.
But you're right, probably just go for the source, right?
Yeah, this Rampart is a lot of value. So Lucas has got to be feeling pretty good about this turn, catching Emery out without any blocks.
Exactly the turning point that Lucas needed here. Emery is thinking on a decision, but can't really do anything about it. Ultimately, doesn't block with the gauntlets of Iron Will, and Rampart of the Ram's Head is gone.
Yep. I'll draw it pass.
Down to 7 goes Emery Powell, who did have an out there, could have blocked with Sink Below on that, and then blocked with both Tunic and Gauntlets of Iron Will in order to keep Rampart around. All of a sudden, those daggers are looking a heck of a lot scarier when you don't have a convenient piece to block one.
Absolutely. Although, you know, Lucas just spread out his deck for us. He's got 4 cards left in deck, if I saw correctly. You know, Emery might still be able to fatigue him here. Obviously, that Kodachi is still coming in every turn, but when Pleiades is left with a hand, she's able to swing very big attacks that are going to quickly start chipping into Lucas's life total and forcing him to use his cards not for damage, but for blocking. Although we might see him just run out of cards before that.
Lucas forced to just activate Cindra, get his kunai back by pitching 3 reds, and go next, leaving Emery Powell with full steam ahead to do whatever he wants, but you know, the hands of a defensive deck aren't all that enticing on offense. It is a to be continued, which is going to be absolutely massive in covering up the daggers that Rampart otherwise would have.
Yes, electing to overpitch here just to get these cards back in deck. Perhaps looking for more of these. I believe he's got the Suspensor in hand that's going to prevent, you know, what happens next. That's going to prevent damage on these Kodachis and Kunais. He may be looking to just cycle and try to find those pieces that are going to keep him from getting chipped down.
Miller's Grindstone for 3 must be answered. Blocked out by Lucas Ing, who wants to keep all of the damage in the deck, if at all possible. 19 plays 7 now, and Kunai of Retribution comes in to do its dirty work, but to be continued is ready in the arsenal. Nevertheless, Emery donates a card. Toughness token generated. Cranial Crush versus Cut Through goes the way of the Guardian.
Pitched 2 cut throughs in the same hand.
Important.
So it was cut through, ancestral.
Emery is tracking this pitch stack, which is very small, ultimately. Knows that Lucas Ing has 2 cut throughs together. Gauntlets of Iron Will blocks out the Harmonized Kodachi. There's a Flick Knives activation here. Exactly what Lucas is going to have to do every single turn cycle until the bitter end of this one. And now Emery gets to hold priority like his wizard counterparts, but doesn't deploy the to be continued. 1 damage does find home. Down to 6 goes Emery Powell. Demonstrate devotion to follow. Fealty token bought back, and 4 go again.
He decides to keep that. He's likely thinking about those cut-throughs. That, you know, if Lucas gets too greedy, may end up losing the go again on that. Okay.
And there it is.
We are going to see the to
out
be
of the hand.
come out now.
Excuse me, out of the arsenal. Does cover up the damage buffed up by Ancestral Empowerment. And yes, to be continued is only the first time you would be dealt damage each turn. Already, Lucas has dealt damage.
You've already taken damage.
No, because I blocked this here.
I flicked.
I played this after the flick.
Yeah, I know you.
And we hear the players having a
clicked and I
conversation
clicked
about
one
it
to
now. There
Yes,
seems to be
so the first
some
time you dealt
confusion
damage.
about how
Okay,
to be
first time.
continued works.
Each turn.
Yeah, the
Which,
well,
to
well,
be
this is the
fair,
first time.
you know,
These
I
are-
hadn't even
so
realized
I'm
this as
pretty
the
sure it's
first
different.
time,
I'll
not
judge.
when you play it. It is.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're going to have a quick judge call here because the difference between these two players is that Emery is insisting that it's only while this is in play, not like the way Channel Lightning Valley works, where it has to be the very first instance of damage dealt that turn. I think this is going to go Lucas's way, though.
I agree. I believe it says the first time this turn.
The first time you would be dealt damage each turn.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
when what happens next comes out. Regardless, it's already sort of missed. It's missed the damage. So he would have had to play it out in response to the flick.
Which honestly is kind of why it's there in a certain respect, I would imagine. So it might have been a bit of a greedy play to hold it back ultimately in the end. But we have to let the judges of Wraith kind of work this one out because I am definitely not a qualified level 1 judge. So we trust in our judges to make sure that we get the greatest game of Flesh and Blood possible. And we can go back to the match area. It has all resolved, and the resolution is, as Mercy Bickell and I predicted. To be continued does not prevent 1 damage there. So cut through. Gets 4 go again here. Disable, blocking the majority of that damage. 1 finds home. Emery Powell now down to 4 in the context of this game. Is it? It's over.
That's
Cut
game.
through. Does its dirty work. Heart of Fiendo was in the hand, and Lucas Ing with only that would have been 5 cards left in deck. Takes this one down.
He spent every bit of value that he could to try to squeeze that Pleiades out of the game, chipping in.
An absolute smash of a finish for round, what are we in, 4, 3? We're in round 3 right now, and man, I feel like I've seen some of the best games of Flesh and Blood ever.
These are very exciting games. You know, they're coming down to these little decisions. Obviously, we saw the misplay with the to be continued, and that, you know, if it had stopped the flick knives damage, those cut throughs, they wouldn't have had go again.
Yes.
So the fact that Lucas didn't target himself and guarantee the cut throughs would go through means that, you know, that decision was very, very important for the Pleiades.
Really, really rough there, but that is why we love the game of Flesh and Blood. It bounces on a razor's edge. One little misunderstanding of an interaction can lead to a very different record at a Tier 3 or at a Road to Nationals event where so many of you are competing right now. January 3rd to February 1st is our Road to Nationals season in 2026. And boy, has it been an amazing one already, Mercy. Have you played any?
I have. I've played 2 so far, Bryce. I was lucky enough to win the last one I played on
Congratulations.
Kassai. So I've gotten my qualification. I'm happy. But, you know, I might just go play some more for the heck of it. It is so much fun.
And maybe for all of those glittering prizes that are available. Yes, it is more of a hometown vibe than something like Calling Columbus, where you can get participation gem packs like you would at an Armory event. But of course, there's the matter of top 8 prizing. Rainbow foil, twin drives in an alternate art, cold foil in the palm of your hand, and gorgeous reduxes of New Horizon and Old Guard art proofs of Call to the Grave on the playmats. And can I ask you what your gold foil was?
It was a galvanic bender.
Oh, that's a sick one.
Yeah, you know, I'm really looking forward to Max perhaps becoming a little bit more meta relevant in the after the Compendium of Wraith.
Okay, well, we're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to be back with, I never thought I would say this about Cindra, but more harmonized Kodachis. She's not going to be the one holding them, though. Instead, it might very well be a 3-0 Katsu the Wanderer. The OG Ninja says that he is not down and out of this meta yet, although I guess he could be holding an Edge of Autumn instead.
He could be. I somehow doubt it, but we love to see Katsu coming back into the meta, one of the original heroes. It's very exciting. We've got five of them today, so it's very exciting to see one of them 3-0 at this point.
We'll have to see if dreams can be made for the ninja class. So we will be back with more head jab cosplayers, more combo lines, and more flesh and blood. Don't go anywhere. Round 4 is coming up at the Calling in Columbus, and it could balance on an edge of autumn. Elly, you seen Katsu in a minute?
Yes, actually, but that's okay.
Okay, straight up. How's he doing?
He's doing good. My buddy Nia is in the hall doing pretty well on Katsu, which makes a second one doing quite well in the venue today, because I believe we have a Katsu player not named Nia Tran in the feature match area this round. But first, we got to take a look at the standings, I believe, showing y'all the presently undefeated players. All of these players are X and O at the end of round 3, and there's a little bit more than just this page.
X and O all over the place, these top 20s, and it's a really healthy host of a lot of heroes. My eye is drawn immediately to number 9, Pankaj Bhajwani, on my boy, Fang Drakai of Blades. And hey, there's another one in the 13 slot, Cameron Cassis, also piloting Fang to much aplomb. Also, wait a minute, Justin Koo's in the room?
Yeah, he is. I was going to say more mainstays of those top tables. You have some strong and well-accomplished players in the room here today showing their stuff. You have Sean Dollywall, Justin Koo at 3-0, William Pistol, winner of Calling, Minneapolis, the one attached to US Nats 2024, won on Azalea in Zen meta.
Hey, yo, well done indeed. A man after my own heart. Got to shout out the Canadian invasion here. You already said Sean Dolly, while we saw Lucas Ing in the last feature match area, and of course, Jimmy Nero Demir, and the small matter of Yuki Lee Bender and Michael Yazker, rounding out the folks from the north that could absolutely upset the Americans today.
Upset? I feel like it's more expected that they're the ones that do well. There were 4 Canadians in top 8 of Worlds, and they are, again, multiple of those names here showing their stuff yet again. Pretty exciting stuff. Also here, I want to point out, I believe the first one we've seen at XNO, Yuki is on Dash.io.
Dash.io. A very interesting build for Ms. Bender, who was absolutely a stan of Cindra Drakai of Retribution until that banned and restricted announcement. She very recently made top 8 at the Calling in Seattle.
Yeah, that's true. She lost in quarters
Correct.
there, I believe. We had a very funny conversation last night where she was, your perspective can often be warped by the things you experience as compared to the things other people experience.
Never. I'm inhuman.
Yeah, of course. I know you're a robot. But she was like getting a little down on herself. She was like, man, every time I make Calling top 8, I lose in quarters. And I was like, and how many times have you made Calling top 8?
Yeah.
Yuki? And she said 5. I was like, whatever.
All right, well, Yuki Lee Bender may be gracing our screens later on today, but no, it's not her at the moment. Let's go ahead and see our brand new competitors here at Calling Columbus. It's round 4, and the heat is already on fire. Sebastiano Cavallo takes on Andrew Rothermel. Katsu the Wanderer versus Kassai of the Golden Sand, who is often touted as a pick against other ninjas in the meta. Chris Ayali took Kassai to a win in Calling Seattle because he felt so strong in the Cindra matchup. He says, we just do it better. Well, all we have to do is pop a gold and we have a mask of momentum ultimately. In this case, Andrew Rothermel's list might be a little more aggressively slanted, and this is a very different ninja, Elly.
Very interestingly here, I want to point out that he has presented Balance of Justice against a hero that will very much not be drawing multiple cards. In fact, I believe this Katsu has presented Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, so you can easily make the inference that that is the only hat in Andrew Rothermel's list.
Blade Runner in the red, resolve for Andrew Rothermel. It's just a clever little Centauri Saber for 2, Centauri Saber for 5 to start off this turn. One of the sticking points between Kassai lists is often in the choice of chest slot, either Grains of Blood Spill or Fiendel Spring Tunic, and also in regards to the weapon loadout, Centauri Saber or Hot Streak. Of course, Shoma Yamamura being a huge proponent of both Hot Streak and Fiendel Spring Tunic.
I am personally a big fan of the Hot Streak, though I can't necessarily get behind the Fiendel Spring Tunic myself. Kassai has been mostly my pick of choice for this RTN season, so I've been playing a fair bit, and I am quite fond of the Hot Streak, especially in matchups like this. I think this is the kind of matchup where you feel not having that Hot Streak the most, having those small hands and getting to swing it, kind of force them into situations where they block, especially if you activate Kassai on that turn or have some sort of on-hit. It lets you kind of trim down your hands, and we'll see how this game plays out on the topic of whether or not Hot Streak or Saber is better.
Harmonized Kodachi into Spinning Wheel Kick, into Harmonized Kodachi, into Enlightened Strike 4-7 for Sebastiano. 33 now should be playing something closer to 31 at the end of that turn. And Elly, I am left wondering, what do you think that Reed Duke token is all about in a Katsu?
Oh,
Katsu's summon Reed Duke to do their bidding? Is that what did I miss in the expansion slot?
You like maybe some famous. I got nothing.
That was the longest I think I've ever heard.
I was really trying to justify it.
But you held that tone so perfectly.
Thank you.
The timbre was also off the charts.
Thank you. I was trying really hard to justify it. If I had to guess at all, he might put it up when he activates Katsu, or he makes use of Katsu's triggered ability. That's a possibility.
But it's Andrew Rothermel who's on the affirmative here. Spoils of War into Slice and Dice into Centauri Saber, now coming in for 5. Also threatening those all-important blood into copper tokens.
I've figured out what the token's for.
Talk to me.
It's for when he's feeling generous. Andrew doesn't have enough tokens for all of the gold that he makes into sell swords, and so he can lend him a token to represent the mustache man.
That is incredible to bring a token for your opponent
That's
to
aura.
a tier 3. Yes, it is. And Sebastiano is trying to farm it. Looking absolutely fire in that fit, mind you. That red hair is out
I
of
do like
control.
the hair. I do like the hair. The nails look nice too.
Uh-huh.
But
Centauri
before-
Saber still needs to be answered here. Copper tokens will be generated on the hit.
Yeah, Spoils of War, definitely. If you are going to block as an aggro deck against Kassai, it's gotta be the Spoils turn. Those Blood on Her Hands turns are how they beat these aggressive decks with their significant output. We saw Andrew win the Battle Hardened Minneapolis last year, almost specifically because his finals opponent was on Cindra, and they just never interacted with his copper generation whatsoever. And then that Blood on Her Hands was the coup de grace that closed that game for Andrew Rothermel. So Sebastiano definitely looking to block out that first Centauri Saber with a hand that seems, all in all, pretty functional,
Yeah.
understanding the threat that those copper tokens can very much represent.
Even though Sebastiano was defensive on the first Centauri, the right-handed one does find home. 2 copper tokens for Andrew Rothermel. Now in his 30, plays 31. Sebastiano's retort, just a fluster fist from the arsenal.
Good old Wounding Blow, 0 for 4, 3 block, no go again. So we have to infer that Sebastiano's last card is something he's trying to set up in his arsenal. Katsu is a bit of a combo deck, not just a tongue-in-cheek reference to his namesake mechanic, but also because this hero is very much looking to blow you up with a 30-plus damage single turn. So I imagine if he held onto that card and allowed Mr. Rothermel to generate some copper, it is likely, and we just saw a sneak peek of it, the best card in the deck, recently freed from the fetters of the ban list, Bonds of Ancestry.
Ain't no way we want to be blocking with that. No matter copper tokens be damned is ultimately what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Back over to Andrew Rothermel with 31 points of life, popping a Vigor token and sending an Outland Skirmish. Kind of positive draw variance for Andrew Rothermel that he is seeing all of his copper token generators so early.
It's definitely something you want to see, but not before he finds any copies of Blood on Her Hands. Unfortunately, the last card in his hand is a copy of that yellow specialization, capable of doing a lot of work, but only if there's already a big stack of copper on the field. Just going to be used as a pitch card on this turn.
Doesn't seem to be cashed in for the Vigor token there on connection, although it is refreshed. Oh, yeah, because Sharpened Senses doesn't cost. No, but the Centauri Saber does. I
So
see.
he has...
Resources are now represented properly, ultimately, is what it is.
Yes, he has spent 3 resources on this turn. If he was leaving one up, my guess would be that his arsenal is Jagged Edge, a card that has found its way recently into a lot of these Kassai decks. We're seeing Sebastiano slam those 2 points of armor straight onto the combat chain, and he's got a Bonds of Ancestry in his arsenal. I can only fathom what pure artistry of the ninja class you are about to see displayed
Because
right now.
just like Oscilio, you can telegraph a lot about what's going to happen to you when a ninja opponent blocks with things like Breaking Scales and Breeze Rider Boots. Breeze Rider Boots, of course, going to unlock extra sources of go again on all of your cards with combo. The tricky bit about it is that you need something to connect in order to pop them, specifically an attack action card.
Katsu and Oscilio both have a pretty large characteristic in common between the two of them, which is that they are both these kind of aggro combo style decks that both kind of get to say, ooh, I get to play my cards? That's bad for you.
Harmonized Kodachi the second is the follow-up here. 1 damage is going to find home, just like the first before it. Andrew Rothermel down to 29. The hand for Sebastiano is 2 copies of Retrace the Past, plus a Descendant Gus Wave. Pairs very nicely with that Telltale card, Bonds of Agony. Bonds of
Not
Agony.
quite.
Bonds of Ancestry that Sebastiano is parking in the arsenal.
It's so unjust. There's truly no justice in this world that the card everybody thinks of when you say Bonds is Agony,
Yes.
but Ancestry came first.
Yes, it's very true. It's on the tip of my tongue, even though it's long since out of the classic constructed format.
We're all still traumatized.
Yes, we are. Honestly, I think I might even be more traumatized by Bonds of Ancestry.
Nah.
You don't think so?
Nah.
I'm pretty traumatized by that card.
Bonds of Ancestry ends your life swift and painless. Bonds of Agony just They search through your whole deck. You sit there for 20 more minutes. You get fatigued. Ugh, not close.
Fair enough. Retrace the past. The follow-up here. No intel on the named card, though. Could, in fact, be Surging Strike so that Sebastiano could unlock a Dishonored line?
I would suspect this card is named something with Gust Wave to power up the
that's
Bonds
fair.
of Ancestry in his arsenal. No, it is Surging Strike, Bryce. Your call was right. That is a Whelming Gust Wave following it.
In Whelming Gust Wave, because the combo clause has been triggered here, we'll get a cheeky +1 go again, and when this hits, draw a card. Andrew Rothermel, of course, at the cost of only one card from hand, is definitely not going to let that hit. And Sebastiano follows up with the faded Bonds of Ancestry that we all knew was coming, and now technically Dishonor would be available as a line, but unfortunately one has not found its way into the graveyard as of yet. Bonds of Ancestry, even though it is super powerful, doesn't give you unfettered freedom to just tutor out any card from your deck. It has to be one that has already been played or blocked with, ultimately.
So, something I actually want to point out here. At the end of the last round, you and Mercy discussed the weapon choice that this Katsu player might have for himself. And in this game, he is presenting Harmonized Kodachi, likely to be able to get over those Valiant Dynamos a little bit. But the card he has searched for here is Seek Vengeance, a card that only works with Edge of Autumn. So it's likely that this is a bit of a affectionate term switchboard kind of deck where he has both weapons in his deck and they are set up for different kinds of matchups. You know, you want the Kodachis against decks that are willing to block, and you want to threaten a little bit more inevitable damage against. However, the Edge of Autumn setup is really, really, really powerful against other aggro decks because you get to leverage cards like Enact Vengeance, which lets you disrupt the opponent. So this deck, very clearly, is on both weapons and has the both blue base and the combo cards to support it.
And in this case, we're seeing the floor of Bonds of Ancestry, ultimately, which is a
0 for
one-card
8.
8.
Yep.
A-OK as far as floors go. Andrew Rothermel taking a bit of a beating this turn, even after throwing all of his cards and a little bit of armor on the defense. Very astutely keeps up his Valiant Dynamos, though, because he knows he's not going to be able to refresh them next turn and wants to shore up an on-hit, if at all possible, with them.
So something I want to talk about strategy-wise is Andrew wasn't just blocking to preserve life total there. He was fully aware, especially after Sebastiano snapped off those Breeze Rider Breaking Scales blocks. He wanted to deny 2-3 meaningful things on that turn cycle. He wanted to deny the card filtering ability that Katsu's hero ability was capable of providing, as well as these equipment-based on-hits available, both Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and Breeze Rider Boots unlock the full potential of Katsu's powerful hands should an attack action card connect. So Andrew just said, all right, like, I know when I'm beat, I'm going to fold this hand, we're going to go to the next one. And just showing how incredible he is at piloting this deck after fully folding with just one Vigor token to his name on this turn cycle. He has activated Kassai to put an on-hit on this Saber Swing that this Vigor gives him to force his opponent to give up cards because those golds convert into just raw damage later in the game.
And you know, it's a slightly sad thing for Andrew, I guess, ultimately, that Sebastiano did not have a resource card in this hand, so was probably happy to block with one anyway. Is starting off the combat chain with 100 wins, though. Head jab cosplayer, much like much of this deck. 3 go again here with the promise of more if he's able to change one of the zero-cost cards in his hand to yet another 100 wins.
There's also a bit of interesting philosophy on the Kassai side about the hero activations where when the reds and yellows kind of run freely, you are very much capable of making these frivolous, quote-unquote, Kassai activations like Andrew did on that turn. But when you're a little more constricted, you might not be making decisions like that.
Very standard vanilla 2-card 7 out of the hand of Sebastiano Cavallo. 100 wins into Flusterfist, covered up perfectly by a Bloodflow's Blade and a Sink Below from Andrew Rothermel, who now sits at 24. Katsu, unlike a lot of other ninjas, is able to play that 2-card block, 2-card play value game.
Katsu definitely has a fair few more 3 blocks than a lot of ninjas have access to. maybe Cindra being the exception. She gets quite a few extra thanks to that kind of, what is it, the Lava Vein Loyalty, quote-unquote, class of cards where they are 3 blocks, but their go again is conditional. But for the most part, ninjas don't necessarily block that well, and Katsu is the exception because every single card with combo, for the most part, the exception, I believe, is just 100 wins, blocks for 3.
Centauri Saber, the first and second, are both beefed up by the Spoils of War, Copper-generating claws, and Andrew Rothermel, lest my eyes deceive me, pocketed a blood on her hands. Could spell doom down the line, but if Sebastiano is disrespecting Spoils of War, I think his hand might be gas. It's a lot of blues, though, Ellie.
It is a lot of blues, but he is holding on to Tempest Palm Gustwave in the arsenal. An all-important card for this Kadachi setup. It gains go again if it is played at Chainlink 3 or higher. So Kadachi into Tempest Palm is always available to you in these matchups where you need to be assertive, and that will turn on that Retrace the Past. In his hand, he may be flush with blues, but his hand is as well flush with damage.
Blues that convert for 4 damage are A-OK in my book, Ellie. It's a spinning wheel kick after the Harmonized Kadachi, coming in for a breakpoint, threatening the on-hit of Katsu the Wanderer.
You know, if you like blues that convert for damage, you should try Guardian.
Ugh. I'm just kidding. Guardian's cool. I've kind of been enticed by both Lyath and Victor here and there. The gold mains, even though they look...
Lyath is the one Guardian whose blues don't convert for 4 damage.
I know. That's why I like him.
I hate consistency. I love consistency, but I hate when it's in Guardian.
Yeah, straight up. Spinning wheel kick, shirked away by both Draw Swords and Balance of Justice. Harmonized Kadachi the second finds home, and then the follow-up is Tempest Palm Gustwave, now coming in for 3 go again.
Gonna turn on that Retrace in his hand, and the last card, I believe, is Winds of Eternity, a powerful blue that will gain combo. So suspect we will see this Retrace the Past naming either... No, it has to be 100 wins for Winds of Eternity, right?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Which could be the line, or Sebastiano could connect with Katsu and exchange one of those cards for something like Bonds of Ancestry yet again.
Interesting fork on this turn. Andrew has to decide how he's blocking this. The answer is probably for 3.
We love value in Warrior, though. They can have value.
Ooh, 3 is the offer, but not necessarily how I expected him to. Andrew has a hand he wants to keep here, perhaps daring Sebastiano to cash in that breaking scales, as he has done multiple times this game so far. He keeps saying, you know, if you want to use those breaking scales, here's where you're allowed.
And, you know, Edge of Autumn is such an enticing build of Katsu because you have access to the new arm piece that is essentially breaking scales, but over and over and over again.
And it blocks 2 when you're done with it.
And it blocks 2 when you're done with it. Retrace the Past, though. Going to be the follow-up. Coming in for 4. Named card. Don't know. Could be 100 wins, which would tell Andrew Rothermel about the possibilities to come next.
I feel like it certainly has to be 100 wins. That is something I love about this card. You may retrace the past, but you also forecast the future by telling your opponent what this card's name is and how that will matter. You know, you say this is Surging Strike. Your opponent knows that you have a Gust Wave. You say this is 100 wins. They say, oh, that's Winds of Eternity in your hand. Such a cool card. This is one of my favorite expansion slot cards to ever see print.
Ellie, I thank you for that. I missed my calories in the beginning of the morning, but that was an excellent word soup that I just slurped up. And I'm feeling A-OK, protein efficient now to get through the rest of the day. Yeah, it's from Bone Marrow. 17 plays 18. Retrace the Past still to be answered. Unless, of course, Andrew has passed on blocks. Sebastiano could be tanking about whether or not to pop Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and or Breed Rider Boots at this point.
There's no way it's worth it at this stage of the game. He's connected twice. You want that Lynx to go get Salt, have it be worth a fair bit. Right now, Salt's only worth 5 if he cashes in Lynx for Salt. Andrew's hanging on to 3 cards, gets to put Sebastiano in a sad spot. Both heroes that play Lynx typically never want to cash it in for less than 7.
Any chance that there's value in grabbing Tenacity then? Granted, it's only 6.
I hate Tenacity.
Okay.
I think that card sucks.
Sheesh.
It is Winds of Eternity. That card was named 100 Wins. that is going to shuffle that Retrace the Past back into his deck. Yet another really sick quirk of that card. He gets to retrace the past yet again.
Sebastiano, however, is going to double check that that's exactly how it works, but I think you are right, co-caster of mine. Because that card is named 100 Wins, then it will be shuffled in by Winds of Eternity. And so far,
yes,
the story of this game for Katsu has just been blue cards that are super efficient on offense.
You heard it here first, folks. Decks with powerful blue bases are also often powerful.
Absolutely so true in the game of Flesh and Blood. But Katsu the Wanderer, even though he's looking powerful right now, has not had a good time in the meta of late.
He has not. I think a lot of that is kind of owed to the Earth heroes in the game. But despite them doing quite well at the RTN level, I think at some of the more major tournaments, especially thanks to the rise of Oscilio lately, they are losing a little bit of favor. And I think that's exactly what Katsu is preying on a little bit. He is looking to say, you know, these decks playing Mental Block, these decks playing Haunting Rendition, they've fallen out of favor a little bit. Let me show up with my Karachis. Let me get in there. I don't care. You know, as long as you're not an Earth deck, nobody can truly block enough against Katsu.
Well, back to the game, folks. We're going to see if he can continue to prey on Andrew Rothermel. And the judge resolution is that Retrace the Past will be shuffled back into the deck for Sebastiano because its name is, of course, 100 Wins. And the on-hit effect of Winds of Eternity is that all cards you control on the combat chain named 100 Wins will be shuffled back into the deck, which means that Sebastiano can do even more high-efficiency blue stuff later on in the game. It's also an activation of Breeze Rider Boots and the cash-in of Mask of the Pouncing Lynx after Andrew Rothermel let this attack connect.
What is he going to get here? Oh,
Tenacity.
It is Tenacity. Aw, don't I have egg on my face?
Yup. And that's pretty appropriate here because egg is yellow, and of course Tenacity is a yellow card that you fetch on Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Coming in for 6 now, and Andrew Rothermel becoming exsanguinated, shall we say, in order to get the blood out of his veins onto his hands and now to destroy his ninja counterpart.
We will see who preys on who on this turn cycle as Andrew has kept this entire hand as well as shoved a whole bunch of armor all to himself because he has 7 copper to work with stowed away down there in the bottom right of your screen there. 7 to work with means 6 modes on the blood on her hands parked in his arsenal, going to give each sword +1, go again, and a second attack, which in conjunction with the sharpened senses waiting in his hand is an absolutely monolithic amount of damage. The only question is how he's going to pay for it all.
First, of course, with legal tender. We may have stopped minting the penny here in the United States, but it is all powerful in the hands of the Mistress of the Golden Sand. Blood on her hands coming out of the arsenal, and maybe because of that sharpened senses, Andrew Rothermel might think twice about cashing in all 6 copper.
Let's see what modes he chooses here.
So +2, or I guess we'll have 2 swords. We'll just do 2 clear blinds.
It's ultimately going to be +2. Andrew is going to grab 2 separate cards. One of each is going to indicate one of his Centauri Sabers. Now, you can only choose each of these modes twice. So Andrew is not able to just say, oh, I'll put +3 on each of these Centauri Sabers.
Mandate a new marker.
Looks like the marker has dried out. Andrew Rothermel doing his best to get the ink back where it's supposed to be.
You want a piece of paper?
Sure.
His opponent now offering him a piece of paper.
This is now such an awkward moment because Sebastiano's like, oh, you're going to murder me? And now I have to, like, donate paper to you. And I don't know. It's like a bad breakup.
And now the pen is breaking through the paper on the soft surface of the playmat.
You know, we are dang good at playing the game of Flesh and Blood, but we are still awkward as hell, aren't we, Elly?
That is kind of the tragedy of card games, right? It's this very social hobby, almost exclusively played by a bunch of antisocial nerds. I love it.
I love it and everybody that plays this game for moments exactly like this. So it does look like it's only going to be 5 chosen modes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think he's just, I think we're just still...
No, yeah.
Still... We're figuring it out. So we've seen We have our top scientists on this case.
It is 5 chosen modes ultimately because Andrew did start with 7 copper. Doesn't need to provide an extra source of go again, I don't think, because
thanks to the
sharpened
unsheathed.
senses, yes, and also the unsheathed.
Yes. Still curious how he intends to pay for all of this.
Nope, the pen's still not working, Andrew.
So this one's coming in for +2 from the blood.
Yep.
I'll activate Kassai as well.
Should be a total of 8 on the Centauri Saber, the first.
So the way he intends to pay for this turn is by activating Kassai here and just saying, this Saber is for 8. You cannot block out this gold, and using his 2 remaining resources
It's because you can do it on the next one, right?
to then draw a card and make his swords free. He does get to do something pretty nasty here, which is he still gets 3 swings with the amount of resources, slightly suboptimal for sure, but it also means that if he doesn't get this gold, his opponent has folded their entire hand, or close to all of it, on this single Centauri Saber swing. And then, there's still a whole bunch of damage on offer after that.
Oh, yeah. So because Sharpened Senses is going to be gifting +1 to all sabers that follow, will, of course, be, let's see, this one has +2, so that one will be coming in for 5 later. And then the other Centauri Saber should be coming in for 3 each time, right?
Yes.
So 8 + 6 is 14 plus an additional 5, 19 damage turn.
And should this connect, there's also the question of what lies on the top of Andrew Rothermel's deck, because he will use those 2 resources left over to draw a card and make his swords free for the rest of the turn. But, if he finds something like a Slice and Dice, that's a considerable amount of extra damage, or, a Blade Flurry lent to the rest of this turn.
Could also be a source of go again that Andrew might even be enticed to just park in the arsenal for later.
Sebastiano is going to be forced to do some amount of blocking on this turn. 19 is bigger than 17. Whether he knows it or not, I believe the most heads-up opportunity here is to cover the Saber, but he isn't going to do it. He's going to take all 8 down to 9, give Andrew this gold, which I imagine he will immediately cash in for a card.
I'll draw off the gold.
And there we go. Drawing off gold is Andrew Rothermel. What's he going to find, though? We are poised to find out. It is a slice and dice. Yellow, but still dang good. So this slice and dice ultimately going to convert to 3 value.
2.
This one's still
2.
Oh, I'm sorry, because, it
This
doesn't
is the
get
same
the clause.
mistake as to be continued.
first time.
First means first, whether the card sees it or not.
And second does as well. So if Andrew had waited 1 more chain link in order to draw off that card,
Shucks.
does look like the verbiage on the card is read incorrectly by Mr. Andrew Rothermel, who is posturing that he's only donating a +1 value to this Centauri Saber the second. Down to 5 goes Sebastian Cavallo. Gonna have to be blocking more later on this turn, especially because this slice and dice is being incorrectly accounted for.
House is coming for 5 go again.
5 go again now.
Pretty natural mistake to make, though.
Totally. I made it.
Especially when you kind of play these cards as this one gets +1, this one gets +2. The subtle difference between a card like this and Blade Flurry can be a little bit lost in the weeds.
It is a good reminder to read your cards every now and then, because if you get so used to the way that they play.
Yep.
I mean, for instance, my brain does a heuristic where it sees the art on the card, and I'm like, I know what that does.
Yes.
Right? Every now and then it requires some revision because you'll unlock an interaction that maybe you haven't been taking advantage of.
I feel like I have almost the opposite thing, where I pick up cards, I look at the name, and that kind of prompts my brain, and eventually the art just kind of fades away.
That's sad.
Well, I'm colorblind, so, I'm not even
so
fully...
art's lame anyway.
I'm not appreciating it to the fullest. That's for someone else.
And you're calling me the robot. I'm just kidding.
Whoa!
I'm just kidding.
I would think that robots would have better color vision than humans.
They do, but ultimately it's 1s and 0s to them.
Well, it ain't that poetic.
Beat boop. Finally, a blocking card comes out of the hand of Sebastiano. It's Ancestral Empowerment, which covers up all but 2 of the damage of this Centauri Saber.
Yet more damage, a Saber for 3, still lethal. And
Sebastiano
Sebastiano
must
is
respect.
stuck with a non-blocking card in his hand here. Holding on to an even bigger than that and 2/2 blocks here. So he's going to fold the whole hand, I imagine, just to not die and then park a Pearl in his arsenal.
Not great. Even bigger than that is a stellar card in Katsu, but you, of course, have to swing with a Harmonized Kodachi first. The best way to do that is by pitching a blue 0 cost, which just doesn't exist in the hand for Sebastiano. Centauri Saber beefed up to 6 now after Sebastiano finally blocks with the attack actions in the hand, and it's so unfortunate because it was a surging strike. That chess piece that so many Katsus still utilize. Heart and Crosstrap is there exactly to give you a free surging strike at some point in the game. Sebastiano finally draws it up and is forced to chuck it out very inefficiently on blocks.
Did you know that of the constructed formats frequently used in tournament play between like Living Legend, Commoner, etc., only 2 of them is Heart and Crossstrap legal in?
Daggum. Okay, the win just happened, ladies and gentlemen, as Elly was dropping a Knowledge Bomb, Andrew Rothermel was dropping a Centauri Saber Bomb, and unfortunately Sebastiano takes one look at the hand, finds another even bigger than that, and a whole host of 2 blocks, and knows that the writing is on the wall. So it's curtains for that undefeated Katsu run, but maybe Sebastiano can wander his way into the top 8 even so. As long as he wins out from here, he's got a fantastic opportunity at the top 8. Eleanor Maybird, you headed to Yokohama or what?
I am. I will absolutely be headed to Yokohama.
Okay,
I'm
well, let's take
super
a
duper
look
stoked.
at what we got going there, shall we? We talked about the cherry blossoms. Unfortunately, you mentioned that you're just going to miss the tail end of that season, but Japan is still one heck of a country, Elly. If you haven't gotten out there, ladies and gentlemen, in Radio Land, I could not encourage you more to get out to. Japan is just a country like no other.
Yeah, I love it every single time I go. I think it's my favorite place on earth that I could never live there.
And why is that? Because you don't speak the language?
I don't speak Japanese,
Yes,
man.
and Japanese happens to be spoken quite a lot in Japan.
If you'd believe that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And case in point, we have got alternate art Scar for a Scar and alternate art Gravy Bones, both in the native language of Japan.
Yep. And, oh, man, these promos are so sweet. I think my favorite thing about the Gravy Bones art is that it depicts some of his other more iconic allies like Whale or Humperdinck and the loyal, goodest boy Scuba and Rigor Mortis up in the netting up above. I love this kind of I'm going to call this forever the power of friendship, Gravy.
I love it. And honestly, I had missed that Scuba until you
Yeah.
mentioned it there. He's kind of hidden in the text right there, and
That's
I'm
pretty
so happy I see
sweet.
him now.
Sweet use of that transparent text box we're starting to see pop up on more and more fancy treatments
Yeah.
of cards.
Man's best friend, even in death, is Scuba, Salty Sea Dog. So it's that, a full play set of alternate art Scar for a Scars and a lot of other goodies that you can get with the souvenir package. One has already gone by the wayside as my co-caster picked it up snap on the day that they came available, but you can get yours still. There are products available. Our link is in chat. Get on in there and get your souvenir package before they're gone, because they go quick.
They do often go quick, but even if you miss out or are not particularly interested in spending the bones, you can get your hands on some Gravy Bones promos and these Scar for a Scars just by qualifying for Pro Tour Yokohama, as well as this gorgeous Master Cog mat, keeping in the theme of the Fableds being playmats for those Tier 4 events. You know, Worlds have been landmarks. Pro Tours are gems.
Yep, and it is a feather in your cap if you're able to pick one up at some point. You know, for a lot of Flesh and Blood players, the first objective is just to qualify. And if you have done that, you are on the road to becoming our next Pro Tour champion. That's Pro Tour Yokohama coming at you April 9th to the 12th, 2026. Be there or be a little less happy. But we will have you covered, because that will, of course, be one of the many illustrious streams that we have in the world of Flesh and Blood. There is a competitor that you might know coming up next, Elly.
Who's that?
It's Yuki Lee Bender. I think it's somebody that you were engaged to by chance.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, well, you might need to get your ring checked.
That's pretty funny.
It's Yuki Lee Bender coming up next on Dash.io, a different flavor of Yuki for a different flavor of the month. It's Flesh and Blood coming at you up next. Don't go anywhere.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Columbus. I am Elly Bird, and we have said goodbye, maybe forever, just kidding, he'll be back soon, to my incredible co-caster, Bryce Platz. For my other incredible co-caster, Mercy Bickell. Nice to see you in the booth for the first time. Super duper stoked to have you here. And Bryce mentioned in passing that I was engaged to you against Yuki in an earlier round, and our Psionic Warriors have battled, and Yuki came out the victor at X and O, which is a pretty funny anecdote to have from the weekend. And speaking of things to have from the weekend, we have not just today, but tomorrow, 2 incredible days of Flesh and Blood to bring to you, along with some spoilers. And at the end of the weekend, after the finals is over, a box of Super Slam for one lucky active chatter. Really, really exciting stuff. Super duper stoked. 7 Swiss rounds today, 5 into top 8 tomorrow, which, if you do a little math, is 8 more games, meaning 15 incredible games of Flesh and Blood for everybody at home, along with a spoiler at the end of each day.
I am really looking forward to that spoiler, Ellie. I don't know about you. I hear it's, a real banger.
Yeah, banger as far as reprints can go is what I've heard. I'm holding Bryce accountable on not lying to everybody at home throughout our day here, but we do have what I believe is a banger of a reprint. And if you're excited, we can get straight into a banger of a match.
Yeah, maybe if Brian, my partner, had won that early round, we'd be seeing him now. But instead, we're seeing Yuki Bender, another amazing player. I always love watching Yuki's matches. She tends not to give a lot away during the game. She tends to have this look on her face like, my hand's not good. But that's particularly interesting because she's piloting Dash.io today versus an Arachne Marionette.
Yeah, Rex Carroll on the other side of the table also at 4-0, just as impressive of a run by this round on Arachne Marionette. Like you said, the assassin who has kind of, it's taken the meta by storm, even after having cards quote-unquote prematurely taken away from it in a ban list. So definitely one of the more powerful decks available right now. Coming in for a Hunter's Clave for 1 with Go Again.
As you mentioned, Marionette has absolutely lost some cards, some power cards recently, those Orb Weaver Spinnerets, but Marionette's also gotten the new Armory deck. We don't see any of the equipment from that deck presented here today, but we might see some Meat Madness later. We'll have to find out.
Some Meat Madness. Me at the taqueria. We're going to see a flick after this Hunter's Clave was defended by a card from hand by Yuki. A flick for 1 to get that mark. This is kind of the bread and butter play of Arachne Marionette.
Getting that mark out can be quite important, but also what's very important is just clearing the slot where that Hunter's Clave was occupying, because Marionette really wants to be creating that Graphene Chelicera, because that is a cheaper dagger to swing. It's a stealth dagger, so it's affected by these powerful cards like Tarantula Toxin later in the game. So even if you don't have the dagger recurrence or the Orb Weaver Spinneret in hand to create the Chelicera, you just want to clear that spot in case you draw the creation.
And after that spot has been cleared with that attack and flick, is followed up by Art of Desire Body, coming in for 4 thanks to Yuki being marked by that Clave, not Chelicera, because it is a stealth attack. And on hit, this will banish the top card of Yuki's deck, but it'll also take her either 2 cards or a card and some armor to cover up. Both pretty nasty possibilities, and I believe we caught a glimpse of it. The top card of her deck is Spark of Genius, so it's likely she'll want to cover this up.
Yeah, Yuki's got a pretty good blocking hand. She may be thinking about whether or not throwing 2 cards in front of this is a mistake. If If it's somehow going to end up getting go again, then she's going to get blown out by something else. But for the most part, I think this is not a super terrifying turn 0 from Marionette. It's just that if Yuki blocks out, she might draw up into a hand of items.
She knows there's a spark on top of her deck, but she doesn't know what follows it. And there's a bit of an interesting consideration when I believe what Marionette wants to do, like we saw in the top 8 at Akihabara recently, is that fatigue is a very real consideration for Dash.io in this matchup. And if she gives 2 cards to keep a card from leaving the top of her deck, she then has 2 fewer cards in deck. So in that sense, there is no true winning.
Yes, and it looks like Yuki's drawn up a Cerebellum, 2 Spark of Genius, one of which we knew about, and then she's also got a blue, I believe that's a Throttle in her hand. So, all in all, maybe looking at a little bit of a setup turn here. She's going to end up pitching that Cerebellum. Maybe she'll see it back on top later.
Yeah, going to attack with blue Throttle here. I imagine boosting so that she can leverage the draw ability on her Spark of Genius. And because her opponent transformed into Arachne Funnel Web at the end of his turn, she is likely looking to make use of both of these Spark of Geniuses to not have an arsenal that she would need to protect against this Agent of Chaos.
Yeah, so that means that the Spark of Genius that comes out first might be grabbing something that can crank so she can get that action point back and hopefully convert all the cards in her hand. Because, as you mentioned, she doesn't want to lose that to Funnel Web. She doesn't want to be beholden to that.
I imagine we will see the same card that is presently in her pitch zone, good old Blue Brain Cerebellum Processor. Great card to spark for and then crank as it has 2 steam counters.
She has not boosted... or she has boosted this turn off of the Throttle as well, so she is going to draw a card off of this. Let's see if she can draw another boost card to hopefully send some damage at this Marionette.
Also, a blue could be pretty handy. Could let her spark for Tekla Pounder.
Yeah, Tekla Pounder, it's a very interesting card. You do typically bring it in when you're expecting that you might get fatigued or you just need to go really, really fast. Marionette, as you mentioned, can definitely threaten to fatigue Dash and can also present their own very high numbers themselves. So we might see that tech piece here coming out.
Yeah, like you said, going fast can be a very real consideration. We saw Marionette immediately snap off a no blocks on that blue Throttle for 4, where a 3-block would have very cleanly saved a fair bit of life for Rex on the other side of the table. So there's definitely the consideration of, oh, this hand is sick and I would like to keep it. And I can imagine why, because his hand is presently Tarantula Toxin, Orb Weaver Spinneret, Stains of the Redback, and a Leave No Witnesses with an unknown arsenal, certainly looking to send both a fair bit of damage and disruption Yuki's way when it goes back to his turn. But first, she's going to activate Tekla Foundry Heart, burning some cards in exchange for resources.
That is a very juicy hand that Rex is holding on the other side of the table. That Orb Weaver Spinneret, like we mentioned before, that slot is open. So Rex can cast that and create the Chelicera. He might have to pitch into it, though, to swing it. The other thing to note is that Yuki is marked, so that Chelicera, if it swings, will get go again.
Yeah, that mark will definitely be paid out. You can never... My heuristic for remembering this sort of situation is that you can never not be marked if your opponent is an Agent of Chaos, with the exception of a block with Mask of Deceit. Yuki searching through her deck yet again here with the second spark. Nice to see them both early, but you do have to ask yourself if it's worth taking them both out of the deck immediately. A very real consideration, and she is just going and getting a Boom Grenade here, putting a counter on Symbiosis Shot. Curious if she will actually opt to crank it here and send an attack looking to get her opponent to block a little bit, or just Arsenal and pass and contend with Funnel Web.
It is an interesting decision because Arachne doesn't have a lot of armor to go around. The armor that Arachne does have is precious, right? That black tech blocks 1 at some point. It's battle worn, and that Mask of Deceit you really want to save for a time when you need a specific transformation, especially because it can represent transforming into Arachne Trapdoor, which can let you block potentially 5 damage.
And just as you said, transforming with that mask immediately with this Mask of Deceit. Curious to see if we see, that Trapdoor come out just like you mentioned. Likely going to go get something like Frailty or Inertia Trap after seeing Yuki commit to sending damage on this turn to cover up that Boom Grenade. only blocking 2 on 5 here. So presently 3 leaking over. You have to imagine it was a trap he just went and got. Trying to keep this full hand with every fiber of his being, thanks to Traverse the Spider-Verse.
And I can't understand. It ends up being a layer, which normally would mark the opposing hero, if I'm not mistaken. Yuki is already marked, so it's just going to be a 3-block here, but that's still totally fine to stop this boom grenade on hit. We do see the pulse wave come out now, though. Yuki has boosted twice on this combat chain, so Rex is going to have to show her 2 cards.
2 cards, but the entire hand is 3 blocks, so he doesn't have to give up anything if he doesn't want to. And oh, wow, we are actually seeing that Leave No Witnesses blocked with in conjunction with Black Tech Whispers to cover 4 and prevent that boom grenade from triggering.
It looks like on Rex's turn, he's maybe just going to look to swing with that Chelicera, get some damage there. The Leave No Witnesses isn't particularly potent on his turn because Yuki's not going to have an arsenal at the end of this turn.
Slightly unfortunate that he will have to pay to swing that Chelicera since Tunic is not online and he is not presently Arachne Orb Weaver. Significantly reducing the efficacy of, I think that's one of the things about Marionette, where they're really looking to cheat the resources on those Chelicera.
Yeah, it can be quite taxing to actually pitch a card into Chelicera, especially when your hand is all reds and you can't swing a Clave alongside it. That's why you have that Tunic to hopefully, have it on 3 when you need to swing the Chelicera. But unfortunately, we're a little too early for that. Rex has drawn into quite the hand before his Tunic has hit 3. It looks like Yuki has swung the Symbiosis shot, and she's passing.
Over to Rex's turn with essentially no hero ability now, since Trapdoor only goes and gets the trap and does nothing else after the transformation. Orb Weaver Spinneret hitting the table, conferring +3 to his next stealth attack and creating a Graphene Chelicera, and that arsenal was up sticks and run. I believe this Chelicera is for 8.
Go again.
Not paying into the upsticks effect, just using it as a +4 on the Chelicera. Totally fine. A 0 for 4 is generally the bread and butter of Flesh and Blood. So this Chelicera is coming in for 8 go again altogether. Yuki is probably wondering if there's an attack to follow up. She elects not to block it. She says, send me the bill. Her hand looks quite potent here with a max velocity and a pulse wave harpoon. So she might be looking to push some damage through.
I believe she's also holding on to a copy of Twin Drive. So 3... Oh, no. I believe the Twin Drive got banished to the Tekla Foundry Heart, but she is holding on to a blue, an Outpace, a Pulse Wave Harpoon, and a maximum velocity. So that is everything there and accounted for.
She does have that blue in the hand, so she is able to pay for these 1-cost boost attacks. I don't know that... Let's see. She's got that. She might be swinging, the Outpace first. That's, saying you cannot stop this with armor. There isn't presently an on-hit here, so I'm not sure that Rex cares all that much. But it is just a 4-go-again card.
I believe the top card of Yuki's deck is another Spark of Genius here. 4 from that Outpace, like you said, with no meaningful on-hit. Go again on offer here. Concealing a little information. And also, meaningfully, trying to dig towards an item on the top. Rex taking a moment to chew on his blocking decisions here. Holding a reasonably powerful hand. Tarantula Toxin looks like it's going to end up on the combat chain defending. But he is holding on to a card we saw in Akihabara, I believe, used to great effect against Sam Sutherland. Take up the mantle. Kind of found its way out of a lot of these Arachne decks after Slippy's fall from grace. But finding its way back as this powerful, disruptive / attack reaction damage piece.
I think we're seeing it next to a card that is one of the payoffs for Take Up the Mantle, that Infiltrate. Infiltrate's a very interesting card because you get to play your opponent's cards against them. I can understand why Rex would block with it here. And also the Tarantula Toxin, because Tarantula Toxin is at its best when your opponent is blocking, right? And Dash.io as a very aggressive deck tends not to do that a whole lot. And if I'm not mistaken, he's already got a Tarantula Toxin in Arsenal as well.
Yeah, speaking of blocking here, Tarantula Toxin defending 4-3 against this Pulse Wave Harpoon. After revealed, Yuki did not compel him to block with that card so much as he chose to after revealing it. Kind of the classic play pattern with Pulse Wave Harpoon. I think I'll just show you the card I'm going to block with.
Of course. And Yuki playing out the backup protocol here. She's probably thinking about this crank a little bit, and she might be thinking about, what do I want to pull back with this? You know, she can pull back something like a zipper hit, which presents a 5 boost. And she's also taking up the symbiosis shot here. But she has given this one a good think.
So interestingly, she has no resources available to her presently, and the only card in her hand is Maximum Velocity. So I imagine the goal with this backup protocol is maybe to get a little bit of extra damage thanks to Symbiosis Shot, and then hopefully crack it on Rex's turn to get back a reasonable threat to power this Maximum Velocity.
That's right. She didn't quite have the resources or enough boost this turn to send the max velocity, but it's looking like a very good setup turn for that, provided that Arachne Marionette is not going to be disrupting her hand to the point where she can't send 3 boosts required to send max velocity.
Using the crank from the backup protocol here as a spare action point to activate Dash.io and draw that card on top of her deck, which I believe is still that Spark of Genius after boosting with that Pulse Wave Harpoon. More than likely going to go get another item to set up that maximum velocity and make this turn even, or her next turn, even more powerful. No, it's a 0 to 60 on top, being used to pitch into the backup protocol and attacking with Fast and Furious for 4 boosted. Blocking 3 with Take Up the Mantle, going to take 1. 28 to 27 in this game at Calling Columbus.
Rex kind of looking to protect his life total here a little bit. Dash.io can spit out a lot of damage very quickly. As Marionette, to get an edge, you're likely looking to disrupt Dash.io's hand and slowly eke out value over the course of a game. But I'm not sure that a quick game favors you. So Rex stopping damage, kind of protecting his life so that he can just sort of play a little bit of a longer game, perhaps even push Yuki towards a fatigue state where he can pivot, makes a lot of sense.
3 go again from Pain in the Backside here, and let me tell you, this card is a pain in the backside. Going to hit for 3, get an extra point of damage, and confer a mark onto Yuki, which will make this Infiltrate come in for 4 with on-hit go again, as well as the other nasty on-hit this card represents.
Infiltrate is one of my favorite cards in this game. You know, if it hits, Rex might be getting an attack. What's interesting here is that Yuki knows exactly what Rex would be getting off of Infiltrate. So if it's something like an item that's not going to particularly help Rex, then she might say, this is fine. But if it's a boost attack, then she might say, I really don't want to give Rex this card advantage.
Yeah, Rex not necessarily capable of boosting any boost attacks, as he would not be banishing any Mechanologist cards, but something like a Fast and Furious or 0 to 60 is just extra value, extra gravy on top of the on-hit. And I think Yuki does see some sort of meaningful attack on top of her deck because she is jamming 4 armor here on this Infiltrate. But Rex does have that T-Toxin arsenal. Perhaps he could push this over if he sees fit.
Yes, right now, Yuki is blocking perfectly. We might see that +3, as you mentioned. What's interesting here about blocking with the Cogworks Tinkerings, if you don't know why Dash.io is playing this card that clearly looks like it's intended for Puffin, it's because it creates that cog, and then the adaptive plating can come out and block and galvanize, destroying that cog and blocking for 3 in total.
If any hero was capable of producing enough items on the board to eventually block with adaptive plating and galvanize without losing too much value, it is Dash.io. And Rex did choose there to cash out that Tarantula Toxin, perhaps on the only opportunity he's going to get, since Dash.io is not a hero known for blocking, to push 2 damage over with that Infiltrate and get the top card of Yuki's deck, and then play out a Pulse Wave Harpoon, where X is 0 boosts this combat chain, if you'd believe it.
Yes, luckily, Yuki does not have to show hand or block that Pulse Wave, but it does represent an extra 4 damage, bringing her life total even lower.
Pretty nasty trap lying in wait in Rex's hand here. He is holding on to a copy of Inertia Trap, easily one of the most powerful cards in Arachne Marionette's deck. This card not only blocks 3, but under the right circumstances can essentially destroy your opponent's arsenal by forcing it to the bottom of their deck. A veritable 1-card 6 or 7, depending on the situation. He also has a pretty substantial life lead here. Yuki may be needing to get something really powerful going. We know she has that max V in her arsenal here. But if Rex folds, this could be a pretty dire spot for Dash.io.
But this is a pretty powerful turn for Yuki. She's played the Boom Grenade off the top. She has cranked it, so she's gained an action point here. She might be looking to connect that Boom this turn. She has pitched the red. She's lacking the resources. But regardless, this Boom represents a lot of damage.
And like you said earlier in the game, Marionette doesn't have so much armor to work with, only 2 points left, and they're on pretty essential pieces, those Flick Knives and Fendel's Spring Tunic. So covering up this Fast and Furious is likely an ask for 2 cards.
Yes. Yuki also has a T-bone in the hand, I believe, which may say you must block with something. Of course, the black text can come back out and block again, so 1 T-bone by itself isn't necessarily backbreaking for Marionette.
But 2, on the other hand, could be a very real problem.
Yeah, so if she could, I'm sure Yuki would rather save the T-bone for a double T-bone turn, perhaps, pull that Tunic or Flick Knives. But we're not going to complain about our 0 for 3 go again cards on a Boom Grenade turn.
Looks like Rex is considering blocking with the Flick Knives. Yeah, gonna give that Flick Knives up to try and cover this Fast and Furious alongside that Inertia Trap, giving Yuki an Inertia token that will get rid of her arsenal here.
So Rex looking to be a little bit more defensive this turn. I think this is a very heads-up play. Rex has a good life lead here, but that could quickly flip the other way if he's not careful. If he lets this Boom connect, that could be pretty terrifying for Rex. So I really like giving up Flick here, saying, you know what, I've gotten my value out of it. I don't particularly need the guaranteed mark off of Flick. I'm just going to stop this Boom from connecting.
Yuki using Cerebellum Processor here to draw another card, most likely looking for some resources to fire off the rest of this maximum velocity turn, as it both requires her to boost thrice and have the resources to pay for it. The card costs 2. Any card will get her there, thanks to Tekla Foundry Heart. But before we can get there, we must consider the journey. 0 to 60, 4 go again. After a boost coming in here, yet another breakpoint. Rex is being asked to cover here with only 2 cards left in his hand and no way to block 4 without giving up armor.
I think Rex might be feeling like, oh, maybe I can't block out this Boom Grenade after all, right? Yuki's been sitting on this arsenal for a while. He's got to be considering that it may be a maximum velocity, in which case there is no world in which he stops this Boom from connecting. And then the life totals very quickly flip, and Rex is left with not a lot of cards in hand, although he does have the Kiss of Death, which is quite potent. Since he doesn't have the Flick anymore, he won't be able to use that to get 2 damage off of that Kiss of Death, unfortunately.
Yeah, kind of the most painful thing you can have happen as a hero playing against Dash.io is kind of folding your whole hand to try and stop that Boom Grenade, only to find out that it was an inevitability, and that is kind of the way this has taken shape here. That maximum velocity becoming relatively obvious, flipping those life totals on their head, like you said, first taking 1 and the Boom Grenade on that 0 to 60, followed by 7 after blocking 3 on the maximum velocity, cracking in for 10, and the Inertia generated no value. This is quite a turning point.
Yes, Yuki says, I do not care about that Inertia. Joke's on you. I converted my whole hand. It did look for a moment there like that max velocity maybe wouldn't get cast, but she was able to clear it out just in time. And now she draws up, with full tempo.
And have 4 cards to work with here, maybe looking slightly awkward, holding on to a null time zone, as well as a plethora of boost cards, but maybe not the most damage on offer.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a little bit of an awkward hand here. It's still probably going to be enough, as it tends to be with Dash.io, to push a little bit more. Marionette's already at 14 here. Not much armor left on offer, really just the tunic, which only represents 1 block. Rex says, I'm not even looking at my hand right now. I just have to wait and see what you do. Because Dash does have the potential here to threaten Rex's life total and then some, especially with the Cerebellum out on the board.
I believe it is actually presently still Rex's turn because that Golden Cog and Cerebellum processor are still on the board.
Yes.
And Yuki's going to pay... You pitch a blue here, paying 1 for this backup protocol red, and since she'll have 2 left over, it's likely she'll get to cash out this backup protocol and convert this blue null time zone into a red threat, kind of helping shore up this hand that was otherwise a little bit anemic on damage.
And this is where you see the power of Dash.io, being able to see the top of deck and play off the top of deck. Of course, it's card advantage, but it's also being able to think ahead in the future and being able to set up your turns to be more consistent, right, with this backup protocol off the top. And it looks like she's going to break it right now, too. Perfect pitch curve to grab that Pulse Wave Harpoon back, which is going to force cards out of Rex's hand, most likely.
More than likely, we know she's holding a big old grip of 0-cost boost cards and a Pulse Wave Harpoon. As we go back to her turn here, 14 to 17, may not stay that way for long as 0 to 64, 3 with go again. Yellow coming in here. Rex blocking with a Relentless Pursuit. And in Relentless Pursuit is Fast and Furious. Coming in for 3.
Yes, Yuki has not cranked this turn, so the Fast and Furious is just 3 right now. Rex throwing down another block. His hand, though, looking like he might have a good 1-card response if he's able to keep that card, that Leave No Witnesses. If Yuki arsenals, represents quite a bit of value. He may even be able to generate the silver to buy back those black techs.
Though she does still have access to Crown of Providence right now, significantly reducing the efficacy of any sort of arsenal-threatening effects. Yuki also sending Symbiosis Shot for 2 here because I believe she noticed something interesting on top of her deck.
What did she see on top of her deck, Ellie?
I believe that maximum velocity she just drew into IPing, quote-unquote, 1, lighting a full card on fire, arsenaling and holding 1 in hand to draw 3 just so she can fire off that maximum velocity. But first, she has to contend with this Leave No Witnesses.
Yes.
Coming in for 4 and threatening her arsenal.
Yes, as you mentioned, the Crown of Providence is a very good answer to the Leave No Witnesses here. But she does have to say, lose that Pulse Wave Harpoon. She knows what she'll be drawing. But the question is what she'll be drawing enough to send the turn she wants to send with this maximum velocity?
Yeah, having to cash out a red 4, I believe a null time zone on top of her deck, is definitely not where you want to be. Thankfully, she does have access to 4 armor here, so she can just cash out the fridge if she so desires, but it's important to make sure you've kind of crossed your T's and dotted your I's because, I believe the top card of her deck is Techlocore, actually, but you want to make sure that you've kind of cashed everything out correctly because once that armor is used up, you can't get it back, unlike Marionette.
Yes, if she wants to keep the Pulse Wave Harpoon, we may see her filter a different card out of her hand. It may help her sculpt quite a powerful turn. As you mentioned, the Techlocore is on top, so that's likely to just be a pitch card if she does draw it. It looks like she's going to pitch a Techlocore out of hand to play that right off the top. I heard you like Techlocores.
Digging a little bit deeper now, the top card of her deck is a Twin Drive, potentially allowing her to use Crown of Providence a little bit more effectively, especially with 2 free resources on the start of her coming turn. I love Crown of Providence. It's such a hilariously unfair piece of equipment when you get to look at the top card of your deck whenever you want.
Yes, and that Twin Drive is very potent for max velocity turn because maximum velocity requires you to boost 3 times and Twin Drive lets you boost twice. That gets you very close to being able to cast max velocity while requiring fewer cards.
Banishing a backup protocol as 2 damage is dealt here from the top of the deck, generating a silver for Rex. Here comes the non-functional dry erase marker. Slightly functional.
Slightly functional this time. That's 1 silver. If Rex gets another, if he finds the space, he may be able to use those black techs destroying them and then buying them back to find another piece of armor that may represent an important breakpoint later. But right now it's just the 1 silver.
And before he can buy back any armor, he has to survive some pretty serious output here, leading off with a red zipper hit. 5 damage is a little more than a third of what Rex has left in the health bar. Frailty trap coming in here to give a frailty. Maybe not the most impactful thing, as Yuki does not have an arsenal and is likely not going to attack with her symbiosis shot, whether her opponent knows it or not this turn.
Yeah, I still think, you know, when your opponent has 2 counters on symbiosis, you know, if you're having to block anyway, the frailty does represent a nice bit of a little bit of extra value. Of course, yes, Rex doesn't know that Yuki is not going to be swinging that. Instead, Yuki sends the twin drive.
Though he likely knows now, when you see that twin drive boosting 2, there's kind of only one thing that it could possibly mean, which is, of course, either a pulse wave harpoon, which we know at home she does not have, so I guess 2 things, or maximum velocity. It's not quite as good as boosting 3 times with 3 different cards because it means 1 less attack, but it is still 20 damage here. And she's going to find an item off the top. Boom Grenade Yellow coming in, giving her an action point. And with the 3 damage coming over, this twin drive is actually going to connect for 6, sending Rex all the way down to 8 while Yuki gains an extra action point.
Well, with that extra action point, we may see Symbiosis Shot come in after all. But, you know, Rex is giving that look of like, oh, sheesh, Dash is just having the turn. There's not much I can do here. He is holding on to that Codex, but he's going to end up blocking with it just to stay alive.
Codex and Tunic blocking, taking him down to 1. Yuki has a spare action point. That frailty doesn't get there. Still coming in for 1. The fist bump extended. Yuki Lee Bender showing her chops clearly. Incredible at this Dash AO here. You know, we saw her take her to, I believe, Worlds Osaka, where she had this incredible game against Pablo Pintor, and yet again, she shows her mastery of the deck against an Iraqi Marionette opponent who was clearly no slouch. Both players entered 4-0, only one left 5-0. What do you think of that game, Mercy?
I always loved watching Dash.io sculpt that hand to get where she needs to be. Yuki gives nothing away as she's just finding the cards to kill you. You know, we saw 2 max velocities that turn. I love to see it. The Marionette also put up quite an impressive fight, getting that early lead before eventually losing tempo.
You can eventually find yourself in a bit of a tough spot. You know, that turning point Dash.io finds can, you know, all of your momentum can come crumbling down, and maybe your hero could find themselves a bit of a turning point with Compendium of Wraith, an upcoming set supporting basically every single hero in the game, in stores February 13th. And before that, we have the world premiere at London, the first week of February. Super duper exciting stuff.
Yeah, the Compendium of Wraith is very exciting. It's primarily going to support Classic Constructed and Silver Age, of course, the format that everyone is super, super excited for. That'll be in stores, as you mentioned, February 13th. How excited are you for Compendium of Wraith, Elly?
I am pretty I'm really looking forward to the set. I'm unreasonably excited, mostly because I really like shiny cardboard and the cool Antiquity pack and reprints in new art of a bunch of iconic Flesh and Blood cards: Shelter from the Storm, Balance of Justice, Command and Conquer, Fendel's Spring Tunic, available in new art and regular treatments, as well as the incredible Antiquity pack, like the High Seas treasure packs, with these full art rainbow foil treatments of some of Fab's most iconic game pieces.
And these are just beautiful, beautiful frames. These reprints have been asked for time and time again. We're super, super excited to see them. So yeah, you're going to be able to get your shiny cardboard, Elly.
And reprints asked for, reprints delivered, with the very first reprint of a fabled rarity card with Eye of Ophidia, also in the Antiquity pack, in gorgeous new full art. One of the most iconic cards in recent Flesh and Blood memory. Maybe the most iconic, maybe the most playable fabled of all time, just showing up in deck After Deck, and it will be showing up in store shelves after the world premiere in London, February 6th through 8th, and then the set releases on the 13th. Get your butts out to London and get your butts to your local game store to get your hands on Compendium of Wraith. We'll be back soon with a Fang also doing quite well after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Thinking I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. 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 On the same side.
Boosts over Claves is the story, well, the next chapter at least, at Calling Columbus, which is just one of the many amazing events that we have as part of the World Tour stop in Columbus. There are side events going on behind us all day long and pummels aplenty for folks to pick up. I think you got one yesterday, didn't you, Mercy?
I did. I played the Pummel Classic Constructed Super Armory, and it was a blast. The Pummel's just a side benefit.
Was it a blast to oblivion, perhaps?
It was.
So glad to see you adopting another flavor of Lightning Hero, even though it's not the one that you have made your namesake on.
I just seem to always love the Lightning Heroes, Starvo, Aurora, Oscilio, Briar. I just got to stick with Lightning, apparently.
Have you at all been enticed by that lore drop that talked about Orion, a Lightning Ranger, perhaps?
Lightning Ranger sounds super exciting. I loved Lexi when Lexi was out as well. But, I'm shamefully behind on my lore, so I don't know a lot about this Ranger. But if there's a Lightning Ranger, you can sign me up.
I clearly am as well. Elly Bird enlightened me that Reaping Blade is actually a squirrel spine. Can you believe that?
Wouldn't that be a little bit small? Florian's just sort of like...
It was a big squirrel. It was like one of those Princess Bride squirrels. Rodents of unusual size.
I see. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Don't believe Leslie. They do exist.
I mean, Florian is the Rotwood Harbinger, so I can kind of see it. But
he's into that macabre kind of stuff.
That is quite disturbing. Yes.
Without a doubt. So there's no squirrel spines in this next match, but let's see what the competitors at Calling Columbus have brought. Instead of squirrel spines, it is burning blades as the chosen weapon for Bird Cabrera, who is sitting at X and 1 and part of the Fang gang. I am so excited to see Bird on my personal hero of choice. Going up, of course, against Julian Sniffen. 4-1 on Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Mercy, what do you think's gonna happen here?
Fang has a lot of choices in this matchup. We do see a chum come out early, but what we're gonna see with Fang, I think, is that those daggers are able to very efficiently clear allies because Fang's able to distribute damage in a very efficient way. I did get the chance to talk to Bird yesterday about her deck choice. I think at that point, she was settled on Gravy. So to see her on Fang now is very, very exciting, playing against a deck that she knows quite well.
Chum-friendly first mate hitting the yard in the first turn of the game, which is exactly what Julian wants to be doing. Even though those daggers do clear zombies efficiently, it is still a lot of damage that you just kind of have to give up on the side of Fang ultimately. But this turn 0 means that Bird Cabrera can cash in the first, or I guess knock up the first point of value on those Valiant Dynamo, one of many when all is going to be said and done. Bird also has a pitch card in the hand. That's one of the other issues with Fang, at least early on in the game. Can you find your yellows and blues until you can get online? And here we go. It's probably going to be a very cleanup of the friendly first mate. Sworn Vengeance going to give +3 to the next dagger attack this turn. If it hits a hero, however, you will mark them. And Bird does have to balance the Left 4 Dead cosplay zombie killing nature of her deck and also getting online as soon as humanly possible.
Julian also has to consider here tapping the chum. He's got another chum in hand. I believe I see another ally as well, a Swabby, if I'm not mistaken. So Julian might be thinking, gosh, I would really like to stop this on-hit mark. I also really want to fill my grave up with allies. So I think we are going to see the chum get tapped, discarding another chum.
Even perhaps more fearsome here is the Fearless Confrontation in the hand. Now, with Sworn Vengeance and a Blistering Blade, that comes out to exactly 7, which means that Fearless Confrontation cannot jump in front of this chum-friendly first mate and do a Secret Service cosplay. Down, Mr. President.
Yeah, you might be sad thinking, oh, I'm losing a point of value here. But as you mentioned, that Fearless Confrontation is a real threat. And if you burn your attack into Chum, you might be forced to send your second dagger at Chum as well and burn even more damage. So that 7 is pretty perfect here. And I think Bird was prepared for that possibility, certainly ready to send that dagger into Gravy if required. She did the key thing here, though, which is that you don't swing into Chum for free generally. You make the Gravy spend the card to have you target it.
So a lot of good for Bird Cabrera there, able to get rid of the first copy of Chum. Not able to convey a mark or much meaningful damage to Julian, however, who's now cracking in with Murderous Rabble 4-3 thanks to the Avast-G revealed on top of the deck.
Yes, and we've seen that second Chum hit the graveyard, which is important for Julian. That's probably one of the most annoying allies in this matchup. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree.
Yeah, because, Fang can very, very easily clear these low health allies, but Chum with that 6 health forces you to spend your cards in a certain way. We are going to see that Hunt's End get blocked with. Hunt's End, of course, only works if you can only play it if you have 3 fealty to begin with. Bird Cabrera's a long ways away from that right now, so it doesn't really make sense to hold on to that card, even though it is a very powerful 0 for 4, 0 for 5.
Chum the second out in the arena, and Bird Cabrera thinking about blocking with an all-important blue pitch card, namely because if she starts this turn with an Oath of Loyalty that is in hand, she will not be able to play Glint the Quicksilver ultimately. So it's just going to be Oath of Loyalty straight into Chum. But first, Bird must allow her opponent to draw up, of course. Chum, very, very astutely and loudly designated as the target of Oath of Loyalty and also for the Drakai. So 8 value for that Chum-friendly first mate if you don't even count the 4 that was swung on the previous turn cycle. So ultimately a 12 value 2 card.
I do think it makes sense for Bird to take this line, given that she wasn't really able to swing the daggers as much that turn, just to be disciplined, clear the Chum out of the way, make sure it doesn't get tapped at a very inconvenient time for her later. And we also see the Rigor Mortis in Grave. Gravy's kind of doing his thing. He's gradually filling up his Grave with allies, and he's going to get that value. As you mentioned, that 8 value on the Chum is a lot. But if I'm Bird, I'm pretty happy to see 2 Chums out of the game. The life totals are still very high. The game is still very early. Now I'm thinking, all right, I don't have to worry about that as much. I can start distributing a lot of my damage towards Julian's face right now.
There are good things going for Julian. One thing that isn't working, though, is Gold Generation. This is a card that could turn the tide, though. Avast-G is going to convey Go again to the attack on this Rigor Mortis, and also, on connection, a gold token into the coffers of the Shipwrecked Looter and Mercy. We talked about how happy Bird must be to see 2 Chums out of the way already. I think Julian found the 3rd one on top of the deck after activating Compass.
Well, then maybe Bird will be happy soon to have the 3rd one out of the way. We'll see how Julian decides to use that one. We are going to see some block on the Rigor Mortis. Bird's getting that Dynamo's value generally every turn. It's a great piece of equipment for just keeping your health total high. And we're seeing the Hunt's End come out because, as I mentioned, it's not really playable right now, and you can't hold on to it in Arsenal forever. Looks like she's putting the armor back, though. She's thinking, this has Go again. I might have to block something a lot scarier. There is 1 floating right now, and a card in hand, and a card in Arsenal. This could be a conqueror of the high seas.
So Bird pulls punches on the blocks just a little bit, keeping the Hunt's End in the hand, ready to do some defensive work, but Julian leaves that card stranded in hand, and it's an Oath of Loyalty as a response for Bird Cabrera. Nice thing is that she gets to leave Hunt's End in the hand, and even if it's devoted as a pitch card here, it is still in the deck. Hunt's End can be a game closer and a half, but only if you haven't blocked with all 3 of them before you come online. And I am so sorry, folks. I did lie to you. Elly told me not to, but I did. It was Sawbones Dockhand instead of the last copy of Chum.
I can't believe you would lie to us, Bryce.
Get used to it, Mercy. 4 Go again, still on the combat chain for Bird Cabrera. 39 plays 39. It's a pretty even-keeled start for both of these heroes.
Sawbones in the hand. Sawbones is a very potent ally as well. It may be even somewhat preferable to Chum because it is a lot easier to play it out because it's not as expensive. And we are going to see that come down off the Blood in the Water, which isn't really getting its extra block value here, but it is just blocking very cleanly here.
And also making Sawbones ready to pair with the 2 blues that are in hand for Julian Sniffen next turn. 4 damage accepted off the Blaze Headlong to follow Oath of Loyalty. And it's just going to be a Pitch of Hunt's End to burn yet another zombie. Rigor Mortis goes lankily to the watery grave from the Crow's Nest. And once again, the board remains clear for Bird Cabrera. And she's only taken 1 point of life.
Yes, and it's important that she's clearing that rigor mortis now, right? Because as soon as that Sawbones comes out, it's going to say, you have to attack my allies for 1 more than their life total, or I'm going to activate Sawbones, and you're not going to kill it, right? So that this Sawbones is going to require 1 more than its life total to guaranteed kill it on Bird's turn. But for now, it's going to be attacking for 6, and we see Bird quickly grab the dynamos. I think what that signals to us is she's very certain that she's going to be swinging with both of the daggers this turn. You know, last turn we saw her put it up, pull it back. I think that signaled, you know, we're only seeing 1 dagger, but now we're going back to sort of the bread and butter Fang hands, I believe, where we're swinging both.
You know, Mercy, it's pretty funny that you say both, because I think this hand is ultimately going to swing 3 daggers thanks to the Long Whisker loyalty that is in hand. Bird likely going to accept 5 damage here, go pledge fealty on the first dagger after pitching a blue, then then Long Whisker loyalty, choosing the modes, both buff power and mark the opposing hero, and then the coup de grace, affirm loyalty, which could mean that ultimately, if she's able to connect when Julian is marked, she could be online next turn.
Yes, you know, we've been noticing how the lack of fealty thus far, but Fang can just sort of come out of nowhere with these turns where they start with 0 and they end up online. And then from there, Fang just gets so much value.
Oh, but Bird is being diligent. She's blocking with the fealty generators and making it so that Julian is denied on gold once again. This is probably the smarter play. It's not the most fireworks, unfortunately. This Obsidian Firevein is going to be buffed up by 1. Finally, the first fealty token generated for Bird Cabrera, of course, gets the Sawbones tap ability in response, going to prevent 1 damage to that zombie ally, but the other Obsidian Firevein is there to not just refresh Valiant Dynamos, but also clear the dock out of the yard.
Yes, Bird being very disciplined here, starving Gravy of the gold. I do think that is an underrated part of playing Gravy in general, is how important the gold is to him. Sometimes it can feel like he just runs away with lots of gold and it's not even worth stopping the gold on hits. But when he's got 0, that first gold can be very, very impactful, allowing him to fill his graveyard with allies and dig for the cards he needs to turn the matchup back his way. And as we see right now, he has no allies in graveyard, which means it's going to be hard for him to place them there.
Does have 1 in the hand. Finally, another one joins the rest, which are pretty much just bones at this point. But it's Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, ready to help out his master. Prismatic Leyline and Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand as well. What Julian doesn't have is a second blue to enable the high tide effect on that gravy boat.
We do have a gold on board now, though, so I think we're going to see that compass so Julian can find out if he's allowed to pitch into that gold and maybe draw another blue in order to swing that Conqueror with the 1 pitch remaining after the gold plus a new blue.
Yeah, what would you discard here? I guess it's the Prismatic Leyline?
Yeah, Leyline can be very potent, but it's not necessarily essential to the hand here.
And you're right. If it is a blue on top, Julian could always just pay for the gold and then swing the Conqueror. The question then becomes, what do you do as a follow-up?
Yeah, the Scuba is quite difficult to play out here as well, and it costs a lot to attack with, so there isn't necessarily a good follow-up to the Conqueror, as you mentioned. Julia may be thinking, what's the best way to get the most value out of his hand? And the fact that he's not seemingly posing to Gravy tells me that maybe he did not find the blue on top.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense. I do want to talk very quickly about one of the concepts in Fang that I think is most interesting. You kind of have 3 phases of the Fang game plan where number 1 is you haven't gotten a single fealty token online. The advantage there is that you can just cash in your entire hand on defense whenever it doesn't line up or when your opponent is presenting meaningful on hits. Phase 2, of course, is once you've gotten your first fealty and you're on your way to 3, then you're under pressure both to keep a pitch card and a draconic card in order to keep your fealty tokens around. Phase 3, of course, is when you don't have to worry anymore. You've got those 3 online. You can block everything except for one card in hand, and oftentimes keep the fealty around and keep the Dynamo's train rolling.
That is the beauty of Fang. It's very interesting for a deck to sort of be able to say, all of these cards that I put in my deck for pitching are now going to be pure defensive value. But it is important, I think, to, as you mentioned, you have to keep that fealty around, especially once you've hit 3. Losing 1 at this stage wouldn't be backbreaking, but it's not ideal either. So Bird's going to, keep some cards here, keep swinging, keep that fealty around, and likely make another with this Affirm Loyalty.
No blocks.
It is a skill point of Fang players. Understanding the moment to go from phase 1 to phase 2. At that point, ideally, you accelerate yourself, obviously straight into phase 3, lest you get caught out and unable to keep your fealty tokens around. For now, for Bird Cabrera, unfortunately, Affirm Loyalty not going to generate a fealty token on its own because it must be played on Draconic Chainlink 2 or higher in order to do that. Instead, what could get there is the Scar Tissue on top, getting this Obsidian Firevein all the way up to 7 and likely going to mark Julian Sniffen, who doesn't have any defense in terms of reactions. He did thumb that Arsenal. So never mind. It is a sink below out of the Arsenal, but that's not enough to cover up the on-hit here. 3 damage leaks through, and Gravy Bones is now marked.
And this mark is also potent because we've got a hunt to the Ends of Wraith in the hand. That's going to represent an extra 2 value for Bird attacking into Gravy. But it looks like she's electing to pitch it instead for the dagger, which makes sense because that Savor Bloodshed in her hand is a very, very powerful card.
And it's Obsidian Firevein. Is it targeting Gravy Bones? It does seem to be. So Scuba left alive for 1 turn. Bird Cabrera must be a dog lover as well. Fealties will stick around alongside the Obsidian Fireveins and the newly refreshed Valiant Dynamo. And now it's an opponent that's marked and only 1 more fealty token to generate in order for Bird Cabrera to be squarely in phase 3.
It is a little scary sometimes to ignore allies, but Scuba is not the most threatening of all the allies. It costs 3 to swing. It comes in for not as much as a Rigor Mortis.
Just a cheeky 4.
Yeah, just a cheeky 4, exactly. And it's going to take an action point. There's no Mage Master boots. So, if Julian wants to spend his action point swinging Scuba, Bird's probably going to say, okay, that's fine with me.
It's going to be a solid turn for Julian Sniffen. He was finally able to find the blue on the activation of Compass of the Sunken Depth. So Portside Exchange joins Call to the Grave in the pitch zone thanks to Saltwater Swell. 5 resources at the ready, a blue in the graveyard once the combat chain is closed, and Julian can do some further filtering. With the Gravy Bones activation, finally, it is yet another blue, and Scuba Salty Sea Dog, the twin of the one in the arena, is now in the graveyard, ready for Julian. The only way this turn could be better is if he had managed to hold on to the Prismatic Leyline.
True. He cashed in that Prismatic last turn because I think he was having a hard time converting the cards otherwise, for sure. But this is still going to be a very good turn for Julian, threatening that Arsenal with the Conqueror. Julian's starting to build up his gold a little bit. One thing that's interesting about Julian, I know him to be a very, very skilled Kano player, and now that Kano's gone, it's kind of funny to see him still looking at the top of deck, still looking for the blues.
Yep. Some things never change.
Yeah, some things never change.
It's a full block for Bird Cabrera with the Balance of Justice, daring Julian to draw another card this turn, because then, of course, she would be able to get one of her own off the top of the deck.
Yes, and I like Bird cashing in this balance here because, now it's available to draw her a card at any point during the game when Gravy is having to dig deeper.
And, it was super relevant on this turn cycle because Julian, with 1 resource left in the pitch, could have activated Dead Threads, activated a gold, refreshed the arsenal, but might just be too scared to do so because of Balance of Justice.
Bird also, in the hand, we see a Warmongers and another Long Whisker Loyalty.
I think that's a Sworn Vengeance. Am I wrong? Oops, excuse me. Am I wrong about that? Oh, that is tough to tell, Mercy.
Well, whatever it is, it looks like Bird is poising to, do that kind of bread and butter warrior thing,
Yes.
right? Of dagger reaction, dagger, refresh dynamos, just keep getting value that way, keep the fealties alive, and she's very close to hitting the third one as well.
You were
here.
so right. It is Long Whisker Loyalty, which is huge for Bird Cabrera, who could have also deployed the Savor Bloodshed in Arsenal, but doesn't decide to do so. Instead, it's just going to be Crimes Against Humanity. Scuba Salty Sea Dog is going to go back to the watery grave, burned by the Obsidian Fire Vein with buffed up power. And the follow-up here is, of course, going to be Obsidian Fire Vein the second. This one likely going towards Gravy Bone's face because Bird, without deploying the Savor Bloodshed, doesn't have enough power to get rid of the second Sea Dog. And this is another pain point for Gravy in this matchup. Grains of Blood Spill reads on hit, not on the hit of a hero. And so does Brave Forge Bracers, which means that these engine pieces that are so intrinsically part of the warrior identity are online pretty much at any time that Bird wants to use them.
Yes, and very soon, Bird's not even going to need the resources. She keeps recurring these vigors. That helps pay right now while the daggers aren't free, but eventually she's going to be able to spend them on bigger and better stuff as well. Julian, as I wanted to make a comment about the Savor Bloodshed, too. We noticed that Bird kept it in Arsenal here. I think it's probably because she's waiting for an even bigger turn where it's guaranteed to connect. We know that Gravy doesn't mind blocking out a little bit and just swinging those allies if Bird leaves them up, because he can get a lot of value that way. So I think Bird's thinking, I would really like the Savor to connect and be really powerful, go over the top. Because these life totals are still quite high. It would be great to push a little bit more damage and put Gravy in a spot where he can't play this Send Conqueror game.
Or heck, why don't you wait for a second copy of Savor Bloodshed to make it so that you get 2 cards drawn? Bird Cabrera draws up a second copy as Julian puts the final copy of Chum Friendly First Mate in the graveyard thanks to a Golden Tipple, one of only 3 allowed in the deck now. Gold token generated there, and all of a sudden, these coffers are awfully full, Mercy.
And this is what I mentioned earlier. Sometimes the Gravy just has what feels like infinite gold, and at that point, it just doesn't even feel worth stopping gold on hits anymore. But we have seen Gravies very quickly draw through all of that gold before just looking for the one card they really need to turn the game around. So even one more gold can be quite impactful.
There's a grimace for Bird Cabrera, who doesn't quite like the hand. It lines up not terribly, though, but she's got yet another copy of Hunt's End, which can be risky when you are on the precipice of Phase 3, where you have 3 fealty tokens online. So Bird instead, probably astutely, just using the second Savor Bloodshed in order to shore up some of this damage. And it's back to ally clearing duty, and hopefully a very pleased Emperor by the time this turn is over.
Yeah, with that Chum hitting the board, I think that tells Bird that I am not guaranteed to hit and get that third fealty this turn, which makes the proposition of this hand a lot worse. I do like to see the overcrowded in Bird's hand. On her on Julian's turn, she had both a vigor and a fealty, so that overcrowded would block for 4, which is great value to get out of a blue. But she's got to keep it because these daggers are still costing her resources.
Ooh, and a quick misstep there. Bird plays the wrong card out of hand and shows Julian Sniffen that there is a Hunt's End at the ready. In this case, though, the chosen target must be Mr. Chum himself. Vigor token refreshed after pitching the overcrowded. Now Bird is at a crossroads. Likely just going to send the second Obsidian Fire Vein face for 2 because she cannot remove Scuba, doesn't have the requisite damage, but now Julian knows that if he allows this Obsidian Fire Vein to connect, there's a Hunt's End coming at him next turn.
Yes, quite. It's unfortunate sometimes when you accidentally show your opponent some cards. I do it all the time.
Yep.
I drop my cards on the playmat, whatever. You just sort of have to shrug it off and say, oh, well, let's keep going. As you mentioned, it does kind of tell Julian, I can't let this third fealty get down, but you don't always have a choice in the matter.
True. Julian does have a defense reaction. Honestly, it kind of makes things more difficult for him. Like, am I willing to lose 2, maybe 4 value on this Blood in the Water just to prevent my opponent from getting online? Now, if Bird hadn't been able to activate Brave Forge Bracers, this would probably be a snap block of the gold-baited hook. In this case, Julian forced to activate Dead Threads and shove Quick Dodge Flexors in there instead. A very heads-up use of that foot piece that can get so much more value. In this case, Julian making the hard decision to only cash it in for 2, but so much more when you consider the on-hit.
But, you know, into Fang, unless Fang's on one of those hands where Fang's sending 0 for 4, 0 for 4, dagger, dagger, it's not always the most important to keep Quick Dodge around for those turns. Using Dead Threads just to not have to spend a card out of hand and block a dagger, I think it is great value there regardless, and a good heads-up play from Julian.
Julian starts this turn off by drawing a fantastic card off the top of the deck. It's an ally to pair with this second golden tipple. Sawbones Dockhand makes its way into the yard. Another gold token generated and another blue drawn. It's not any blue either. It's Call to the Grave. 1 damage accepted readily by Bird Cabrera. No on-hits on that golden tipple. But here comes Sawbones with a gold-baited hook. And now we're going to buy the Dynamo out of the arsenal for Bird. This is not representing 9, folks. This is not a prismatic ley line turn. This is just a 9 that's upside down, actually being 6.
Bird has a lot of life to work with here still. I think you're okay to see that Sawbones hit the deck, so to speak, because you're able to pretty efficiently clear that. You know, I believe in Bird's hand, she's got the resource card to swing the daggers, and she's got several red attack reactions that are going to let her kind of focus damage on one of the chain links and likely use the other chain link simply to clear the Sawbones.
Obsidian Firevein attacks Sawbones, and it is a Fire and Brimstone out of the hand of Bird Cabrera, one of the cards that I have gotten to spoil in the past, and therefore one of my favorites. This one is legendary. It's essentially a Blood on her hands that you can only have 1 of. In this case, Bird forced to pay 1 because it is discounted by the number of Draconic chain links she controls, but it will allow her to swing each of these daggers an additional time, and it's going to give them +1 to boot. So on their face, they're coming in for 2.
Now, notably, if Bird does not hit and does not get that third fealty, she is going to have to pay for every dagger swing, which might limit her ability to actually use that Fire and Brimstone effect to the fullest. She may only be able to afford to swing 1 more Fire Vein unless she's got another blue in the hand that she's happy to spend to create Vigor and Brave Forge Bracers, but I believe it's 2 reds. And on Julian's side, we see the Blood on the Water in hand, and then there's another one in the arsenal, isn't there, Bryce?
There is, and that could make getting online very difficult for Bird Cabrera here. Blistering Blade is going to give not just 3, but 4 here. Up to 6 goes this Obsidian Firevein, which plays directly into the Blood in the Water for Julian Sniffen. Will he go ahead and just destroy the top of the deck? No. No Jacob Clements move here. So this second Obsidian Firevein blocked out completely. And there's another one to follow up. Obsidian Firevein the third, thanks to Fire and Brimstone.
And Julian knows that Bird has that Hunt's End in arsenal. He knows it's not coming out to play. He doesn't know what the last card is, so he still has to be a little bit scared. But given that he's got another Blood on her, or Blood in the Water, excuse me, this isn't all that scary. He can just, block with Crown, and if this gets buffed, he can play that Blood in the Water.
Scar Tissue out of the hand for Bird Cabrera. She would have loved to connect on that second Obsidian Firevein, but in this case, still pretty darn happy. She's going to be online unless, of course, Julian is willing to lose a little bit of value on this Blood in the Water. I would definitely deploy it if I was in his seat, though.
I would definitely, stopping Fang from getting online and stranding that Hunt's End in arsenal, just getting so much mileage out of that slip-up. Very, very good for Julian.
And Bird Cabrera almost blown down physically by that second Blood in the Water. Got to hand it to him. When they got it, Bird. Back over to Julian, only 2 cards in hand, one of which is a Lone Shark, the other a blue. 32 plays 23. There's quite a bit of a life gap between these 2 heroes, but Bird is going to start closing it in short order once she's able to get that third fealty. Julian is making it really hard, though.
Julian is putting up quite a fight to drag this out. You know, I almost wonder if Gravy Bones is going for a bit of a fatigue angle on the Fang. It seems very difficult to pull off given that Fang has these weapons. But have you ever seen it, Bryce?
You know, I have gotten very close in the past, but clean Fang play is going to make it very difficult. These breakpoints that are presented on each dagger, and mind you, the one that they sneak for in at the very end can make it so difficult. I mean, Gravy in his own right is another deck that presents a really challenging puzzle when fatigue is on the table. Those allies stick around unless you're putting up pressure. And so they can usually carry the day if you want to take a defensive posture.
And Bird here eventually is going to get that third fealty, whether Julian wants it to happen or not. You know, there are the cards in the deck like Pledge Fealty that just unconditionally create the fealty. A very divisive card amongst Fang players. A lot of them are not happy with the value that it presents, but can be, could be really good in a spot where you don't draw the blue and you can hit the third fealty.
I think the third copy of Avasci is on the top of the deck for Julian Sniffen. A good check there because there is a saltwater swell to pair with a blue if he can find one. Luckily, it lies in wait. Sworn Vengeance here coming in for 4 on-hit mark. No blocks declared from Julian. Tooth of the Dragon out of the hand of Bird Cabrera. Only buffs 1 for now, but the next Draconic attack will have a hefty host of 3. And Julian remains marked here after the on-hit of Sworn Vengeance.
Yes, and she finally gets that third fealty, finally can clear that Hunt's End from her arsenal, if she so chooses.
The Dead Emperor is appeased, and Fang is finally resolving at least a little bit some of his daddy issues. The second Obsidian Fire Vein comes in now for 4, thanks to Tooth of the Dragon that came before, and Hunt's End can be deployed.
And Bird chooses to target the Scuba. I think this is pretty, heads up, trying to be a little disciplined. Make sure that Julian doesn't run away with value on the ally. You know, ignoring it for the turns prior wasn't super impactful because Julian was playing other allies and swinging with them. But, you know, if Julian wants to, he can find those cards that give his allies go again. As you mentioned, there's the Avasci on top of the deck, for example. And that is going to, let him take advantage of having multiple allies on board. So I really like that Bird's being disciplined and clearing that.
It's a proxied Riches of Tropeldani pitch for Julian Sniffen. And yes, a blue Avasci off the top of the deck, thanks to Saltwater Swell. It's 4 resources in the pitch and 8 gold with which to work for Julian Sniffen. Sawbones Dockhand makes his way into the graveyard. Not watery yet.
He won't be having trouble from those loan sharks anytime soon.
Sawbones Dockhand out of the yard, beefed up by a Loot the Hold. A little bit of disruption here. But Julian is going to end this turn with a heck of a lot of resources. He's thumbing his gold-baited hook like, I don't think I activated that on the swell. I don't think he did either. And so now it's going to give 2 gold on hit for Sawbones, one of which will force a card out of the hand of Bird Cabrera, who very likely can cover this up now that she is 100% online and can just devote this Overcrowded to the blocks.
Yes, Overcrowded's going to block for 4 here because of that Vigor and Fealty. It's a great value, especially now that Bird has entered, what was it? You called it phase, is this phase 2?
This is phase 3 now.
Phase 3, there we go, where she can start blocking with those resource cards, which are obviously tuned to be a very good defensive value in phase 3.
Hunt the Ends of Wraith coming in for 4 go again, thanks to the fact that Julian Sniffen is marked. Fang is coming after him because he did his Emperor dirty.
I love this card. I even played this card in Fi, actually, because Marionette was such a scourge on the meta that you felt like it's good enough. It can surely replace one of my other starters, and sometimes it's going to be a 0 for 4 into Marionette where you really need the value. But Fang obviously can take advantage of it a little more easily than Fi could.
Julian is going to have a barn burner of a turn if Bird is not able to present enough pressure here. Sawbones has been tapped down just to keep Julian from being hit, and another fealty token generated. It's Obsidian Fire Vein with a Tooth of the Dragon, now cleanly destroying Sawbones now that the prevention effect has been eaten up. Julian has a Prismatic Leyline, found a Golden Tipple on top of the deck, and has a Swarthy Boy in the graveyard.
Oh my.
Ready to get as much power out of that card as she can.
Prismatic Leyline is such a cool card. I've mentioned it before, but I love these cards that are generic and sort of present you with these conditions that you have to meet. Gravy is the perfect deck for Prismatic, as I think a lot of us have learned. Sometimes you can get the full 6 value, but given that you can, you're often playing yellows and blues on a turn, it's just such a cool card, and I love to see it come out to try to maybe take back some of this. Julian, even though he's ahead on life, now that Fang's online, the proposition of just being ground out is very real. So being able to utilize your cards and be a little more aggressive is likely kind of what you have to do in order to just try to get Bird low enough to the point where maybe Fang can't keep all the cards.
Bird finally catches a wave and gets ahead in this life race, but Julian is about to get tubed in his own right. Out of the arsenal is a port-side exchange, exchanging the Rigor Mortis in hand for a golden tipple on top of the deck. Gold token generated there, and here comes a Prismatic Leyline. There's going to be so much damage on this turn, Mercy.
I'm looking forward to it. I recently had a Prismatic Leyline that came in for full value against me for a total of 27 damage on a turn, and that was not fun for my hero, but for me as a person watching the game, very cool to watch.
I'm glad that you can appreciate that. That's a mark of a fantastic person in the community of Flesh and Blood. It's fun to win, and sometimes it's fun to lose a little bit.
Well, it helped that I was playing Kassai, and I was already in a pretty good spot.
Oh, I see. The bill comes at the end, no mercy. Golden Tipple coming in for 4. No discard, though, for Julian Sniffen. Didn't decide to go fishing into the gold well. Now 9 gold tokens, but didn't want to see if he could go a little bit resource positive and get an extra ally in hand to discard 2 golden tipple.
Yeah, he's maybe happy enough with the turn as is. We may see him draw after this, though, depending on what Bird does. I think he is going to have to start taking advantage of that gold just to try to get extra value every turn, try to pull the game back a little bit.
So after Golden Tipple resolves here in the combat chain, doesn't necessarily need to close the combat chain, will if he wants to play one of those Rigor Mortis. But Julian can crack one of those golden, even if he draws a red, will still be able to play Rigor Mortis, swing Rigor Mortis, thanks to the Dead Threads, which is now active after Portside Exchange put one of those lanky boys in the graveyard.
I think best case scenario, Julian could even, he could start his pitch train and draw many cards, gaining 1 resource at a time until he has enough resources, and perhaps finds something like a Conqueror, which I believe he still has at least 1 left in deck.
Which then begs the question, why wouldn't we start digging early to see if we can find ourselves? Well, I guess it's a moot point now because he didn't go into the gold well. He pulled out Rigor Mortis and just got the extra 2 value from Prismatic Leyline straight away.
Maybe he's looking for, maybe he's being precious with his gold because he knows he can end up with these kind of like clunky hands where you have to dig quite deep. There's also the balance of justice to consider on Bird's side, where if Julian draws 2 or more cards, Bird can just convert that to an extra card, and you really don't want to let her do that when she's trying to aggressively kill you.
Bird seeming a little bit frazzled, but has got full steam ahead to go ahead and put her foot firmly on the gas. This is going to be a lot of damage here. Oath of Loyalty finds home. Down to 15 goes Julian. Finally unmarked for the first time in a long time. And it's another fealty token for Bird Cabrera, who is now... Okay, I lied to you, Mercy. There's another phase. There's phase 4, where you are over the threshold of 3 fealty tokens, and then you can do things like play Oath of Loyalty, and then send an Obsidian Firevein. I don't know, cash in a fealty token after baiting out blocks and use it on a Sigil of Solace, and then make your opponent cry, and then dance on their grave. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
Might be a little bit dramatic, but we do see the scar tissue in this hand where, as you mentioned, this 4th fealty is going to be key to being able to play that out on an Oath of Loyalty turn. So Bird's hands now are just, they're pedal to the metal, full gas, just spitting out damage on these obsidian fire veins. She may still say, I'm low enough that I need to clear this rigor mortis, perhaps, but she also might just elect to go face because she has so much damage represented.
It's an activation of Brave Forge bracers and a close of the combat chain therein. So a lot of these draconic attack reactions are not going to get their benefits, their side benefits, I should say. But for Bird Cabrera, it is a scar tissue in the hand, normally non-functional on a turn where you deploy Oath of Loyalty, but that 4th fealty token, phase 4, is making Fang look really good right now.
Yes, and then we even have the For the Drakai to follow up. So this is not the end of Bird's turn because, of course, popping that fealty on the scar tissue will mean it also gives the Fire Vein go again.
Could also put Bird, after generating a fealty token here on the connection of the scar tissue, and then another one from For the Drakai to follow up, maybe even a third if For the Drakai hits, that'll put Bird squarely in phase 16.
Phase 16. So now we're going exponentially, are we?
No. There are. Wait a minute. 12 phases in between, but we don't have enough time to cover them here, Mercy. So I'm going to spare our audience and you.
Fair enough.
Obsidian Fire Vein. 4-2 still on the combat chain.
You will have to give me the lowdown on that one later. I would like a diagram, okay? Maybe even a flowchart.
Don't worry. We can spend about 5.5 hours tonight, and I will bring you up to speed.
Perfect.
Block of dead threads for Julian Sniffen here. 1 on 2, holding back a sink below.
He must be thinking the magic number here might be 5, but it is in fact a lot higher.
It's Hunt's End out of the arsenal, and Bird is slightly misplaying here if she doesn't tick down her fealty. Because she played Oath of Loyalty at the beginning of the turn, this scar tissue must be utilized with a fealty token. Likely not to matter too much in this situation, but bottom line, Bird is going for the throat.
Absolutely, and we see Julian pulling out the sink below, just trying to, keep that life total in a range where, you can end up in these endgame states against a Fang where you just have no idea where they're putting their attack reactions, and you can end up just dying if you don't overblock an early swing if your life total isn't high enough to begin with. So I think Julian's trying to prevent that situation, trying to stay with enough of a buffer where he can efficiently block and doesn't have to start over-blocking, getting blown out by the reaction being placed on a different chain link.
Bird saying, wow, this is pretty good here. It's a Prismatic Leyline into Murderous Rabble, flipping a blue. It's a cheeky 6 go again. Very fearsome, but Bird is a little bit insulated. The problem is that she's also got a non-block and a 2-block in the hand, only one of which needs to be held onto for her turn to be functional. There's also a sink below in the hand, and Mr. Overcrowded that's only going to be blocking for 3. Certainly not the ceiling of that card.
Yes, Bird is at 11, a decent life buffer here. We're likely going to see the rigor mortis get played out since that Murderous Rabble is hitting the grave and allowing Gravy to play out that ally. So we're likely going to see another 8 come in off of that Prismatic Leyline against Bird. But as you mentioned, she's still got some armor, and she can block with a lot of the cards in her hand and not be too sad about it.
And Bird gets rid of the non-block and is rewarded with a 3-block, likely to stand in the way of this rigor mortis, which should be coming in for 8. I think his dice were just held over from the Murderous Rabble. I don't think Julian was indicating that this is coming in for 6. It is an activation of Hook, which is a dry hook, I believe is what Justin Koo calls it, where it is not risk-free. So if Bird blocks this out, the gold-baited hook will go by the wayside.
I think Julian is okay losing Hook at this point with 11 gold sitting on the board. Been very protective about not activating that Balance of Justice, valuing that much higher than valuing drawing off the gold.
I do wonder at this point if Julian will, in a certain regard, die with his boots on, because all of these coffers offer really potent offense from Gravy Bones, but only if you actually cash them in.
Yeah, I think at a certain point you might have to just sort of, bite the bullet and let the balance get activated. But it's a very delicate, you know, it's very delicate right now because Julian is so low, and one card could spell death for him.
For Julian now, Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand, another one found on top of the deck. There is one non-block in the hand that can be filtered out with the Gravy Bones ability. The question before him is, how do I get through this turn alive?
We do see the Savor Bloodshed on the Obsidian Fire Vein. Julian is marked, so that is representing a potential other card draw. I think if I'm Julian, I'm really trying to block this out if I can, because I do not... The last thing I want is my Fang opponent drawing another card when their daggers are already free. You know, it's likely they're going to draw another reaction. It's likely they're going to play it and kill me.
Julian also has to consider that Rigor Mortis is on the board and probably demands some respect from Bird Cabrera on this turn. Affirm Loyalty comes from the arsenal and gets this Obsidian Firevein all the way up to 8. Only 2 damage, making connection, but a card drawn. Always plays headlong.
What a beautiful draw for Bird. Absolutely can take advantage of this and is now presenting lethal.
Huge for Bird Cabrera here. And those of you in the Fang gang, rise up in chat, because I do believe the burning Obsidian Fire Veins are going to carry the day here. This is just one of those game states that makes people addicted to Warrior. You're damned if you do if you're in Julian's seat. You're damned if you don't. And it's not quite like getting yourself into Stormstrider's reign. It's a little more amorphous than that, but it feels very similar when you are the Warrior pilot in this situation.
It is very satisfying to sort of spend all this effort slowly building up fealty, being very disciplined, clearing allies, making sure you don't fall too far behind, but walking this line and eventually building up those fealties. And now we see them both, you know, Julian's got his pile of gold, Bird's got her pile of fealties. It looks like Julian's finally going to dig into that pile a little bit, just kind of searching for the out because he's had to give up most of his hand.
Julian started this turn by saying, I'm drawing cards. And drawing cards he definitely is. He's got plenty more to do. He finally finds his first non-blue, which is a Swabby, and that's A-okay because you can always convert that into yet another card, but here we go. 2 allies in a row means that we are going resource neutral here. Another blue. From there, Julian needs to find a blue that he can somehow get into the yard in a meaningful way to then unlock the Anka, to then be able to play it out. But if he continues to draw negative resources, then he's going to be in a bit of a pickle.
Yes, and Bird sort of just nodding along, saying, yep, do what you need to do.
Yep.
Find your cards. I'll still be waiting over here with my daggers and my reactions.
And it's still no blues that can be deployed technically. No, Julian can't even discard Fearless, right? He needs a target.
I believe you are correct. You need a target for that, so cannot discard. He's going to be digging real deep, though. As we mentioned, he had that what felt like infinite pile.
We finally get Call to the Grave, which is an easy one to just throw out there. All it took was 10 gold tokens in order to get there, Mercy. But we are there. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in the pitch for Julian Sniffen, who's looking a lot more like Kano. I guess that was his old identity, though.
Perhaps in the same way that we Warrior players are addicted to putting our players in these forks, Julian is addicted to putting blues in his pitch.
Oh, no, he might pitch the call.
Maybe he's thinking it's not good enough. You know, he's only got 1 gold left, which is interesting, though. So it's likely he has to spend the call.
He also doesn't have any chums. Could... Okay, drawing 1 more. It is the Fearless Confrontation, though, which I do think is the right card to get out of the hand.
He does have 1 chum left in deck, doesn't he? Because we determined...
No, they're all dead.
Oh, yes, they all came out. They're all dead.
They're singing they're singing some In Sync. They're singing bye, 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 bye.
And Bird's looking at this pile like, yeah, this is correct resources, right?
Yeah. If I'm in Bird's seat, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to have to assume that you're right at this point.
Yeah. But you can see why, even though Julian had that big pile, even 1 gold can matter because you are just digging. And then suddenly it's all gone. We haven't seen Bird activate the balance yet. No real reason to yet, but we're likely going to see it get activated this turn just to give her another card.
She's going to have to be very sure that Julian has drawn 2 or more cards, though.
Yeah. I don't know if she's going to have a problem with that, luckily. You know, we Fab players, we do have a hard time counting sometimes, but I think that one's a little obvious.
Yeah, Bird already cashing it in there in response to the Call to the Grave. Draws up a Relentless Pursuit, which looks pretty benign here, but it's very importantly got 3 block in the bottom right corner, and that's really all Bird wants to see at this moment.
Yeah, Bird still has 2 armor block here left in addition to the Sync, the Fearless, and she can block with some of these other cards too. All she needs to swing those daggers is really just the Pledged Fealty if it comes down to it. But I don't think Julian's turn is going to be quite potent enough here to pull the game back, unfortunately.
And ultimately, after 11 cards drawn, all Julian is able to do is make Anka, swing Anka, send 7. Has to take 2 as well off of Lone Shark. The bill comes at the end, and Julian is now down to 1. And Bird can put him in the attack reaction blender. Yes, it's 2 cards bought there, which is required. Then it's Blaze Headlong, which is going to take 2 cards, and then Obsidian Firevein shores it up. Fist bump extended, and Bird Cabrera is burning her way into the X and 1 bracket still after round 6 and live for day 2 and top 8. And that fearsome visage of Fang looks even more fearsome in the hands of Bird Cabrera.
Bird Cabrera's a fearsome player. I believe she top-8'd 2 U.S. Nats this last year and also won Battle Hard in Houston. So she's definitely a fierce competitor. Love to see her going on. Julian, of course, a very skilled person as well.
Gotta say, Bird looks even better now that she's transformed into a burning Beyblade. That's the way I like to play Flesh and Blood, and I like that there are other notable community members that like it the way that I do.
Indeed. Have you been playing Fang at any RTNs lately?
Unfortunately, I have been enticed by the Constella intelligence, but that won't stop you from playing at any RTNs, either with Oscilio or Fang Drakai of Blades. That is going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not playing a Road to Nationals, you better be watching this stream, because otherwise, what the heck are you doing? That Road to National season is running all the way to February 1st, and I've said it before, this is one of the most romantic times in Flesh and Blood. This is where people get the competitive bug. It's where your real journey from Armory player to world champion starts. Mercy, I have to ask, do you have any notable RTNs in your past where you really came into your own in this game?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of a particular one, but I always have a special place in my heart for RTNs because getting that top 4 feels so good. You don't even have to win. You just have to make top 4, and that feels so achievable when you're new to the game. I do think one of my very first RTNs, it was a Uprising draft format, and I just barely made top 8. It was my very first competitive event, and I was so happy. Unfortunately, lost in the top 8 there, but lost to someone who became a very good friend to me. So it's a place where you meet people, you meet community members, and you also, you start to build that confidence as a competitive player. It's a great place to start if you're new to the game.
Absolutely, and that's why we have been touting and telling y'all to get out to your RTNs. If that's not exciting enough, though, folks, we got Mr. Zack Aggro Blaze on your stream coming up. If you are an enjoyer of the Fab streaming community, this guy basically is it, right? So go ahead and support him and the red bandana that will surely be adorning his head when we come back after this. Also got to talk about a spoiler coming up, Mercy. It is not a brand new card, but it's a brand new fixture in our game from an old card. Okay, did I get close enough to lying?
I'd say that's the most truthful you've been so far, Bryce.
Okay, I'm lying my way straight into the break and back when we come back with more Flesh and Blood and more Calling Columbus after this. Don't go anywhere. The Pirate ally kill count grows ever higher, ladies and gentlemen, as Bird Cabrera slices and dices so many of the swarthy boys straight into the watery grave. Elly, have you ever seen such carnage?
I have, but mostly in that exact matchup and in that exact manner.
Okay, well, Bird Cabrera and also Pankaj Bajwani and a couple other Drakais of the Blades are going to see if they can keep destroying more and more Pirate allies. For now, we turn our eyes to Mr. Aggro Blaze. Zack is going to be coming at you on stream. But first, let's go ahead and see who our top dogs in the room are. Damian Riggins, who I am told is the champion of that Fatigue Pleiades deck, is sitting at X and O. Michael Yazker as well, undaunted, takes his first win on stream and just keeps it going, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lot of X and O's here. We've got Marionettes, we got Oscilios, we got Miss Yuki Lee Bender, part of the Canadian Invasion, still at X and O. Elly, who else do you like?
So notably, those are not all X and O. Actually, most of those players with less than 6 wins are actually... Our system's having a little trouble today. It's not properly counting losses, but it is counting win counts. So all of those 5 O's you saw just a second ago are 5-1. Still an incredibly respectable run so far. I believe we had 6 O's going into this round.
That
Something
sounds
to that
about
effect.
right, yeah.
2 of which were Pleiades Superstar, a hero that's been a little bit absent from the meta game, but is not absent from this tournament on... You know, that Giga Snooze, Giga Fatigue deck. That,
Giga Snooze?
Giga Snooze. We
That
Giga Snooze.
That feels like an underhanded compliment.
No, I think it's like a very cool deck. I actually do. I actually do think it's very cool.
Yeah.
Snooze is not an insult.
It isn't? I'm not up on my Gen Z vocabulary.
Do you think Snorlax is cool?
Okay, all right. I'm starting to understand it. I'm absolutely starting to understand it. So go ahead and grab your Poke Flutes, and we're going to head back down to the feature match area and going to see if we can wake Snorlax up for some fireworks. It's Zack Phillips, Aggro Blaze, or Mr. Red Bandana Man, as some people in the community know him, sporting a Hawaiian shirt with pictures, I believe, of his significant other and also his girlfriend.
Okay, you threw me for a loop there. I believe his significant other is named Taryn, and I don't know the girl's name.
Visit the Goldmane Estate. What a heck of a way to start off for Zack Phillips. Doesn't bring in Crown of Dominion. No, this isn't King Victor Goldmane. So unfortunately, it's just going to be a gold token, no mites generated for Zack Phillips. It will be an extra card in the hand, though, because Victor Goldmane says every time, the first time, an effect that you control creates a gold token, you will draw a card from it. That includes on your opponent's turn as well.
You missed 2 words there, and they were the first time each turn, which is both effective for cards like Visit the Goldmane Estate as well as Test of Strength, a commonly played card in this deck that helps you juice up your nepotism ability with the Visit the Goldmane Estate, but he doesn't need to win any of those Test of Strengths, coming straight out the gate with 3 mites and a Titan's Fist Swing, presumably just to do a little filtering on this first turn of the game. Pretty slick start against Kayo.
Now, folks, both of these players are at X and 2, but there's a lot on the line here. It's day 2 contention. One will go home or perhaps to dinner to drown their sorrows in Malort. The other will go home knowing that they have made day 2 of the calling in Columbus and can come back for more competition tomorrow. Adam Ohls piloting KO Armed and Dangerous. This is one of those matchups that is so fascinating to me, Elly, because I constantly see on stream the victor come out on top, despite the fact that his hero ability, his identity, is all about clashing. And KO Armed and Dangerous is probably the one hero that does it better than him.
So, while I think that's true, and I actually think that in the time of heavy hitters, this matchup was quite bad for Victor. You know, you would never win on your Test of Strengths when it mattered the most, which put you in some real pinch hitter situations that you just couldn't claw your way out of. Scowling Flesh Bag is exceptional against Pummel, another kind of staple of the Guardian arsenal, but Victor Goldmane has picked up some incredibly key pieces since then, perhaps no more than those quick dodge flexors as well as Visit the Goldmane Estate, both helping him kind of shore up the amount of value he would lose after being crushed by KO's consistent output.
A curious choice here for Adam. Did have a hand that didn't really cooperate in terms of the resources, and also a Blood Rush Bellows, which it seems like Adam didn't want to deploy without a blue or a lot more cards in hand. But instead of going for the line that is technically +1 better by sending Swing Big, he sends Buck Wild instead. Any insight, Elly?
I think he is more than likely just trying to set up that Blood Rush in Arsenal, getting a couple cards away from his hand, happy to send 7 and do something a little bit more powerful later. You know, if you get stuck with multiple non-resource cards in your hand when you get around to that Blood Rush Bellow, it can put you in a tough spot, because what you really want to find is blues to power your go-again attacks. But before we can get there, we have to deal with Peck Perfect. Zack Phillips opens the game by making 2 gold, and immediately the next turn starts disrobing, tearing his shirt straight off with an attack for 12, promising both a significant amount of damage, really exactly what Victor wants to be doing in this matchup, but also perhaps some cards destroyed off the top of Adam's deck should they lose the clashes.
Savage Sash will trigger one of these clashes. Clash 1 readily by Zack Phillips, who shows a disable. Stomping Ground is destroyed off the top of the... Smashing Ground is destroyed off the top of the deck, and 10 damage comes across the line. Adam Ohls did draw up yet another copy of Blood Rush Bellows, so I think it's a heads-up choice to pop that Savage Sash. This could be some carnage on Adam's turn.
I love a good double Blood Rush.
It's one of those power cards, though, that doesn't
scale that well.
No, it really doesn't.
You typically don't want to resolve 2 Blood Rush Bellows in the same hand, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy the, what do you call it, the addictive pleasure of drawing like 7 cards.
It is a Blood Rush Bellows out of the hand for Adam Ohls, which is a very important sequence, because if he played the one from Arsenal, he very well could discard the Blood Rush in the hand. It is a yellow Bearfangs discarded there. I think Adam would have really rather the CNC be discarded out of that hand, because it just doesn't have that critical brute subtype on it.
It's possible, could still be pretty significant depending on how Mr. Aggro Blaze chooses to commit his armor on this turn. I imagine the first thing we're going to see happen is this Wild Ride, as it not only will come in for 8 with Go Again, more than likely, but it will also put Adam in a position to take another bite at the apple and potentially discard that Command and Conquer and replace it with a better Brute card.
What do you think about going with Mandible Claw first, just to make sure you get a second blue into the pitch rather than discard it accidentally?
I think it's a little complicated, because I think what you really want here is to filter this hand a little bit more than you presently have. You have a fair few resources, and you're almost always going to be able to pay for Sash, you know, even pay for Claw, rather, because of Sash giving you so many resources. Kayo is constricted on action points more than anything on their Blood Rush turns. So really, I think what you want to do is just try to upgrade the hand.
Ooh, and it's a lot of Clash cards for Zack Phillips. Not just this Test of Strength, but also a Clash of Bravado, in addition to a Staunch Response in the hand. This is one heck of a defensive hand, and boy, howdy, does Zack Phillips win that one. It's another Peck Perfect. He's already disrobed, and he does it once again, but this time it comes to the top of the deck as another gold token is generated there.
This is meaningful information for his Wild Ride. The upside of, you know, losing these clashes to Victor is that the top card of your deck is going to stay the same, as opposed to Victor getting rid of it with his hero ability.
30 plays 36. Adam Ohls 6 life points behind, but we're in the middle of a Blood Rush Bellows turn that only has 1 chain link so far. I can see a silver lining if Adam is forced to end up playing that Command and Conquer. If Zack Phillips keeps back his Staunch Response until that critical moment, it could really clunk up that turn.
Also, a bit of an interesting point of texture on this turn is that if he cracks the Savage Sash and he pitches the Buck Wild, it's not necessarily as high variance as it possibly seems, because either way he gets to come in with an attack for 7 that threatens Zack's arsenal, knowing that the top card is Smashing Ground.
It's a break of the Savage Sash here for Adam Ohls. All 6 power attacks will cost 1 less to play this turn. Excuse me, attack action cards. We have to be careful here.
Fun fact about Savage Sash is that buffed attacks are seen by the discount.
Buffed attacks, you mean...
So if an attack has 5 base, it will get its power reduced as long as it... Or get its cost reduced as long as its power is 6 or greater.
This Wild Ride definitely has its power buffed. Wild Ride coming in for 8. No matter what, does it have Go again, though? The top of the deck has something to say about it. Command and Conquer finally discarded for Adam Ohls. A huge boon to him on this Blood Rush Bellow turn, which means that Smashing Ground can come in after this for a big bad 7.
Interestingly, the discard almost didn't matter on this turn because CNC also would have come in for 7 thanks to Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. So once Adam saw that blue Smashing Ground on the top, they knew that their line on this turn was fully locked in. The only difference is whether or not Zack's allowed to play a staunch response in response to it.
And it's a bit of a moot point because Zack decides to deploy it here.
Pitching away a Clash of Bravado. Pretty interesting piece of tech. I really don't enjoy seeing that card hit the table as a Pleiades player, let me tell you that. But it's also relevant in this matchup, capable of taking mites off the board.
In this case, just doing pitch duty for staunch response. And now Zack has to consider this stomping, I don't know why I keep saying stomping ground. Smashing
That's kind
ground
of the pun going
7.
on with the name.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. It is a full 7 block here for Zack Phillips. Aurum Aegis and Tectonic Plating get their the first piece of their defensive value here. Likely just going to be a hammer swing for this Guardian, but there's one thing the Guardians like to do, it's swing hammers.
I do love blocking 9 and coming in for 4. As I said earlier, if you like converting a blue for 4 damage.
Oh, never mind. It's going to be something even crazier. Nepotism is going to win the day here. The Golden Sun will destroy a gold token in order to gain 10 overpower.
Bryce, let me tell you how much I don't care about 10 vanilla damage right now when I am Adam Ohls and I am looking at their hand of a blue Blood Rush Bellow and 2 copies of Beast Within. Never in my life have I put myself in the shoes of someone and thought, no blocks, faster than that exact moment.
Adam hears you through the ether, co-caster of mine. Down to 20 he goes, and it's going to be a lot of damage coming out of the hand of Adam Ohls. If he can manage to make it so that he can discard the second Beast Within as well, could get nasty.
I mean, it's a mathematical impossibility to not discard at least 1 Beast Within on this turn.
At least 1. 2
you
could
love
be
to
sick,
see
though.
that.
Blood Rush Bellows comes out of the hand for Adam Ohls. They're shuffling their deck, but it's a foregone conclusion. It's a Beast Within, and the body language of Aggro Blaze tells the story. You never want to allow your brute opponent to discard a Beast Within. Blue Buckwild found on top of the deck. 1 damage goes Adam Ohls' way, but there's 2 more cards to be drawn here.
This is the situation where I'm kind of thinking about double Blood Rush. It's generally not the best value proposition of all time. Ooh, that is not what you want to see. You don't want to see No Fear tear limb from limb in this hand. However, bit of saving grace. They can filter this away, like you said, by spending the 2 floating resources on Claw, then play out that tear limb from limb. But there is kind of a possibility of complete and total catastrophic failure on the launch pad here, Bryce.
Absolutely. There's also a lot of equity to be gained here. Mandible Claw comes in for 5, right? No. We had a Might token. It would be 6. And then if Adam is able to draw off of Tear Limb from Limb and then at a 50% chance probability discard the Beast Within, we could see even more fireworks.
You know the motto, ask, die young, roll Scapskins.
And also sketch sand plans.
Sketch sand plans. That's pretty good.
19 plays 35. It's going to be definitely going to be 3 Blood Rush Bellows resolved this game for Adam. But so far, the staunch defense of Zack Phillips is impenetrable, who still sits at 35 life.
Mandible Claw for 5, go again.
Should be 6.
6, so true. If only we could get it to 7.
I don't know what you're talking about, Elly.
Me neither.
But I do respect it. 6 blocked by 3, not by 7. And then there's quick dodge flexors. A pitch of Riches of Tropeldani is absolutely huge here because Victor Goldmane will draw a card off of this. This is an effect that Zack controls that has generated a gold token. And there is more gold to be had if Zack can hold on to the hand. Visit Goldmane Estate, the final copy there, ready to go. And it's 3 power cards resolved for both of these heroes, likely before this game is said and done.
Hello, police. I would like to report an absolutely criminal amount of cards being drawn in this game. I thought we banned this.
Balance of Justice is there for Zack Phillips, so can draw even more if he so chooses.
High and mighty indeed is that pile of gold looking. 4 on the board thanks to that shield sticking around. You said, it was a tragedy that there was no King Goldmane here, no Crown of Dominion. He does not care even a little bit, surging right past the amount of gold that you would start with thanks to that hat.
Well, I definitely think it would be difficult to fit upon his mantle thanks to the red bandana that sits there.
That's true. I mean, there's only space for 2 hats.
It's very true. Gauntlets activation here for Adam. Pitching away the No Fear. Got to filter it out before you do any more draw discard effects.
Potentially. Okay, looks like we are going to pitch away that tear limb from limb to fire off the second Blood Rush here. Maybe a little bit greedy, but when you're looking at life totals and, card equipment difference like this, you kind of sometimes decide that you really just need to take the gamble, find a way to potentially discard that beast within.
Zack does respect it here, and it is not the beast within. Unfortunately, Adam misses the 50-50 shot. Only going to be drawing 2 cards here. It is a Reckless Stampede at the ready, though.
No go again for them. Available, a little bit unfortunate. Mandible Claw has already been used this turn. Sometimes you roll the dice and it comes up a 1.
That does mean that, I don't know, I really wish we had gone with the tear limb from limb here line, Elly.
It's tough. It's tough to want to gamble that, though. You do at least know that you're certainly not going to draw and discard a Blood Rush. However, the downside of that knowledge is that it is turn 3, and all 3 Blood Rushes are gone out of their deck. And you can see it on their face. They are not happy with the way this turn has broken.
You know what that face means, Elly? That
I just
face means
blew all my Blood Rushes in 1 turn?
No, that face means I think I have to roll Scab Skins.
That is the face of somebody who needs to roll Scab Skins here.
Let's go.
I have
Live
been
fast.
in this position before.
Die young.
Let's go, Adam.
Roll
Ohls.
Scab
We're rolling
Skins.
for it. Zack Phillips is here for it as well. The dice is in the hand. It's a 4. 2 action points found for Adam Ohls at the perfect opportunity. And Zack Phillips, all he can do is nod his respect and give a grimace.
Earlier in the turn, he said, quote, "When you have it, you have it." I can't imagine the way that word is bouncing around his brain like a DVD screensaver right now.
If it hits the corner perfectly, then Zack Phillips is still up.
First, he's got to deal with Reckless Stampede for an absolutely colossal 11 here. This card alone nearly representing the entire differential between these 2 players' life totals.
It's 12 for the activation of Gauntlets, of Tyrannical
yeah,
Rex.
I forgot about that. That predated the Blood Rush.
Reckless Stampede for 12 now, going to force clashes based on every single card that Zack blocks with, including equipment. So this will be 3 clashes.
Getting to take advantage of his hero ability here, too. He has not yet taken advantage of the fact that he gets to re-rig clashes he would lose at the cost of gold, so he knows he's going to be dealing damage to Adam on the other side of the table. He's more than likely just going to leave that Thunderquake there, except that he has not only blocked 8, but dealt his opponent 3 damage, further cratering the life totals, and now getting to cash in these quick dodge flexors to not only block 2, but send even more damage Adam's way.
So because KO Armed and Dangerous has that cheeky +1 clause in any zone, Thunderquake at 8 matches with a strongest survive
thank God.
for 8. Yep, exactly.
Thank
So
God.
no extra damage there.
I was thinking things just couldn't get any worse for Adam.
No, Adam is still doing okay. Both players just making sure that they don't get any extra damage besides what has been coming their way. Zack Phillips also drawing 1 more card, which is, of course, that blue Thunderquake, thanks to Balance of Justice.
Does have to make the hard decision here of whether or not he wants to block with that Visit the Goldmane Estate or just Arsenal it.
10 damage still to be considered for Zack Phillips, who, gotta say, Elly, has not taken a single point of damage this turn, right? Or wait, no, 3, right?
I go to 22.
Sorry, just 2. Blood will still be spilled here, though. Zach Phillips says, send me the bill because I want to go see my daddy.
It's possible he does that. It's also possible he swings hammer here.
Fair.
Curious to see.
22 plays 19, and after all is said and done, after a double blood rush turn, Zach Phillips is still in the driver's seat in terms of life totals, and it is Visit the Goldmane Estate. Card will be drawn here unless there is a response from Adam Ohls, which would be strange, especially when they have all reds.
Could be Ripple away. Let's
Gold token.
see the rip. That is a blue Aftershock, I believe. More than likely capable of swinging hammer at the least. But, okay, Tectonic Plating being activated. Hammer for 4.
And this is the setup that Zach Phillips needs at this point. 5 Might tokens are going to hit like a truck next turn, especially because Adam's turn is going to be less than stellar. Down to 18 goes Adam Ohls, who's probably just going to be able to respond with a pitch of 2 reds and a Bear Fangs, which is not bad.
Not the best thing ever.
No, it's not the best thing ever, and it's also not just bad because you're pitching 2 reds. It's 2 go-again enablers that you're never going to see for the rest of this game.
More than likely true. Kayo has no way to shuffle the deck. Binning 1 off the top. It is, however, the 3rd copy of Beast Within. So, you know, essentially a 2-card 9 as opposed to a 3-card 9.
Both of these players' eyebrows are at the top of their foreheads because we have seen some crazy stuff from both Kayo and Victor this game.
Finding a blue Mighty Windup, not the greatest card of all time, but a free Arsenal by any other name smells just as sweet.
You think so? I have seen a lot of KO players either deny the Arsenal or in this situation just get rid of it.
I don't think you can afford to deny it in this situation.
Either way you slice it, 9 damage is what Zack has to face down now.
I'm going to block 3.
He is not having resource issues.
Sounds good. I go to...
Boulder Drop, a fantastic pairing with these Might tokens. Not only is Zack going to be able to send a 2-card that'll be 12 with an on-hit, on crush, I should say, he'll also be able to refresh that Seismic Surge token for later in case he's able to draw into something like a Golden Sun.
He is also holding on to a Golden Sun.
That's going to be a
problem. Card in his hand.
That is going to be a problem for Mr. Adam.
And he is going to ship it here, Golden Sun for 15 with Overpower. Just setting that Boulder Drop for a later turn. Interesting to not make the disruptive play, actually.
Especially when Golden Sun would then have the closing power after putting the hurt on your opponent's hand.
It's true. Perhaps looking to follow the colossal amount of damage with a little bit of disruption.
15 when your opponent is only at 17 is absolutely huge here, Elly.
The vast majority of their remaining life total, and their hand does not block particularly well. I believe looking at least 2 non-blocking cards.
Yes, it is a Pulping and a Bear Fangs in the hand for Adam.
This list seems particularly high on those non-blocking cards. We've even seen yellow Bear Fangs in their deck. I believe as early as the first turn of the game, perhaps biting them a little bit, putting you in a tough position where you're just forced to take a lot of damage and make... I often kind of think of this as being priced into a bad decision. There's no other choice you can make, but you know the decision you're making is bad, but the cards in your hand will only let you do one thing.
Only 4 blocks on that massive 15. Adam Ohls now down to 6. 10 life points separate these 2 competitors in the deathmatch arena. And Zack has just drawn another test of strength. 2 Mights are going to crack here. Adam has a very functional turn, though. Both of these blue cards are hopefully going to convert into a Pulping with Go Again, a Mandible Claw, and a Bear Fangs. But there are random discards to consider before all is said and done.
Taking some time to consider the options on this turn.
2 Agile windups in the hand, but those are almost assuredly going into the pitch zone. One of the skill expression points for KO is how you lean into the Brute variants. All of these draw discard effects when you put your blues into the pitch zone is a very important part of this hero.
There's an interesting question of perhaps instead playing the Bear Fangs and hoping to then get the opportunity to discard an Agile windup to set up. But if you're Adam, I'm thinking of maybe out of runway here.
Nevertheless, that seems to be the chosen play because Mandible Claw is pushed onto the combat chain, coming in for 5 thanks to the 2 might tokens that started the turn.
Interesting to not send the pulping here, but maybe concerned about the possibility of a defense reaction in Zack's arsenal.
Adam has seen a sink below from
and a
Zack
staunch.
this turn. Yep. Or this game.
I am going to block 4.
It is Test of Strength.
We clash, winner makes a gold.
Now they clash. The winner will make a gold token.
This is
Command
another
and
tie.
Conquer. Yes, it is a 6 and 6. Zack has the opportunity to go fishing for a big attack. Thinking on the activation of Victor Goldmane, who can cheat in these clashes legally.
Legal cheating. As opposed to Kayo, who does legal cheating at all times by modifying the numbers in their deck.
So this is a game of who is the bigger cheater. And neither of them is the underhanded cheat.
Both have a reviled brother, Bryce. I don't think I realized that.
Wait a
or
minute.
twin, or
Kayo-
maybe it's themselves.
KO
That's
is.
not really super clear to me.
KO is probably the most schizophrenic hero in the entire game because he's got the Berserker Run, he's got Armed and Dangerous, he's got the underhanded cheat. He's all over the place. He doesn't know who he is.
Blocking 4 on 5.
Well,
Okay.
who could say he's wrong for that?
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he is.
Take 1.
Then after damage,
He
One
is many
damage finds home.
things.
fill in the damage step.
It's a discard of Agile Windup for Adam Ohls, which will give go again to Mandible Claw.
Go again.
Mandible Claw doesn't care about exactly when you discard a 6-power card,
these are gone. So
That's
just
fine.
as long as you do it before the damage step resolves.
Eat your heart out, wind up the crowd. This makes a might and an agility.
The crowd is exactly where they started this turn.
Not wound up even a little bit. That's tough.
Not
enough
even a little
job.
bit. But Adam in the tank once again, I think about which of these cards to pitch and which to play. In terms of value, if that is your framework for the decision point, it's definitely Bare Fangs.
They're definitely in a bit of a pickle here.
Yep. Draw discard.
Not the position you want to be in, but at least you know that that is going to hit. We have seen that their deck contains things like Tear Limb from Limb and No Fear, so there's always a little bit of anxiety about whether or not you will be hitting what you need to off of those Bare Fangs, but that clash information, not the first time it's come up this game.
It's full block for Zack Phillips. Right behind you only blocks for 2, unless, of course, it's accompanied by another card from hand. Zack now has the opportunity to opt, even though that's not the way the card is printed.
I'm going to flip up
Card goes to the bottom, and Iron Fist Revelation is also not done with its value yet. Boulder Drop is flipped in the arsenal and will get a +1 buff no matter when it is deployed, as long as it's not destroyed before it has a chance to do its dirty work.
I love Iron Fist Revelation. Such a sweet card.
on my turn.
What do you think he's thinking about?
Damn, this gauntlet's cool.
Honestly, that's exactly what he looks like he's thinking.
Damn, this is cool.
Boulder Drop coming in for 8. Only costs 3 here, and on Crush will force Adam to put a card, a precious one, from hand onto the top of the deck.
So something meaningful I want to point out here is not only did Iron Fist Revelation cover that up, there was no on-hit. I think perhaps the biggest reason Zack chose to deploy the block value on that Iron Fist Revelation on this turn is because Adam still controls 4 points of armor here, but that Boulder Drop getting this +1 is incredibly meaningful because it's essentially an armor breakpoint here. Adam is forced to put a real card on the combat chain to avoid getting crushed, where if this Boulder Drop was only for 7, they could just jam all of what of their armor remains.
Yeah, the cheating stops when you talk about real or fake cards. You can only have real cards to cheat with, right, Elly?
My lawyer advises me not to touch that statement.
Okay, that sounds incriminating. 2 cards being thumbed for Adam Ohls. Show of Strength and a blue, I want to say Run Roughshod?
Just doesn't feel like the kind of thing you should comment on.
All right, fair enough. I'm not commenting. I'm just asking questions, all right?
In the worst phrase in the English language. I'm just asking the questions. Tough spot for Adam here.
He's going to have an Agility token and a Might token popping at the beginning of the turn. But Zack has put Adam in a place where they just can't capitalize on them.
So intimidate discard. Yes.
They are going to, at the least,
You go to 3.
get Get to swing a Mandible Claw for 4 into a Reckless Stampede. Not quite lethal. So Stampede kind of loses a fair bit of its effective value by virtue of the fact that Zack does not... Zack's not forced into blocking it. Zack is very much capable of just taking it on the chin.
Reckless Stampede definitely looking its best when you are encouraging your opponent to block. And honestly, that is oftentimes just built into the Guardian class. Their hands don't usually function in a 5-card way that KO Armed and Dangerous does or Ninjas.
Victor perhaps has more outs to that than any other Guardian thanks to that big old stockpile of money on the table. 3 gold to help him filter cards away and perhaps find a more enticing opportunity with which to attack his opponent.
Blue in the pitch for Adam. Reckless Stampede coming in for 8. Go again. And I do like this sequencing here because I think you want to put as much power onto the Reckless Stampede as possible to try to encourage blocks.
They're actually capable of sending Reckless Stampede for 8 first or second, thanks to the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. You could lead with Claw for 4, go again, into Stampede for 8. Perhaps not so meaningful, but getting to lead with the Stampede does put your opponent in the position of, do I just take this damage straight on the face and wait for an on-hit, or do I block and see what I'm capable of covering?
And the decision is kind of made for Zack Phillips. Doesn't have any of the turn extenders that Victor has in his card pool. Nothing like an E-Strike.
No Zealous.
No Zealous.
No Rouse.
No Rouse.
Interesting. Did you see him consider blocking with the Iron Fist Revelation there? It's interesting because that card very much has the potential to be blocking for 0 on this turn, so perhaps he just has a Crush card in his arsenal he's looking to get that +1 counter on.
Which would then at least get 1 value no matter what happens. In this case, Zack is losing this clash. It's 5 versus 6 technically because Adam Ohls does get to buff by 1 all cards that aren't on the combat chain, and it's another loss for Zack Phillips. Sink Below can't be fixed here. It's only a once per turn effect for the clash cheating ability of Victor Goldmane. So 1 damage on top of the 5 that's going to leak through.
Got to be counting your lucky stars that you did not block with that Iron Fist Revelation there.
Adam Ohls now has the opportunity to bottom their own card. Yellow Wild Ride is just not good enough, so to the bottom of the deck it goes. Perhaps Adam's thinking, I need to maximize the potential that I have blocking cards in my hand.
Activate Gauntlets.
Yep.
Here comes the Gauntlets activation, +1 power to the next attack, which of course is going to be Mandible Claw. Coming in now for 4, not threatening lethal against Zack Phillips, who now has full steam ahead to go ahead and block with the Iron Fist Revelation. Clash of Bravado is not going to matter a whole lot here because there are simply no aura tokens on the battlefield.
Thankfully, because if Zack controlled any Might tokens, Adam would be allowed to take them away from him.
4 and 4.
Boulder Drop flipped after the second block of Iron Fist Revelation. Homie gets to look at his gauntlet again and be like, dang, that's so cool. And
it
also
is a
send
cool
an
glove.
Boulder Drop for 8.
Another Boulder Drop for 8, perhaps. I mean, Zack's making it look like it's the entire reason it's in the deck.
Straight up.
I play these gloves to play Boulder Drop. Maybe that's what he's thinking about. He's like, man, this Boulder Drop's coming in for 8.
Yeah, straight up. Although it's definitely not the same Guardian on the art printing of Boulder Drop. That mane is out of control there. My boy on Iron Fist Revelation is a little more clean cut.
Could have been a dye job.
Fair enough.
Cut and dye.
Wait a minute. It would have to be a dye and extensions job.
Well, no, it could have been Boulder Drop, then Revelation.
Oh, I see. It's a cut then dye job.
Yeah.
And also grow a beard job.
Well, you know.
Easy peasy. 8 still to be considered for Adam Ohls, who has a Song of Sinew in the hand. One of those cards like Cast Bones that is so polarizing in Brutes Abound. I tend to think of Song of Sinew more as a Tough Nut card.
Sure, that makes sense. It lets you rig the top few of your deck, help you find those cheers thanks to Tough Nut's ability.
And also the blues in order to swing rock.
I have a sink below.
Flashing.
So you make a bigger.
It's a sink below once again for Zack Phillips, who has lost 3 clashes in a row.
And then I'm
To the same sink below.
Yeah, exactly.
That is kind of the unseen cost of Victor's hero ability, is that the more non-attack cards you put in your deck, the greater the burden it places on your clash cards. You know, your Test of Strengths get worse, your Clash of Bravados get worse. It hasn't been super meaningful on these turns, and I think that really stands more than anything to show you how exceptional of a pilot of Victor Zack is. Pretty stalwart devotee of this hero.
And nevertheless,
Adam, between a rock and a hard place, looking like this Vigor's just going to go by the wayside. Power, and we're going to send this Bear Fangs for 7. Again, knowing that, no, 6. There's no Might Token on the board. We already knew. No, it is 7. I can't do math. Ignore me. Was it 6 or 7, Bryce?
I don't know, Elly, but it was definitely 6 or 7. The question is, was it 7 or 6?
No, I don't think that's the question. I think the question is if it was 6 or 7.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
4-1.
That Sink Below coming out to play here, covering up 7 pretty cleanly alongside a 3 block. Man, my train of thought about deck building Victor got completely blasted by the slightest whiff of a 6-7 joke. I got spiked with brain rot.
That's a joke? Erase Face coming in for 6, threatening to turn off Brute on all of the cards of Adam Ohls next turn. A prospect that isn't all that relevant now that all of the Blood Rush Bellows are gone out of the deck.
Adam finding a pretty opportune moment here in the form of this No Fear. Gonna give them the opportunity to actually take a bit of a turn despite their incredibly low life total, because they will get to use this to cover up 5 with just 1 card by banishing their whole hand face up, since they are all 6 power cards.
No Fear, one of the coolest arts out of heavy hitters. Gotta say. Gotta love Reinar opening the hand of that probably really good boy, but really nasty boy.
This is a very similar art to Jaws of Victory.
It is, isn't it?
It's kind of cool. Little aesthetic callback in Super Slam to heavy hitters.
Brutes just love to pry open the jaws of fearsome creatures. That's their deal.
If you were that strong, wouldn't you?
Yeah, straight up.
What do you have? What do you have? Drop it! Drop it!
That's a bad dog. Might Token going to crack for Adam Ohls, who now gets to have a say, despite, as you mentioned, Elly, being on a very low life total. Zack Phillips being forced to play the value game to the bitter end here. Buck Wild, 8 go again, coming in for Adam. The follow-up assuredly to be Mandible Claw.
A little bit unfortunate that taking this turn cost them that Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Erase Face was a meaningful on-hit, because if they wanted to keep those Gauntlets of T-Rex to activate them on this turn... Oh, wait, no. It doesn't say Brute Attack, does it? Does it say Brute Attack?
I don't believe so. I think it's just your next attack.
So they very much could have kept those Gauntlets and gone to 1 to get an extra point of value on this turn with that errant resource we see in their pitch zone.
The value still in the favor of Adam Ohls, I think at least on this turn cycle, but Zack gets the opportunity to retort, and it's going to be an Enlightened Strike, likely with the chosen mode being buff power.
Enlightened Strike, put this to the bottom. I'm going to name +2.
All reliable E-Strike 4-7. Adam drawing up perhaps more no blocks lying in wait to ruin their day. Thankfully not.
But there are 2 blocks, which are still not ideal.
Yeah, this Vigorous Smash Up not looking so attractive with the rest of the hand. You really wish these came up a little earlier in the game.
Without a doubt. In that all-powerful, strongest survive, going to be devoted to blocking duty here, just so Adam can send a measly 3 on the Mandible Claw. This is the value grind that Guardian players want to get you in. This is the game that they want to play. They're not into offensive overlap. They're just into very good numbers and a staunch defense. And
Not into offensive overlap. However, I think they might be into defensive overlap with this Test of Strength hitting Zack's hand and just as quickly hitting the board. Another push. Thanks to Kayo's hero ability, Zack not going to draw a card, but perhaps considering re-rigging this clash with Victor's ability. Taking another bite at the apple. What's the flip? A Command and Conquer. Still another push. But I do believe Zack's hand contains an Enlightened Strike, so maybe it's all bluster, as we may just have 5 go again into 4, veritably stripping every card in Adam's hand, assuming they're even capable of blocking 5 into 4, which, as we know, is simply not possible. That Reckless Stampede has shown up in the hand. I think the writing's on the wall, Bryce. I don't think this hand can block the amount of damage being presented.
These boots are made for walking, and the numbers don't lie. It's a complete block out for Adam with a vigorous smash up. Still nobody winning these clashes. So no vigor tokens generated. Adam has the opportunity to put the top of their deck to the bottom, but it might not be super relevant here when all is said and done.
Good to think about it.
Absolutely. And it's not going to be this turn cycle that closes the game out for Zack Phillips. Not quite yet.
Sure it is. That card don't block.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, Reckless Stampede. Yes. Zack Phillips, Aggro Blaze, Mr. Red Bandana does make his way to day 2 here at Calling Columbus. Round 7 is over with, and so are our matches for the day. But the stories continue into the evening and into the next round of Swiss. Coming at you tomorrow, bright and early. Elly, do you have a favorite game of the day?
So before I get into my favorite game of the day, something I do want to touch on there is at the start of that game, you asked me what has made the difference. How have these decks shifted so that Victor has become favored in this matchup from a pretty unfavored position? I think the story of that game was block values. KO decks have shifted in a really greedy direction, and it just kept showing for Adam over and over that their deck was not capable of covering up the damage being presented by Victor on the other side of the table. However, I do think my favorite game of the day, I'm biased, was Yuki's Dio game earlier that I got to cover with Mercy.
Why are you biased? You said you don't even know who she is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, stun lock. Chalk it up on the board for Bryce. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings at the end of day 1. We're going to look at everybody that made their way to day 2. And it does look like your unknown fiance, Yuki Lee Bender, is making her way there at X and 1. And boy, howdy, Damian Riggins and Thomas Johnson Averett showing that this Pleiades fatigue, what did you call it? Giga Snooze deck has some serious legs, even if it puts you to bed.
Perhaps it uses those legs to carry you there after just sitting there and blocking the entire game, which I don't mean as derisive. I think it's cool. I think there's a lot of really cool and interesting moving parts going on in that deck. I think the 9 tough smash-ups, if you're unfamiliar with the deck list, used to, much like Victor Goldmane, re-rig the top card of your deck so that your more impactful clash effects like Clash of Bravado and Test of Iron Grip are always online is very, very, very cool. Up on a pedestal, lets you put important cards on top of your deck to win clashes, etc., etc., etc. Clearly showing that it is not just a silly fatigue pile built by someone for their local armory. This deck is 7-0 twice over at this calling in the World Tour here at Columbus, and the only other 7-0 is a Florian, perhaps that deck's worst nightmare, thanks to his signature move, Germinate.
I'm so glad you mentioned silly, Elly, because we've got Oscilios abound. We may very well be right. This could be the first opportunity for the Lightning Wizard to clench a Tier 3 event. We've got the Wizard Council assembled. Majin Bey, who we saw earlier on Feature Match, and also his cohort, Peter Budensick. Also, Team Super Armory has been converted. Brody Spurlock in the 13th seed coming in at X and 1. He has been enticed by the lightning rod that is Volzar. And there's more on day 2.
Matthew Wren's also an exceptional Oscilio pilot. We played at Worlds, and he completely smoked me, like, on his very first turn. I went first as Phi, cracked my Lynx turn 0. He had Channel Lightning Valley, went to, like, 10, killed me on his first turn. Absolute gem of a human being, even if he did completely send me to the Shadow Realm. And another Oscilio in this X and 2 here, alongside a really, honestly, pretty interesting smattering of heroes. It is fairly diverse, but we're also starting to see a lot of the same heroes kind of form a pattern and take shape. They're, there was a banned and restricted announcement somewhat recently, and that does shake things up, but things will always approach kind of a crystallized shape. It's like crabs, it's like carcinization, but for metagames, we're seeing Gravy Bones, we're seeing Arachne Marionette, we're seeing Oscilio, we're seeing way more Florian than we are seeing Verdance, perhaps in large part due to the loss of root-bound Carapace.
Now, if you're students of the Demonastery or Solana, don't despair. You do have some representation here. Prism is smattered around this top 60, but also the one of Vincent and one of Bolton, Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn, are squarely placed next to each other in the 51st and 52nd slot. So it's all different smatterings of heroes and some brand new ones. Yet another Pleiades, Emery Powell, who we saw on Feature Match, is still squeaking by into day 2 of this calling.
Having very effectively rebounded from that brutal loss due to the wording almost entirely on to be continued from earlier today, hanging in there much like the last page of standings, all the way down to 4-3. Here goes 70 slots. We have another member of this team Super Armory, like you mentioned, Michael Fang in the last slot as Asquilium, the Constella Intelligence, and Robert Espinoza at 67th as well. A whole host of assassins above them. However, that is not the assassin we're used to seeing in 64th place, is it, Bryce?
It's becoming a little bit more regular, though, Ellie. You have Taylor Morrow to thank, who nearly took down battle-hardened Sonoma on Arachne Huntsman, and David Reitenbach is just another one of the disciples of the original assassin, who is looking so much more fearsome than ever thanks to that defense reaction, Hunter or Hunted.
So we have Hunted or Hunter, we have Hunter or Hunted, we have Hunt the Hunter, so I believe we need Hunter the Hunted.
I can't get another one into my brain, Ellie. I have enough issues here. But what is not an issue for everybody sitting at home is this whole spoiler question, because we're going to get it done right here. How else can I delay a little bit? How else can I prolong the magic?
So
what else
are
can we talk about?
Are we spoiling Hunt the Hunted?
No, we're spoiling Hunted, Hunter, Hunting, or Hunts is ultimately what we're spoiling. And it's just a picture of the Hunts ketchup bottle.
My favorite video game, Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking. Every now and then I like to dabble in that other game called something Hunt.
I don't know.
Let's hit the button. Let's go ahead and show the people the spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. Despair no longer. We're going to show it to you. It's a brand new
printing. Stop lying. Stop lying.
In the heart of every story, the core of life itself. How will you remember it?
Only you remember it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can remember it in a brand new printing and also a archival border. Oh boy, Ellie. I have not been able to get my hands on this card as of yet. Maybe now, Compendium of Wraith is my time.
I adore this art. This looks exceptional. The twisting root wrapping around the Heart of Fendel in the background is such an awesome modern take on this 5-6-year-old classic card now. Having seen no reprints until Compendium of Wraith, this set really represents a new era of Flesh and Blood, not just in it providing an accessible jumping off point for players old and new alike. Like you said, you are quite the old head yourself, Bryce, but you don't have your hands on a Heart of Fendel. Perhaps the Antiquity packs in Compendium of Wraith are your shot at it.
I don't like to call my head old, Ellie. I prefer distinguished. But your point is still made. You can get your hands on a brand new printing of Heart of Fendel. Honestly, looking stellar in her new fit.
Yeah, you can use this to play your Giga Snooze Pleiades deck.
Hey, yo, now we're talking, and then I can also lose a game to Lucas Ing because that's the only card I have left blocking in deck.
You know, it was kind of a poetic moment there, in that I think
True.
Heart of Fendel is how they beat those dagger decks. You know, you pitch it into Your Rampart of the Ram's Head, you gain 1 life to offset 1 Karate, and Rampart covers the other. And yet, once the shield was gone, the heart was the floodgates breaking into Emery's life total at the end of that game.
A just end for the revered Guardian, who's looking a lot more reviled, if you ask me, this weekend. The continuation of that story and the beginnings of so many more are what we're going to bring you tomorrow. Be here or be square bright and early for more Flesh and Blood tomorrow.